Foreword of Napoleon I, An Intimate Biography. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Napoleon I, An Intimate Biography by Walter Geer. Foreword. Of books and memoirs about Napoleon there is no end, but there are comparatively few which give an unprejudiced picture of the man. For the most part, no judgment has been passed upon him but that either of profound antipathy or of blind admiration. The books published about him during his life and for many years after his death have but little value. The idolatry and hatred which he inspired survived him too long to allow of an unbiased view. It has been his fate in death, as in life, to stir the hearts of men to their depths. Now that 100 years have elapsed since the long-drawn agony of St. Helena, we think that the time has come for a more impartial estimate. Facts are clearer, motives are better known, much new evidence is available. Let us then endeavor to depict Napoleon as he was, and nothing extenuate, nor set down aught in malice. Walter Geer, New York, May, 1921. End of foreword. Chapter 1 of Napoleon I, An Intimate Biography by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1. 1769 to 1789. Early years. The life of Napoleon will always be associated with the names of three small islands: Corsica, where he was born; Elba, where he was first sent into exile; and St. Helena, where he ended his days. Lying in a magnificent site at the extremity of its azure gulf, with an amphitheatre of mountains in the background, is situated the little city of Ajaccio, the capital of Corsica. As the place first appears to the eye of the traveler on the small steamer from Marseilles, he is enchanted by a scene of beauty only surpassed by that of the larger and grander Bay of Naples. The town glistens like a white city against the green slopes of snow-capped Monte d'Oro, which come down from the blue sky to meet the blue sea. At the end of the stone dock, the Quai Napoleon, at which the steamer ties up, is a wide shady square surrounded by tall palms. A street, the Rue Napoleon, leads to the older part of the town back of the citadel. Almost in the center of the little city, and not more than 5 minutes' walk from the cathedral in one direction, and from the citadel in another, stands a 4-story square stone house at the corner of a narrow street. Above the door a marble tablet bears the inscription in French: "Napoleon was born in this house 15 August, 1769." The old Bonaparte mansion was partly destroyed during the Revolution, and later rebuilt by Cardinal Fesch. It has hardly been occupied since the family left Corsica in 1793. Napoleon's mother willed it to the King of Rome, but she outlived him, and at her death it came into the possession of King Joseph. Later it was acquired by the Empress Eugénie, who owned so many of the family shrines. On the second floor, adjoining the salon, is a large chamber with one window overlooking the side street. This is the room in which Napoleon was born. In 1762, in his celebrated book Le Contrat Social, Jean-Jacques Rousseau wrote: "There is still one country in Europe susceptible of moulding by legislation, the island of Corsica. The courage and steadfastness which enabled this brave people to regain and to defend its liberty well deserve that a sage should teach it how that blessing should be preserved. I have a presentiment that this little island will some day astonish Europe." 7 years later the prophecy of the philosopher was verified by the birth on this little island of one whose genius was to astonish the whole world. For many centuries the Bonaparte family had lived in provincial obscurity in Tuscany. First at Florence, then at San Miniato, and later at Sarzana, a little isolated city of the state of Genoa. From father to son, there had been a long series of notaries and municipal syndics. In 1529, a Bonaparte came from Sarzana to settle in Corsica, and this little detached branch of the family took root in an island not less Italian, but almost barbarous amidst the institutions, the manners and the passions of the early Middle Ages. Though ruled in turn by Carthaginians, Romans, Vandals, By Pisa, and finally by Genoa, the Corsicans had retained a striking individuality. The rock-bound coast and mountainous interior helped to preserve the essential features of a primitive existence. Their life centered around the family. The state counted for little or nothing. Laws were of no account when they conflicted with the code of family honor. The vendetta was the chief law of the island. In such a life, says Rose, where commerce and agriculture were despised, where woman was merely a drudge and a man a conspirator, there grew up the typical Corsican temperament, moody and exacting, but withal keen, brave and constant, which looked on the world as a fencing school for the glorification of the family and the clan. Of this type Napoleon was to be the supreme exemplar; and the fates granted him as an arena a chaotic France and a distracted Europe. Napoleon's father was a handsome courtly gentleman, of unusual culture and distinguished manners, but of a feeble and even frivolous character, too fond of pleasure to occupy himself with his affairs. The 2nd of June, 1764, at the age of 18, he married Letitia Ramolino, 4 years younger than himself, a girl of remarkable beauty. Like her husband, she belonged to a good Florentine family, which had settled in Corsica at the end of the 15th century. She lost her father at the age of 5 years, and her mother married a Captain Fesch, of Swiss origin. From this union was born in 1763 an only son, Joseph Fesch, afterwards Cardinal, who was therefore Napoleon's uncle, but only 6 years older than himself. In a land of lovely women, Letitia had borne from girlhood the title of the "most beautiful woman of Corsica." She was of medium height and of graceful carriage, with the small hands and feet and ears, the regular teeth, the light brown hair, the noble forehead, the brilliant eyes, the long well-formed nose, the fine mouth and strong chin, which Napoleon inherited from her. Napoleon's mother, who was afterwards called Madame Mère, preserved her beauty till extreme old age. She was an extraordinary woman, and Napoleon derived from her many of his strongest qualities. She was full of courage, and followed her husband through woods and mountains in the last days of Corsican independence, just prior to Napoleon's birth. She was devoted to her children, but brought them up with severity. "Misfortunes, privations, fatigues," said Napoleon, "she supported all, braved all. She had the head of a man upon the body of a woman." The devotion between mother and son, which lasted throughout their lives, is one of the most beautiful episodes in modern history. Some years prior to Napoleon's birth, Corsica, which since 1300 had belonged to Genoa, had risen in rebellion and endeavored to achieve its independence under the leadership of Paoli. During the course of the 7 Years' War, Genoa sided with France, and Louis XV promised in return to support that republic in its contest with Corsica. For 3 years, from 1756 to 1759, French troops occupied the 3 principal harbors of the island. Measures were then taken by France to secure possession of Corsica. Negotiations with Genoa resulted in a treaty in 1768, by the terms of which the King of France was granted the sovereignty of the island under certain restrictive clauses which were generally understood to be only formal. Paoli in vain protested that Genoa had no right to thus dispose of the Corsicans. He continued the unequal struggle, but was finally decisively defeated in May 1769, and left the island a month later. Corsica thus became French only a few months before the birth of Napoleon. At the opening of the war with France, Charles Bonaparte had been an aide de camp of Paoli. After the victory of the enemy, however, he became a zealous supporter of the new government, and was a member of the deputation sent to sue for peace from the French. A cordial welcome was given to the foreigners at his house in Ajaccio, where his beautiful young wife made a charming hostess, and the French commandant, Comte Marbeuf, was a frequent visitor. Nobility had not been recognized in Corsica before the French occupation, and the Genoese had done everything in their power to debase the Corsican aristocracy, so that there was but little difference in the island between the manner of dress and life of nobles and peasants. The new French government pursued a different policy. They established a nobility accepting such titles as could be proved. The Bonapartes were assisted in their research by the Grand Duke of Tuscany. They bore a count's coronet, and their arms were gules, 2 bends argent between 2 stars of the second. The accounts of Napoleon's childhood have been embellished with a number of stories which are entirely without foundation. The most trustworthy narrative is derived from his mother. She tells us that he was very industrious and had a great capacity for mathematics. His first teachers were nuns, and he later went to a school formerly kept by the Jesuits. His power of inspiring and feeling deep affection was displayed in early childhood. At the same time traces of an imperious disposition were not wanting. Napoleon at a later date frankly admitted that as a boy he was turbulent, aggressive, and quarrelsome. He was afraid of no one, but bit and scratched without reference to inequality of size or age. Joseph, although the elder, was no match for him. He was certainly the product of his island home. He sprang from a proud, warlike, vindictive race. Political conditions also profoundly influenced his mind during his earlier years. "The history of Corsica," he wrote in 1789, "is nothing but the chronicle of a perpetual struggle between a small people who wish to live in freedom, and their neighbors who wish to oppress them." The final stage of the long struggle had been reached, as we have seen, just before his birth. "I was born when my country was dying," he wrote to Paoli. The change of front on his father's part made no difference to the boy Napoleon. Corsican he remained in his heart for many years, although a subject and a beneficiary of the French king. He adored Paoli, and he detested the alien conquerors. At Brienne, in a moment of rage, he exclaimed to Bourrienne, "Je ferai à tes Français tout le mal que je pourrai." It is often futile and misleading to inquire into the direction and extent of the influence exercised upon a child by his home surroundings, but Napoleon was certainly his mother's son. Both mentally and morally she was a remarkable woman. She was conspicuous for her strength of character, her energy, her courage, her love of power, and her capacity for practical affairs. But despite her occasional severity, her children both loved and respected her, and to her training and influence Napoleon ascribed the development of his own character. The father was extravagant, careless, and, in the words of his famous son, "too fond of pleasure to occupy himself with us children." Their care thus devolved almost entirely upon their mother, and well she proved herself equal to the task. Until the age of 9 Napoleon's home was at Ajaccio, though he went frequently with his parents to their country estates among the hills, not far away. Then came the first change in his life. The resources of his father were being severely tried by the continual growth of his large family, and it became necessary to provide for the education of his 2 elder sons. It was decided to make Joseph a priest and Napoleon a soldier. Marboeuf promised to give the latter a scholarship in one of the royal military schools, and to procure for the former an ecclesiastical benefice through his nephew, the Bishop of Autun. He arranged to place both of them at the College of Autun, one of the best public schools in France, where Joseph was to study classics, and Napoleon to remain a short time to learn French. The 15th December, 1778, Charles Bonaparte left Ajaccio with his 2 little sons, one aged 10 and the other 9. He also had with him his young brother-in-law, Joseph Fesch, who was to complete his studies for the priesthood at the seminary of Aix. As Napoleon tells us in his notes, they reached Autun the first day of January. At the school Joseph was thought to be a good boy, shy, quiet, and without ambition. Napoleon, on the other hand, was pensive and sombre, taking no part in the games and walking about alone, which was quite natural as he could not speak French. He was cleverer than Joseph and learned with greater facility. In 3 months he acquired sufficient French to converse fluently, and to write little exercises. In the meantime his father was completing arrangements to enter Napoleon at one of the military schools as a pensionnaire du roi. For this 2 things were necessary: a certificate of nobility for 4 generations, and a certificate of poverty. For the first there was no difficulty, for the Bonapartes could show 11 generations of nobility. As to the second, 4 Corsicans testified that Charles had no income except his salary as assessor, and could not give his children the education suited to their rank. Through the efforts of his father, Napoleon finally received an appointment to Brienne, and left Autun 23rd of April, 1779, taking leave of his brother, who was to remain there 5 years longer. This school was one of the 12 institutions which Louis XV had founded, nominally for the training of military cadets, though, as a matter of fact, they were conducted by the religious orders, and included among their pupils many boys not destined for the army. At Brienne the boys wore a uniform, but otherwise there was nothing military about the establishment. The teaching was entirely in the hands of the fathers, and was rather poor. Latin and French literature and composition were the principal subjects of study, but some attention was given to history, geography, and mathematics, and the accomplishments were represented by dancing and fencing. The discipline was not severe, but no holidays were given, and the pupils were never permitted to visit their homes or to receive visitors. For each pupil a yearly sum of about 700 francs was paid by quarterly installments in advance, and for this amount the fathers undertook to give the boys each a separate room or cell, to feed and clothe them, and to instruct them according to the curriculum outlined above. The pupils entered the schools at the age of 8 or 9 and remained 6 years. During the long vacation, which lasted from the middle of September to the 2nd of November, although forbidden to leave the school, the boys had only 1 lesson a day and plenty of recreation. The College of Brienne, originally a monastery, was built at the foot of the hill on which the château stands. It had accommodations for 150 students. They slept in 2 corridors, each of which contained 70 cells about 6 feet square, furnished with a strap bed, a water jug, and basin. Meals were taken in a common dining hall, and the fare was quite generous. At first Napoleon was thoroughly unhappy at Brienne. It is not difficult to imagine the feelings of this little 10-year-old boy amid such surroundings, among strangers in a strange land. In the bleak climate and barren landscape of Champagne, he grew homesick for the blue skies and green hills of his native island. But he gradually became more reconciled to his lot, and in after life his memories of the school were by no means unpleasant. He formed a few lasting friendships, among others with Bourrienne, who was later to be his private secretary, and with Lauriston, his last ambassador to St. Petersburg. During his stay at Brienne, Napoleon was short of stature. His eyes were bright, his forehead spacious, his lips delicately shaped, but his olive complexion gave him an air of ill health. He was very passionate, and his fellow students were afraid of him. As to his intellectual progress during these years, the truth seems to be that he was neither a prodigy nor a dunce, but only an ordinary lad. He never learned Latin, but on the other hand he was distinguished in mathematics, and remarkable for his knowledge of geography. He was the most indefatigable reader in the school, and the books which he chose were generally historical. Among his favorite authors was Plutarch. In 1782, Napoleon had a visit from his father, who also came again 2 years later. The principal object of the visit of Charles to France in 1784 was to place his eldest daughter, Maria Anna (Elisa), in the celebrated school for indigent young ladies at St. Cyr, founded by Louis XIV. This was destined to be the last meeting between father and son. Charles Bonaparte was already suffering severely from the disease which was ultimately to prove fatal to Napoleon himself, a squire, or cancerous tumor of the stomach, which is hard and not painful. According to Taine, 4 other members of the family died of the same disease: Napoleon's grandfather, Joseph Bonaparte, his uncle Joseph Fesch, his brother Lucien, and his sister Caroline. While in Paris, Charles consulted Marie Antoinette's physician, the celebrated Docteur de la Sonde, who advised him to try the waters of Oreza, in Corsica. But growing worse instead of better, early in 1785, he set out for France to put himself under the charge of the same physician. He got no further than Montpellier, where he died on the 24th February, having nearly completed his 39th year. His death was a great blow to his family, whom he left in very straitened circumstances. Napoleon had at first intended to be a sailor. He hoped to be stationed on the Mediterranean, which would give him many opportunities of visiting his native island. But the influence of his mother, who dreaded the sea, and other causes, finally led him to change his plans, and to decide upon the artillery, an arm of the service in which merit had more influence than patronage or money. To his great surprise, the inspector, on his visit to Brienne in 1784, chose Napoleon, with 4 others, to enter the École Militaire at Paris. He probably owed this distinction to his standing in mathematics. Accompanied by one of the friars, Napoleon and his companions left Brienne for Paris on the 30th of October. Brienne will always be associated with the name of Napoleon. The little village, with its 1,800 inhabitants, clustered about two crossroads, lies in the heart of France, some 125 miles to the east of Paris, and near Troyes, the ancient capital of Champagne. Before the Hôtel de Ville there stands the bronze statue of a long-haired, lean, and undersized lad, the immortal schoolboy of Brienne, with golden eagles and a crown at his feet. A little further on in this street there rises an old wall which once enclosed the School of the Friars. The school was closed during the Revolution, and the only surviving monument is the convent in which the fathers lived. On a little elevation near the crossroads stands the old château, where the Emperor stopped in 1805 on the way to his second coronation at Milan. The showroom of the château today is the Chambre à coucher de Napoleon, with everything in it carefully kept as he left it on his last visit the 31st of January, 1814, during the campaign of France. The École Militaire at Paris, founded by Louis XV, had been entirely reorganized in 1776. The new plan was to select each year from the national schools, like Brienne, a few of the most deserving pupils, to be educated at Paris. They were to be sent to the school for the purpose of acquiring a general military education, and to have access to the magnificent riding school, the best in Europe. The subjects of study were 8 in number: mathematics, history and geography, French and German grammar, fortification, drawing, and fencing. The young men were drilled every day, and twice a week were exercised in firing. They were also required to learn by heart the exercises of the drill book. Each cadet had a separate room, simply furnished with an iron bedstead, a chair, and a set of shelves. The old building, which is still standing, fronts on the Champ de Mars, not far from the Eiffel Tower, and the Hôtel des Invalides. The École Militaire was well governed and supervised, which goes to show that some things were done well even under the Ancien Régime. It was undoubtedly one of the finest educational establishments in France, if not the first of all. Saint Germain, when he remodeled the school, certainly did not dream that it would one day turn out a Napoleon, but there can be no question that the career of the great soldier was profoundly influenced by the training he received there, and that the debt of gratitude he paid to his teachers was well deserved. The course of study at the school was very hard and the discipline severe. The cadets worked 8 hours a day. They were not allowed to go outside the gates, and Napoleon received permission to visit his sister at St. Cyr only 4 times during the year he was there. But the discipline was sensibly exercised, and a serious attempt was made to give the cadets a good education, and to fit them to be men of the world. In short, the school would compare favorably with our West Point of today. The sojourn of Napoleon at the École Militaire was saddened by the death of his father, which he felt severely. Charles was buried first at Montpellier, but his body was later transferred to the crypt of the church at Saint-Leu, where are also buried Louis and his 2 elder sons. Napoleon had now to prepare himself for the examination which would secure his commission in the artillery. The examination, which was held at Metz, was almost entirely confined to mathematics, in which he excelled. Out of the whole number of candidates who presented themselves in 1785, 58 were passed and received their commissions. 4 of the 18 from the Paris school were successful, Bonaparte being among the number. He thus attained the honor of becoming an officer at the age of 16, after having been less than a year at the school. Although he had not specially distinguished himself at the École Militaire, he won his grade after only 10 months' work, over some of those who had surpassed him. At the military school, as at Brienne, Napoleon showed signs of a deep and serious character. He was very industrious and very thoughtful. He had lost the sombre taciturnity which distinguished him at Brienne, and had become more companionable. But he still remained a thorough Corsican. Napoleon was at once assigned to the Régiment de la Fère, which was then stationed at Valence. He spent his last 2 days in Paris in making preparations for his journey, and in paying farewell visits. He left the school the 28th of October, 1785, and set out from Paris 2 days later in company with his friend Desmazis, who had been ordered to the same regiment. They traveled by the Lyons diligence, one of the best in the kingdom. The first day they dined at Fontainebleau and slept at Sens. From Chalon-sur-Saône they took the boat to Lyons, and from there to Valence. The garrison at Valence at that time comprised 7 regiments of artillery. The Régiment de la Fère was one of the best in the French army. 3 days a week were given to study and 3 to artillery practice. The tone of the officers was excellent, and the regiment was popular in the town. Napoleon now put on the artillery uniform, blue with red facings. The first 2 months he drilled, like all the cadets of that period, first as private, then as corporal, and then as sergeant. He did not begin his service as second lieutenant until the 1st of January. His work was hard and confining. His pay was only 900 francs a year, which was supplemented by an allowance of 125 francs for lodging, and 200 francs from the École Militaire, or a little more than 100 francs a month. Valence, which today is an attractive old city of almost 30,000 inhabitants, is well situated on the banks of the river Rhone between Lyons and Avignon. It is but a step from the new to the old quarter, where the narrow streets twist and turn and tumble down to the broad swift river. Here stands the cathedral, and near by, at the corner of the Grande Rue and the Rue du Croissant, is a modern business block, without an identifying tablet to mark the house at number 48 where Napoleon lived. A spinster, Mademoiselle Bou, kept house for her old father, and Sous-Lieutenant Bonaparte paid them about 10 francs a month for his lodging. When he ate his one real meal of the day, he walked along the Grande Rue to the Place des Clercs, and turned into the little Rue Pérollerie, where he dined at the Café des Trois Pigeons. Napoleon brought to Valence a letter of introduction from the Bishop of Autun to the Abbé de Saint-Ruf at the old Abbaye, now the prefecture of the department of the Drôme, near the foot of the Grande Rue. Through him, the boy officer also came to know the Abbé Raynal, one of the foremost philosophers of France at the time. Napoleon seems to have been popular at Valence, and was received with kindness by many people. But although he took lessons in dancing and deportment, which he had neglected at the military school, he remained shy and awkward, and never acquired, either then or afterwards, the distinguished manners of the grand seigneur of the old regime. He had the right to a leave of 6 months at the end of a year's service, and left for Corsica the 1st of September, 1786, being allowed a month's grace on account of the distance from his home. At Aix he visited his uncle Fesch, who was still at the seminary, and his brother Lucien, who had left Brienne to be trained for the priesthood. He reached Ajaccio in the middle of September, after an absence of nearly 8 years. He was then 17 years and 1 month old. Napoleon saw once more with unbounded delight his mother and his brother Joseph. The latter said many years afterwards, "Ah, the glorious Emperor will never indemnify me for Napoleon, whom I loved so well, and whom I should like to meet again as I knew him in 1786, if there is indeed a meeting in the Elysian fields." He was received everywhere with open arms, and the love of Corsica came back to him with renewed ardor. His leave, which should have expired on the 1st of April, 1787, was extended for 8 months on the ground of ill health. As it was necessary, however, for him to visit Paris on his family affairs, he left Corsica on the 12th September, after a stay of just a year. He now really saw Paris for the first time, as when at the military school he had not been allowed to visit the city. He lodged at the Hôtel de Cherbourg, in the Rue du Faubourg Saint-Honoré. He went to the theatres and the Italian opera, and frequented the gardens of the Palais Royal. His leave would have expired the 1st of December, but before starting from home he had applied for a further extension of 6 months, which was duly accorded him. Apparently it was not difficult to obtain leaves in the Régiment de la Fère. Napoleon returned to Ajaccio on the 1st day of January, 1788. He found his mother in very straitened circumstances, and did his best to help her. On the final expiration of his leave, the 1st of June, he left Corsica to rejoin his regiment, from which he had been absent 21 months. But these indulgences were common under the Ancien Regime, and it is not fair to censure Napoleon, as some historians have done, for taking advantage of what was really a custom in the army. The regiment was now quartered at Auxonne, situated between Dijon and the Swiss frontier, where Napoleon rejoined it. He lodged near the caserne in the Pavillon de la Ville. His room was very simply furnished, and had but one window. The damp and cold climate proved very trying after the dry and bracing air of Corsica. He wrote in July, I have nothing to do here except to work. I sleep very little since my illness. I go to bed at 10 and get up at 4, and have only one meal a day." Although Napoleon was engaged in hard and continuous labor, and was at times ill and downhearted, during the 15 months which he spent at Auxonne he was far from leading a morose or solitary life. Besides his old chum Desmazis, he had many other warm friends, who remained attached to him through life. He had all the camaraderie of military life, which later gave him such power over his soldiers as was evinced in the Italian campaigns, and is so often referred to in the memoirs of Marbeau and others. He was present at all the regimental dinners, and there is abundant proof that he possessed the esteem and confidence of his fellow officers. At Auxonne, Napoleon finished his course of artillery, and was ranked very near the head of the list. At this time he wrote to Fesch that the general in command had charged him with some very important work, and that this unheard of favor to a junior lieutenant had excited the jealousy of the captains. The school of artillery at Auxonne was then commanded by Baron Dutel, who was very proud of it, as he had every reason to be. It had the reputation of being the best in France, and was visited by all foreigners of distinction when they came to the country. Dutel was the first to appreciate the talents of Napoleon, and the Emperor in his will left 100,000 francs to the sons or grandsons of his former chief, in return for the care which this worthy general had bestowed upon him. While at Auxonne, Napoleon, for some unknown reason, was put under arrest for 24 hours. He was shut up in a room with an old chair, an old bed, and an old cupboard on top of which was an old worm-eaten copy of the Digest. Having nothing else to do, Napoleon devoured the one book at his disposal, and the knowledge thus gained surprised the lawyer some years later when he was drawing up the Code Napoleon. In the summer of 1789 the contagion of the Revolution reached Auxonne. The regiment took the part of the rioters, and later broke out into open mutiny. In consequence of this, the regiment was separated and quartered in different places along the Saône. Another period of leave was now due Napoleon, and he was allowed to start for home the middle of September, a month's grace being given him as usual. On his way he stopped at Valence and called on his old friend the Abbé de Saint Ruf, who said to him, "As things are going at present, any one may become king. If you become king, Monsieur de Bonaparte, make your peace with the Christian religion. You will find it advantageous." Napoleon followed this advice later, when as first consul he negotiated the celebrated Concordat. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Napoleon I, An Intimate Biography, by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2. 1789 to 1793. The Revolution. After the failure of the Royalist conspiracy of 1804, Napoleon uttered the famous words, "They seek to destroy the Revolution by attacking my person. I will defend it, for I am the Revolution." It was a daring transcript of the celebrated saying of Louis XIV, "L'État, c'est moi." And yet these were not words of presumptuous folly. They were only the sober truth, for in the single life of Napoleon Bonaparte was incarnate the world-wide movement which we call the French Revolution. He was the builder of the social edifice of modern France, and never, says Taine, has any individual character so profoundly impressed his mark upon a collective work. It is impossible to undertake to set forth here all the causes which brought about in France that revolutionary movement to which so many of the political and social institutions of modern Europe owe their existence. But in order to understand the career of Napoleon, it is necessary to examine briefly some of the conditions out of which the Revolution grew. Only thus can we get our sense of perspective, our standard of values. For centuries France had existed under the feudal system, the essence of which was class distinctions and privileges for all except the lowest classes. At the head of the state stood the monarch, the embodiment of the might and majesty of the nation. He was subject to no control. "The thing is legal because I wish it," said Louis XVI, thus stating in a single phrase the nature of the monarchy. The king made the laws, levied the taxes, spent them as he saw fit, declared war, made peace, contracted alliances. There were in theory practically no limits to his power. Paris was the capital of France, but the king lived 12 miles away at Versailles in the most magnificent palace in Europe, built during the preceding century at a cost of 500 million francs. Luxury was everywhere the prevailing note. The court was composed of 18,000 people. In 1789, on the eve of the Revolution, when the nation was bankrupt, the total yearly cost of the court was not far from 100 million francs. Nearly half of the national income was required for the payment of the interest on the national debt, which in 12 years had increased by nearly 3 billion francs. Every year the expenditures were largely in excess of the receipts, and the resulting deficit was met by new loans. At last the time had come when no one was willing to loan to the state, and bankruptcy was imminent. It was impossible to increase the taxes. The nobles and the clergy were practically exempt from taxation, and the remaining class, the third estate, was already taxed to the limit. The financial situation could no longer be ignored, and the king was finally forced to make an appeal to the people by summoning their representatives. Louis XVI was a good, well-meaning man, but deficient in education and totally lacking in distinction either of body or mind. He was awkward, timid, slow, and uncertain. No king could have been less to the manner born. He was entirely under the influence of the Queen, greatly to his misfortune as well as that of France. Marie Antoinette was the daughter of the great Empress Maria Theresa of Austria, and she had been married to Louis in the hope of thus cementing an alliance between two states which had long been enemies. She was beautiful, graceful, and vivacious, and could not very well help despising her lout of a husband. She had a strong will, a power of rapid decision; but she was lacking in wisdom and experience, and utterly failed to understand the French temperament and the spirit of the times. She had been born to the purple, and had grown up in Vienna, one of the gayest of capitals. Her education was very defective. When she came to France to become the wife of Louis, she could hardly read or write. Young and frivolous, wilful and impatient of restraint, she committed many indiscretions, and laid herself open to gossip and calumny. At the beginning of his reign Louis had entrusted the management of the finances to Turgot, a great statesman, and a man of rare ability and courage. He announced his programme to the king in the words, "No bankruptcy, no increase of taxation, no more borrowing." But although he saved many millions by suppressing useless expenditures, he offended those who benefited by existing abuses, and who were opposed to all reform, including the Queen, who thus helped to aggravate the financial situation and hasten the catastrophe. Louis finally yielded to the vehement importunities of the Queen, and dismissed his ablest minister. Turgot was succeeded by Necker, a Genevan banker who was the father of the notorious Madame de Staël. He was a self-made man who had risen from poverty to great wealth. Necker had the courage to publish a financial report showing the income and expenditures of the state. This audacious step infuriated the members of the court, and the king was once more forced to yield to the storm, and Necker was dismissed. This time the court took no chances, and a minister of finance was found in Calonne, who was only too ready to gratify their wishes. His purpose was to please, and please he did, for a while. Calonne was a charming man of graceful address, who was past master of the gentle art of spending. In 3 years, in a time of profound peace, he borrowed 1.5 million of francs. Then the treasury was empty, and it was impossible to float any more loans. He proposed a tax to fall upon nobles as well as commoners, and at once met the fate of Turgot and Necker. Every other resource having been exhausted, the king now yielded to the popular demand, and summoned the States General to meet at Versailles the 1st of May, 1789. Thus opened a new chapter in the history of France. The States General was an assembly representing the 3 estates of the nation: the clergy, the nobility, and the commoners. It was an old institution of France, but one that had never fully developed like the Parliament of England. The last previous meeting had been held in 1614, during the early days of the reign of Louis XIII. It was now revived as a last resort, in a great national crisis, in the hope that it might pull the state out of its deplorable situation. Formerly, each one of the 3 estates had had an equal number of delegates, and each estate had met separately. This organization was manifestly impossible now, if anything was to be accomplished, as it left the nation exactly where it had been, in the hands of the privileged classes. At the first meeting, held the 5th of May, 1789, there were about 1,200 members present, of whom over a half were members of the Third Estate. In reality, however, the number of delegates in sympathy with the cause of the people was much greater, as over 200 of the 300 representatives elected by the clergy were parish priests, all commoners by origin. During the first sessions there was practical unanimity on the part of clergy, nobles, and commoners in the formal statements of grievances and of the reforms they favored. Deep affection was expressed for the king, and gratitude for his summoning of the States General, and there was a general feeling of hopefulness that a way would easily be found to extract the nation from its unfortunate plight. But the government had no plan to offer. The king, in his opening speech, was silent on the great question of the Constitution, and had nothing to say about whether the Estates should vote by order or by head. The government thus shirked its responsibility and lost its opportunity, and a serious crisis soon developed. A conflict between the orders on the question of voting began on the 6th of May, and lasted until the end of June. Both sides stood firm, and the government allowed things to drift. Finally, a majority of the clergy and a minority of the nobility yielded, and on the 27th June the king commanded all to sit with the Third Estate in a single assembly. The National Assembly was now complete, and its first act was to appoint a committee on the Constitution. This crisis was no sooner over than another began to develop. At the inspiration of the court party, a considerable body of troops, mainly foreign mercenaries, was ordered by the king to the vicinity of Paris and Versailles. It was evident that an attempt was to be made either to intimidate the Assembly or to suppress it entirely. The Assembly was saved by the violent and totally unexpected uprising of the city of Paris, which on the 14th July stormed the Bastille. The Bastille was a fortress commanding the eastern section of Paris, which for 4 centuries and a half had terrorized the city. It had been built during the reign of Charles V to defend the suburb which contained the royal palace of St. Paul. It was used as a state prison, and had had many distinguished occupants, among others the man with the iron mask, who died there in 1703 after 5 years of confinement. 1,000 engravings show us the Bastille as it was. It consisted of 8 round towers, connected by massive walls 10 feet thick, pierced by narrow slits. In later times it had only one entrance, with a drawbridge over the moat on the side towards the river. It was built on the line of the city walls just to the south of the Porte St. Antoine, which was approached over the city fosse by its own bridge. The capture of the Bastille was regarded everywhere in France as the triumph of liberty, and joy was universal. The 14th July was declared the national holiday. A new flag, the tricolor, was adopted. It was made up of the colors of the city of Paris, red and blue, combined with the old white banner of the Bourbons. A new military force, the National Guard, was organized. 3 days later the king came to Paris, and formally ratified these changes. At the same time the revolutionary movement began to spread over France. National Guards were created everywhere in imitation of Paris. The peasants took matters into their own hands, and made a violent war upon the chateaux. In this way feudalism was abolished, not legally but practically, both at the capital and in rural France. In the midst of these excesses and disorders, the middle of September, 1789, Napoleon left Auxonne for Corsica. Although the revolutionary movement had as yet hardly reached there, the whole island was in a state of great political unrest. The general desire of the people was either for independence or for incorporation in the French monarchy. The patriotic party saw that their best chance for freedom lay in an alliance with the revolutionary movement in France. There were uprisings in Ajaccio, and even more desperate riotings at Bastia. The French governor was forced to hoist the tricolor over the citadel, and to sanction the organization of a National Guard. Napoleon was prominent in this movement, and naturally his conduct gave offense to the authorities. The commander at Ajaccio wrote to the Minister of War in Paris that Napoleon would be much better with his regiment, for "il fermente sans cesse." Yet when his leave expired, it was extended on the ground of his continued ill health. He was taking the cure of the baths of Oreza, when Paoli once more landed in Corsica, after his exile of 21 years. His journey through France had been a prolonged ovation. When he entered the harbor of Bastia on the 17th July, he was met with salvos of artillery and cries of "Vive le père de la patrie!" He was now 66 years of age. A tall man, with piercing eyes and long white hair. Napoleon lost no time in joining him, but their relations were not long harmonious. His leave soon expired, and he was only waiting for a favorable wind to embark. Owing to adverse winds he did not finally sail until the last of January, 1791. Napoleon was back with his regiment at Auxonne in February, 1791, after an absence of nearly 17 months. He had stopped at Valence to visit some old friends, and did not reach Auxonne until the 11th or 12th of the month. Although he had considerably exceeded his leave, and was liable to lose his pay for 3 months and a half, he was well received by his colonel, to whom he presented certificates from the authorities at Ajaccio, which stated that his patriotism was above suspicion, and that his return had been delayed by stress of weather. The Minister of War acceded to the request of his colonel that the pay which he had lost by his absence, amounting to nearly 250 francs, should be made up to him. On his return, Napoleon had brought with him his brother Louis, who was then about 12 years and a half old, having been born on the 2nd of September, 1778. Napoleon had undertaken this extra care in order to relieve to some extent the financial strain at home. There were thus two instead of one to support on his meagre pay of 100 francs a month. It was not easy to make ends meet. In his shabby little room there was no furniture except his bed, a table, 2 chairs, his portmanteau, and his papers and books. His brother slept on a mattress in a little cabinet adjoining his room; he himself prepared their frugal meals. During his second sojourn at Auxonne, Napoleon worked habitually 15 or 16 hours a day. He gave Louis lessons in mathematics, and was very proud of his progress. At a later period he complained of his brother's ingratitude, and reminded him that for his sake he had deprived himself even of the necessaries of life. In 1791, by a decree of the National Assembly, the organization of the artillery was entirely changed, and this arm was separated from the infantry. The regiments lost their former names, and were henceforth designated by numbers, L'Affaire becoming the 1st Regiment. Napoleon was appointed first lieutenant of the 4th Regiment, known formerly as the Régiment de Grenoble, now in garrison at Valence. He left Auxonne for his new post the 14th of June, 1791, and arrived at Valence 2 days later. At Valence he lived in his old lodgings with Mademoiselle Beau. Louis boarded with the landlady, who looked after him like a mother, but Napoleon took his meals at the Trois Pigeons, as before. The Abbé de Saint Ruf was dead, but Napoleon found several old friends and made some new acquaintances. He was an ardent supporter of the Revolution, although nearly all of the officers were aristocrats, while the common soldiers were on the side of the nation. 4 days after Napoleon's arrival at Valence occurred the flight of the royal family to Varennes, one of the most important events of the Revolution. As a result of this, all the officers were required to take an oath of allegiance to the Assembly. This oath, which had to be written out and signed by each officer, was executed by Napoleon on the 6th of July. There is no doubt that at the time he was a sincere Republican. The necessity of taking this oath had a profound effect in the army. Many officers refused to take it, and at once emigrated. No less than 32 officers of the 4th Regiment took this course. Many family ties were broken. The famous Desaix, who fell at Marengo, took the oath, whereas his 2 brothers remained faithful to the Ancien Regime. Serrurier, while attempting to escape into Spain, was stopped at the frontier, and later became a Maréchal de France. During these political excitements, Napoleon did not neglect his reading, as we know from the evidence of his notebooks. The abstracts which he made are very characteristic. They are generally practical in their nature, and show a strong passion for good government. At the same time he wrote an essay in competition for a prize of 1,250 francs, offered by the Académie de Lyon. But he was not successful, his essay being ranked next to the last among the 16 submitted. Having finished his essay, Napoleon applied for another leave of absence. The request having been refused by his colonel, he made a direct application to Baron Dutel, who had commanded the school at Auxonne, and was now Inspector General of Artillery for that part of France. Napoleon paid him a visit at his chateau, and stayed in the house several days. They discussed the art of war, and the plan for a new road from France to Italy, which was afterwards built by Napoleon. When he left, the old general said of him, "He is a man of great powers, and will make a name." Finally he received a leave of 3 months, without deduction of pay, but was ordered to rejoin his regiment in November. In September, 1791, he reached Corsica, where he remained until the following May. He was accompanied by his brother Louis. The month after his arrival he lost his great uncle Lucien Bonaparte, the head of the house, who had been a second father to him. The archdeacon left a considerable sum of money, which helped to relieve the family necessities. At this time Paoli was master of the island. As commander of the National Guard, and president of the department, all power, both military and civil, was in his hands. He met Napoleon once, but nothing satisfactory came of the interview, and shortly afterwards Napoleon went back to France. His presence in Paris was very necessary, for his leave had expired, and he was on the list of officers absent without cause, from the general review of the 1st of January, 1792. In ordinary times he probably would have been dropped from the army, but the government could not afford to be too severe. The army had lost so many officers by emigration that they were only too anxious to retain the services of all who were willing to support the Revolution. Therefore, in July, 1792, Napoleon was reinstated with the rank of captain. He had reached Paris at the end of May, and the weeks which elapsed before his reinstatement in July marked the lowest ebb in his fortunes. He was obliged to pawn his watch, and might have perished of misery if he had not been lucky enough to run across his old schoolboy friend, Bourrienne. During the 4 months that he spent at Paris, Napoleon was an eye-witness of some of the most striking events of the great drama of the Revolution. On the 20th of June he saw the King appear at one of the windows of the Tuileries with the red cap of Revolution on his head, while the mob surged and roared in the gardens below. His blood boiled at the sight of these vulgar outrages, and he exclaimed, "Why don't they sweep off 400 or 500 of that canaille with cannon? The rest would then run away fast enough." The remark was prophetic. Later, on the 10th of August, he saw the attack on the Tuileries, when the palace was taken and the Swiss Guard cut to pieces. At St. Helena he told Lacaze how, at the sound of the tocsin, he ran to the Carrousel, to the furniture shop of Fauvelet, Bourrienne's brother, where he was able to observe all the events of the day. After the palace was captured, and the King had taken refuge with the Assembly in the riding school near the present site of the Hôtel Continental, Napoleon ventured into the gardens, and was much impressed by the scenes of slaughter he saw there. Napoleon's sister Eliza was at this time a pupil at St. Cyr, one of the royal schools, which was suppressed by a decree of the 16th of August. He obtained permission to escort her home, and they left Paris just after the September massacres, and traveled by Lyons to Marseilles, reaching Ajaccio the middle of October. This was Napoleon's 5th visit home, and the first time in 13 years that the whole family had been reunited under the same roof. Eliza was received with joy. She had excellent manners and considerable ability. Of the 3 sisters, she is said to have been the one who both morally and physically most resembled Napoleon. When she became Grand Duchess of Tuscany, she was her own Minister of Foreign Affairs, and she had much influence over Pauline and Caroline. Napoleon, on his arrival, resumed his position of second lieutenant colonel of volunteers, to which he had been elected on his previous visit. He was soon engaged with his volunteers in an expedition against the island of Sardinia, his first real military service. Sardinia at that time seemed disposed to throw off the Italian yoke, and the French government decided to send an expedition to assist her. The fleet was under the command of Admiral Truguet, and the military forces of Casabianca, a brave man but absolutely incapable. Simonville, who was on his way as ambassador to Constantinople, was also to assist. Truguet arrived at Ajaccio, where he was to meet Casabianca. He became very intimate with the Bonaparte family, and went to their house every night to dance with the girls. He fell in love with Eliza, who indeed preferred him to Bacciochi, whom she afterwards married. But nothing came of it, and Truguet often regretted in later years that he had lost his opportunity. Simonville also stayed with the Bonapartes. He had married the widow of M. de Montelon, who had 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls. Napoleon became much attached to Charles de Montelon, who afterwards accompanied him to St. Helena. This intimacy between the 2 families was continued after the Italian campaigns, when Madame Letitia was established at Paris with her family. Pauline lived with Madame Simonville, and Louis and Jérôme Bonaparte, as well as Eugène de Beauharnais, attended the same school as Charles de Montelon. The younger members of the 2 families treated each other as brothers and sisters. Truguet's squadron set sail on the 8th of January, 1793. In order to assist the expedition, he had formed the plan of an attack on the north of Sardinia by a small force of 250 regulars and 450 volunteers under the command of Colonel Cesari. Cesari left Bonifacio the 18th of February, and Napoleon was with him in command of the artillery and the volunteers. A landing was to be made on Maddalena, the largest of the 11 islands situated in the Strait of Bonifacio, between Corsica and Sardinia. Close to this is Caprera, which was the residence of Garibaldi at the close of his life. At this time the islands were inhabited by a few hundred shepherds and sailors who were Corsican in language and customs. France claimed the islands on the ground that had formerly belonged to Genoa. The troops landed on San Stefano, a little island to the west of Maddalena, and soon reduced the square tower, which was garrisoned only by 25 Swiss. Napoleon then built a battery, armed with a mortar and 2 small guns, and opened fire on the 2 small forts on the opposite island of Maddalena. The weather was terrible. The cold was intense, with a heavy rain and strong wind. Notwithstanding these obstacles, Napoleon hoped to be master of Maddalena on the following day. But the crew of the corvette mutinied, and threatened to set sail, leaving the soldiers to their fate. Napoleon was therefore forced to abandon the enterprise just as victory seemed certain. Whatever may be our judgment as to this unfortunate expedition, its conduct casts no reflection on the character or career of Napoleon, even if it did not add much to his military reputation. A critical stage had now been reached in the affairs of Corsica. Paoli, who was still in control of the government, had been turned against the Convention by the excesses of the Jacobins, and was strongly suspected of English leanings. He was denounced as a traitor by Napoleon's younger brother Lucien in a speech to the Jacobin Club at Toulon, and an order for his arrest was issued from Paris. This brought matters to a crisis in Corsica, and Napoleon was soon forced to make a decision between Paoli and the Convention, and he did not hesitate. From that moment he devoted all of his energies to the overthrow of his former hero and friend. After various adventures, he engaged in an unsuccessful attempt to drive the Paoli party from Ajaccio. Convinced that there was no further hope, he sent his mother a message to prepare for flight. Under the existing conditions it was no longer possible for the Bonapartes to remain in safety on the island. They had broken with the patriotic party, and cast their lot with its enemies. It was necessary for Napoleon to rejoin his regiment, so he decided to take his family with him. On the 11th of June, 1793, they all sailed for Toulon, where they arrived 2 days later, and found Lucien waiting to receive them. This was Napoleon's real farewell to his native island, although he passed a few days at Ajaccio on his return from Egypt in 1799. As Rose points out, the interest of the events above described lies, not in their intrinsic importance, but in the signal proof which they afford of Bonaparte's wonderful endowments of mind and will. In a losing cause, and in a petty sphere, he displayed all the qualities which, when the omens were favorable, impelled him to the domination of a continent. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Napoleon I, An Intimate Biography, by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3. 1793 to 1795. Toulon and Vendémiaire. We have now arrived at what Vandal calls l'avènement de Bonaparte, the commencement of his career. As yet, to all outward appearance, the little captain of artillery was the same slim, ill-proportioned, and rather insignificant youth. His head was shapely, his forehead wide, and of medium height. His light brown hair fell in stiff flat locks over his lean cheeks. His eyes were large and blue-gray in color, with a penetrating glance. The nose was Roman and finely formed, the mouth small, the lips full and sensuous, the chin round and firm. His complexion was sallow. The frame of his body was small and fine, particularly his hands and feet. But his deep chest and short neck were powerful. His gait was firm and steady. His mien was generally sombre, but when he smiled and showed his beautiful teeth and his wonderful eyes brightened, he charmed everyone then as ever. His career thus far had been so commonplace as to awaken little expectation for his future. His education had not gone beyond the essentials of his profession, but had been supplemented by a wide course of reading. He could master details as no man before or since, and he had a vast fund of information at his command. His conception of men and affairs was not scientific, but it was clear and practical. Up to the present time he had showed no taste for the trade of arms, the routine and petty details of which he heartily disliked. Nor had he yet given any signs of that mastery of strategy and tactics which he had derived from his study and analysis of the exploits of the great world conquerors. So far, he seemed a man neither much better nor much worse than the world in which he was born, but he was far greater than those about him in perspicacity, adroitness, adaptability, and perseverance. As yet these qualities of leadership were scarcely recognizable, but they existed. On their arrival at Toulon, the Bonapartes settled in the village of La Valette, at the gates of that city, but after a short stay they removed to Marseilles. The life of the refugees at first was one of dire poverty. But presently brighter days dawned for them. Joseph was appointed a commissioner with the army, and Lucien a superintendent of stores. In August, 1794, Joseph married Julie, the daughter of Monsieur Clary, a wealthy silk merchant of Marseilles, who had been a good friend of the family during their period of distress, and who now richly endowed his daughter. Masson states that she received a dot of 150,000 francs, a sum equivalent to $1.5 million today. About the same time there was also some talk of a marriage between Napoleon and Désirée, another daughter, but nothing came of it, and she afterwards married Bernadotte, the future king of Sweden. Lucien, in the meanwhile, had taken as his wife Catherine Boyer, the daughter of an innkeeper at Saint Maximin, where he was stationed. She was absolutely illiterate, but was a young woman of excellent character, and made him a good wife. On his return from Corsica, Napoleon had rejoined his regiment at Nice, where 4 companies were stationed, the remainder being at the headquarters at Grenoble. Here he found in command of the artillery of the army of Italy, Chevalier Dutheil, the brother of his old friend. He attached Napoleon to the service of the coast batteries. At this time there was a general revolt in the departments of the South against the Constitution of 1793. The army of Carteau, of which Napoleon's regiment was a part, was employed in putting down the rising. Napoleon himself was sent on various missions to Lyons, Valence, Avignon, and Beaucaire. It was in the last named place that he wrote the remarkable pamphlet, Le Souper de Beaucaire, which was printed at the public expense, and brought his name favorably to the attention of the Convention. It purports to record a discussion between an officer, Napoleon himself, 2 merchants of Marseilles, and citizens of Nîmes and Montpellier. It urges the need of united action under the lead of the Jacobins. This is a fight to the death between French patriots and the despots of Europe. The Revolution must not be stamped out by the foreign invaders. On the ground of mere expediency, men must rally to the cause of the Republic, and condone even the crimes of the Jacobins if they save the country. Better the reign of terror than the vengeance of the Ancien Regime. Such was the instinct of all men of patriotic feelings, and it saved France. As an exposé of keen policy and all-dominating opportunism, Le Souper de Beaucaire is admirable. Shortly after its publication, Napoleon had his first real chance in active military service. Toulon, which was one of the places in revolt against the Convention, had opened its gates to the English, under Admiral Hood, and they were now in possession of the city. Carteau was ordered to drive the enemy out, and proceeded there with his forces. Daumartin, who was in command of the artillery, was severely wounded in an early skirmish, and Napoleon was appointed to his place. Toulon was regarded at this time as one of the strongest fortresses in the world. The place was soon closely invested by Carteaux, and the supply of water cut off. There were very few cannon when Napoleon took charge, and his first care was to raise the strength of this arm. The success of the siege depended upon the ability of the French to compel the retirement of the English fleet. Napoleon, on his arrival before the place, on the 12th of September, at once saw that this could be effected by seizing the point called L'Aiguillette, which commands both the inner and outer roadsteads of Toulon. At the first council of war, he placed his finger on the military map at this point of land at the mouth of the harbor, several miles from the fortifications of the town, and said with true Napoleonic brevity, "Voilà Toulon." But Carteaux, who was a vain, pompous man, an artist by profession, with very little knowledge of the science of war, would not recognize the importance of this position. The English, however, had become aware of their danger, and erected a fort on the summit of the promontory. Napoleon was furious, but he did not give up his idea. His activity was prodigious, and he spared no efforts to get together a siege train and an adequate supply of ammunition. Napoleon was disgusted with the slowness of the siege, which lasted over 2 months. At last Carteaux was recalled, and the command was given to Dugommier, with special orders to carry on the siege with vigor. He did much to reestablish discipline. He quickly appreciated the talent of Napoleon, and took his view of the primary importance of the promontory. On the 17th of December, after a bombardment of 3 days, the English works on the promontory were finally taken by storm. Napoleon greatly distinguished himself in the assault. The capture of L'Aiguillette decided the fate of the town. Just as Napoleon had predicted weeks before, the city of Toulon fell without receiving a shot. The English fleet at once set sail after blowing up the magazines, and on the 19th of December the French entered the town. General Dutheil wrote to Aubry, the Minister of War, "I have no words to describe the merit of Bonaparte. Much science has much intelligence, and too much bravery. This is but a feeble sketch of the qualities of this rare officer, and it is for you, Minister, to consecrate him to the service of the Republic." Napoleon had been named Chef de Bataillon the 29th of September, promoted to Adjudant Général Chef de Brigade the 27th of October, and on the 22nd of December he received his provisional appointment as Général de Brigade, which was confirmed by the government on the 7th of January, 1794. To have been at Toulon was always a passport to Napoleon's generosity. Even Carteaux received a pension of 6,000 francs. Victor, Suchet, and Marmont became marshals of France, and were loaded with titles and honors. Desaix, whom Napoleon called the greatest of his generals, would certainly have been included in the list, but for his untimely death at Marengo before the dawn of the Empire. Muiron was made an aide de camp the same day as Duroc, and was Napoleon's chief of staff in Italy. He fell at Arcole in saving the life of his chief. The story of how Junot first attracted Napoleon's attention at Toulon is too well known to repeat here. He also became an aide de camp and a duke. "Such was the young Napoleon," says Browning, "at an age when young Englishmen are just taking their degree. Born of a noble family, but very poor, losing his father at an early age, with nothing but himself to depend upon, he had raised himself to the rank of general in the French army by no other arts than those of industry and steadfastness, high character and devotion to duty, supported, no doubt, by talents almost without example. In these first 23 years of his life there is not a single example of meanness or of dishonesty, or of any derogation from the high standard of conduct which he had set before himself. Surely, in his case also, the youth is father of the man; and 23 years spent under the most difficult circumstances which could try the qualities of a character, crowned by high success legitimately gained, are not likely to have been followed by 23 other years stained by universal ambition, reckless duplicity, and a nameless lust of bloodshed. The promotion of Napoleon meant a large increase in pay. As general of brigade he received a salary of 15,000 francs a year, and in addition he had the right to lodging and rations. In January, 1794, he was appointed Inspector of Coasts, with headquarters at Nice. His mother was settled at Antibes, a few miles away. At this moment, when for the first time the future seemed clear, a terrible blow fell upon him. On the 9 Thermidor, 27 July, 1794, the dictatorship of Robespierre came to an end. This meant disaster for all who were known to have been friends of the dictator, and Napoleon's relations with the younger Robespierre were a matter of common knowledge. He was denounced as a traitor, and on the 10th of August was arrested and imprisoned in Fort Carré, near Antibes. An examination of his papers, which had been seized, failed to reveal any grounds for the charges against him, and after 13 days he was released. A few weeks later, on the 14th of September, he was restored to his rank of general, and the same month took part in the operations of the army of Italy, which drove the Austrians from the crest of the mountains of the Riviera. He was then appointed to the command of the artillery in the expedition for the reconquest of Corsica, which was in the full possession of the English. The French navy, however, was in such wretched condition that the ships were not ready to sail before the month of March, 1795, and then an encounter with the English fleet resulted disastrously. 2 of the ships were captured, and the remainder took refuge in the Golfe Juan. After this the expedition was abandoned. The troops already on board the transports were disembarked and detailed to the army of Italy. Corsica was, for the moment, lost. Napoleon now received orders to take command of the artillery of the Army of the West, which was to subdue the Royalist uprising in La Vendée. Accompanied by his aides de camp Marmont and Junot, as also by his young brother Louis, he set out for Paris in May, 1795. He was not at all pleased with the assignment, which held out little prospect for military glory, but on his arrival in Paris he found even more disagreeable orders awaiting him. The Minister of War, Aubry, had transferred him from the artillery to the infantry on account of his youth. "One grows old quickly on the field of battle," was Napoleon's retort to the minister, who had never seen a day of active service. At that time Napoleon had the notion that any other service than the artillery was unworthy of him. Later, when he had had experience in command of an army, he saw that such specialization was not for the best interests of great operations, and that no matter what brilliancy artillery officers may show, they have rarely, perhaps never, the true esprit militaire. He became so convinced of this fact that in his first promotion of marshals of the Empire, he included no officer of artillery, and if later he gave to Marmont this high dignity, it was only through favor and on account of old friendship. However, Napoleon had no wish to break with the minister over this matter, and was not foolish enough to resign. He simply pleaded ill health as an excuse for not accepting the assignment, and lingered in Paris, hoping that something favorable might turn up. Ambitious, and fully conscious of his abilities and qualifications, it is not strange that Napoleon should have felt chagrined over the assignment. At the head of the Army of the North, Pichegru, who had been one of his masters at Brienne, had driven the enemy out of northern France, and was conquering the Low Countries. Jourdan, in command of the army of Sambre et Meuse, on the 26th of June, 1794, had defeated the Austrians in the battle of Fleurus. In December of the preceding year, Hoche, a man of his own age, had driven the Austrians out of Alsace, and covered himself with glory. Saint-Cyr, a captain of volunteers in 1792, was now a general of division. Bernadotte, a sergeant major at the beginning of the Revolution, also commanded a division. Kléber, a volunteer 3 years before, had also reached the same rank, and so on. But notwithstanding Napoleon's disappointment, in reality fortune never favored him more than when she removed him from the coast of Provence, and brought him to the center of all influence at Paris, where an able schemer could decide the fate of parties and governments. At the time of Napoleon's arrival in Paris, in the early summer of 1795, the city was just beginning to resume the customs and pleasures of the Ancien Regime, and the Terror was remembered only as a hideous nightmare. Gay equipages were again seen in the streets, theaters were crowded, gambling pervaded all classes of society. Men who had grown rich by speculation in the confiscated state lands, now vied with bankers and brokers in vulgar ostentation. The passing of the dark days of the Revolution was also being furthered by the unparalleled series of military triumphs. France had practically gained her natural boundaries, the Rhine and the Alps. In quick succession one government after another sued for peace: Tuscany in February, Prussia in April, Hanover, Westphalia, and Saxony in May. Spain and Hesse Cassel in July, Switzerland and Denmark in August. Such was the state of France when Napoleon came to seek his fortunes in the capital. At this time Napoleon formed a close relationship with Barras, who had been brought into prominence by the events of the 9 Thermidor. As he afterwards explained at St. Helena, "Robespierre was dead. Barras was playing a role of importance. And I had to attach myself to somebody or something." The career of Barras deserves a few words of notice. Paul Barras was born in Provence in 1755, of a good family. In his youth he served as a lieutenant against the British in India. In 1789 he was a member of the States General, and took an active part in the storming of the Bastille and the Tuileries. The siege of Toulon owed its success largely to his activity and energy. The overthrow of Robespierre, which ended the Terror, was accomplished mainly by him. On subsequent occasions, as President of the Convention, he acted with decision both against the intrigues of the Royalists and the excesses of the Jacobins. But the chief chance for immortality of the name of Barras lies in the fact that he was privileged to hold the stirrup for the great captain who vaulted lightly into the saddle. Probably through the influence of Barras, Napoleon was instructed at this time to prepare a plan for the campaign of the French army in Italy. The plans which he now submitted were essentially the same which he had prepared a year before at the request of Robespierre, but modified by the changes in the general political situation. In April, 1795, Prussia had retired from the contest, and made a separate treaty of peace with France. Negotiations were also under way with Spain, which were soon to lead to peace. The only remaining adversary of any importance on the continent was Austria, and Napoleon proposed to attack her in Italy. The Riviera having been seized and secured, the army of Italy, reinforced by the troops set free by the peace with Spain, would march along the coast and across the mountains into Piedmont, cut off the King of Sardinia from the Austrians, and make a separate peace with that monarch who was known to be favorable to France. Once in the fertile plains of northern Italy, the army could draw its supplies from the country. Such was the striking plan which a year later he himself was to carry into execution, thereby gaining undying fame. Notwithstanding the favor of Barras, Napoleon's affairs were again at low ebb. On the 15th of September his name was stricken from the list of generals on active service, on the ground that he had refused to accept the post to which he had been appointed. He was forced to sell his books, to ask the assistance of his brother Joseph, and to borrow money from the actor Talma. At this moment there came a most dramatic change in his fortunes. The promulgation of the new Constitution of the year 3 of the Republic had been followed by an open revolt of the sections, and all Paris was soon in a state of insurrection. The new Constitution was moderate in character, and was designed to put an end forever to the Reign of Terror. The executive and legislative powers were no longer to be united in the National Assembly. The executive authority was to be vested in a Directory of 5 men, while the legislative power was to be confided to 2 chambers instead of 1, a Council of Ancients and a Council of 500. The 5 directors were to be chosen by the Ancients from a list drawn up by the 500, and were to have charge respectively of foreign affairs, finance, war, justice, and the interior. The new Constitution was satisfactory neither to the extreme radicals nor to the Royalists, who were already talking of restoring the monarchy. To protect themselves against a probable attack from the Paris populace, the government ordered to the capital a few thousand troops of the line. This precaution inflamed the wrath of the Parisians who were opposed to the Convention. All but 4 of the 48 sections of the city revolted, assembled some 30,000 troops of the National Guard, and on the 4th of October successfully resisted General Menou, in command of the forces of the Convention. The Convention was in a panic, and turned to Barras, who was put in supreme command. But Barras was not a military man, and he had sense enough to know it. In his dilemma he thought of the young artillery officer who had distinguished himself at Toulon. He was a Corsican, and it was not likely therefore that he would have any sympathy with the enemies of the Convention. Barras sent for General Bonaparte, and offered him the active command of the forces of the Convention, which he at once accepted. The National Guard outnumbered the troops of the Convention by more than 5 to 1, but they had no cannon. Everything depended therefore upon getting the ordnance from the artillery park at Sablon to the Tuileries. This task was entrusted by Napoleon to his future brother-in-law Murat, a dashing cavalry officer, who carried it out successfully. Murat and his men rushed the camp outside the city at full speed, drove back the insurgents who were trying to seize the cannon, and dragged them to the Tuileries, where they arrived at 6 o'clock in the morning. Neither the little general nor the dashing cavalier at the moment dreamed that this exploit was to win for each of them a crown. The cannon were placed at every point of vantage in the streets approaching the Tuileries, where the Convention was sitting. A little later in the morning the insurgents advanced to the attack. It was the 5th of October, or the 13 Vendémiaire by the Revolutionary calendar, a date ever memorable in the history of Napoleon and in the annals of France. When the insurgents saw the preparations made to receive them, they hesitated to attack. Suddenly a shot was fired which gave the signal for battle. As the police reports on the occurrences of this day are missing from the archives of Paris, it will never be known from which side this shot came. At once the streets were raked by the cannon of the Convention, and the strong position held by the insurgents at the church of St. Roch was carried. During the afternoon and evening the National Guards were driven back to the most remote quarters of the city, where they were easily captured and disarmed on the following day. This is what Carlyle, in his vivid but inaccurate way, calls the "whiff of grape shot which ended the French Revolution." After years of tumult, Paris had met its master. But the Revolution was not ended. It was to be perpetuated in a more orderly form of government. Napoleon had saved the Convention, and the Convention showed its gratitude. He was appointed General of Division and second in command of the Army of the Interior, and on the 26th of October he became the commander of the same army, when Barras assumed the position of Director in the new government. In a few weeks Napoleon had reached one of the highest military positions in France. In a letter to Joseph on the day of 13 Vendémiaire he said, "Fortune is on my side." From that time on his confidence in his star never wavered. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Napoleon I, An Intimate Biography, by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 4. 1796. Joséphine. As commander of the Army of the Interior, Napoleon had become one of the dominant men of the state. He took up suitable quarters in the Rue des Capucines, surrounded himself with a brilliant staff, donned a handsome uniform, set up carriages and horses, and made his appearance in society. He did not affiliate with any clique or faction, but made friends in all parties. He thoroughly reorganized the Army of the Interior and the National Guard, and formed a guard for the Directory. At the same time he did not forget his family. Uncle Fesch became his secretary. Joseph was promised a consulship, and Lucien a lucrative position. Louis was made a lieutenant, and Jérôme was placed at school in Paris. His mother was well provided for. He never could do too much for his family, who, almost without exception, repaid him with the basest ingratitude. During the month of October, 1795, a short time after the events of the 13 Vendémiaire, chance brought together General Bonaparte and Vicomtesse de Beauharnais. The story has been often told and as often denied, but it is too good not to be true. As Général en second of the Army of the Interior, Napoleon had ordered the disarmament of the Parisians. One morning a young boy presented himself at headquarters to ask permission to keep his father's sword. Bonaparte saw the lad, became interested in him, and granted his request. Of course the mother of Eugène had to call on the General to express her thanks. She was a lady, a grande dame, a former Vicomtesse, the widow of a President of the Constitutional Convention, of a General-in-Chief of the Army of the Rhine. All this meant much to Bonaparte. The title, the social position, the noble air with which she expressed her gratitude. For the first time this young Corsican found himself in the presence of a real lady of high society. Joséphine, with her worldly experience, at once perceives what an impression she has made. She invites Napoleon to call some evening when he has nothing better to do. The next evening he rings at the porte cochère of the hotel in the Rue Chantraine, soon to be named in his honor, Rue de la Victoire. The door is opened by the concierge, and the General passes through the long corridor, traverses the small garden, and enters the house, where he is conducted to the little salon which is also the dining room. The room is furnished only with a round mahogany table and 4 chairs covered with black horsehair. On the walls are hung a few prints framed in dark wood. While he is waiting for the mistress of the mansion to appear, let us briefly review the past history of Joséphine, of which he knows nothing. In 1726 there landed at Martinique a French nobleman, Gaspard Joseph Taché de la Pagerie, who, like many others, came to seek his fortune. There, in 1734, he married a young woman of noble family, by whom he had 5 children, 2 sons and 3 daughters. In 1756 the king had need in the Antilles of a man of energy, and the 1st of November he named to the place of Governor and Lieutenant General of Martinique and the other islands, François de Beauharnais, who was not created a Marquis until 8 years later. Except for the fact that both families originally came from the same locality in France, near Blois, there was little in common between this grand seigneur who arrived as master in the lands of his government, wealthy with his income of 150,000 livres, and these Tachets who were living in want in a corner of the island, without position, without fortune, buried in debt. A little later, the eldest daughter of Gaspard Joseph entered the household of the governor as an upper servant, or demoiselle de compagnie. In a very short time she had gained a dominant position in the family, which was not lessened by her marriage later with a Monsieur Renaudin. In 1761, the elder son of the original Taché, named Joseph Gaspard, born in 1735, married Rose Claire des Vergers de Saunois, of a family belonging to the ancienne noblesse of Brie. From this marriage there was born on the 23rd of June, 1763, a daughter who was named Marie-Joseph Rose. This was Joséphine. Like her future husband, Napoleon, she had a narrow escape from not being born under the French flag. Only 10 days before her birth the island of Martinique had been returned to France by England in accordance with the terms of the Treaty of Paris, which ended the 7 Years' War. Until the age of 10 years, Joséphine grew up in full liberty. Then she was sent to the pension of the Dame de la Providence at Fort Royal, where she remained over 4 years. When François de Beauharnais landed as governor on the island of Martinique in May 1757, he was accompanied by his young wife, whom he had married 6 years before. She was his cousin, and had brought him a large fortune. They had had 2 children, of whom only one was then living, François, born in the preceding year. On the 28th of May, 1760, another son was born on the island who received the name of Alexandre. When his father and mother returned to France in the month of April of the following year, he was left in the care of Madame Taché. Here he remained for several years, and it was not until after the death of his mother that his father had brought him to France, about the end of the year 1769. With his brother he was sent to the University of Heidelberg, where he remained 2 years. In 1774, his brother having entered the army, his tutor, Patricole, was engaged by the Duc de la Rochefoucauld as teacher for the 2 sons of his sister, Rohan Chabot, and he took Alexandre with him. Thus it happened that the most impressionable years of his youth were passed at Roche-Guyon, in a ducal château. During these years Madame Renaudin, who was his godmother, never lost sight of him. At the age of 17, Alexandre obtained, by the favor of the Duc de la Rochefoucauld, an appointment as sous-lieutenant in his regiment of the Sarre Infanterie. On entering the army he abandoned the title of chevalier, given at that time to the younger sons of noble families, and assumed that of vicomte, to which he had no valid claim. At this time Madame Renaudin formed a plan for his marriage with her niece Joséphine. The Marquis did not demand that Monsieur de la Pagerie should furnish a dot, as Alexandre already had an income of 40,000 livres from the estate of his mother, with the expectation of 25,000 more. In October, 1779, Madame Renaudin received a letter from her brother saying that he had just arrived at Brest with Joséphine after a terrible passage. She at once set out with Alexandre to join them. This was the first interview between Joséphine and her future husband since their childhood days, and he was far from enthusiastic over her appearance. The party traveled slowly to Paris, where they arrived the middle of November. The marriage was celebrated on the 13th of December in the church at Noisy-le-Grand, where Madame Renaudin had a house. This residence, for which she had paid 33,000 livres 3 years before, she gave to her niece as a wedding present, besides the sum of 20,000 livres which she had spent for her trousseau. Immediately after the marriage, the young couple went to live in the Paris hotel of the Marquis, Rue Thévenot. In the spring, Alexandre rejoined his regiment at Brest, leaving Josephine alone in Paris, where she had no acquaintances. When his regiment was ordered to Verdun, Alexandre returned to Paris, where he lived like a bachelor, making no effort to introduce his wife to society. In fact, Josephine was never presented at court. Her husband seems to have been ashamed of her. He found her awkward, embarrassed, ignorant. Worse than that, he thought she was homely and provincial, with foolish ideas of conjugal love, tenderness, and jealousy. He had married to be free to enjoy his fortune, and he had no idea of being tied down by his wife. On the 3rd of September, 1781, in the Rue Thévenot, was born a son who was named Eugène, and on the 10th of April, 1783, a daughter who was baptized the following day and received the name of Hortense Eugénie. The previous September, Alexandre had sailed for Martinique as aide de camp of M. de Bouillé. During the 4 years and over of his married life, he had not spent 10 months with his wife. On receipt of the news of the birth of Hortense, he wrote a furious letter to Josephine, in which he refused to accept any responsibility for the paternity of the child. On his return to France in October, 1784, he declined to meet his wife. After a number of vain efforts to arrive at a reconciliation, in the month of November, Josephine retired with Madame Renaudin to the Abbaye de Pantemont, Rue de Grenelle. Masson is of the opinion that Alexandre had no reason to reproach Josephine for any acts subsequent to their marriage, and that his imputation upon the subject of the birth of Hortense had no foundation in fact. This opinion seems to be borne out by the terms of the formal act of separation which was signed in March, 1785. He agreed to give his wife an allowance of 5,000 livres a year, to leave Hortense with her mother, and also Eugène until he was 5 years old, and to pay for the education of his daughter. The sojourn of Josephine at Pantemont was of great advantage to her in every way. The Abbaye was like an immense furnished hotel, of the highest respectability, open only to women of la première distinction, and there Josephine for the first time had an opportunity of meeting women of her own social rank. She was received as the Vicomtesse de Beauharnais, an unfortunate, irreproachable young woman, the victim of a barbarous husband. For a woman of the world, Josephine already possessed 2 of the essential requisites. She was a coquette, and she knew how to lie. Without admitting the justice of the accusation of her husband, in these 2 respects he undoubtedly had a serious grievance against her. And to these 2 qualities Josephine adds, by the faculty of assimilation which is in her, that physical education which in a new society is to put her in a class by herself. Little by little a transformation is effected in her personality, which changes the heavy and awkward Creole into a being delicate and souple, a being desirable above all, who knows how to attract and to hold. It is thus that at Pantemont that Josephine forms her first relations with society, that she makes her début in French life. From every point of view this retreat of 15 months was profitable to her. On leaving Pantemont early in 1786, Josephine, at 23 years of age, found herself free, with an income of 11,000 livres for the support of her daughter and herself. At this time she sold the house at Noisy, and with the proceeds she bought at Fontainebleau a little house entre Cour et Jardin, where she established herself with her aunt. Here she lived until June, 1788, when she suddenly left for Martinique. None of her biographers has ever been able to find a reason for this departure. At the beginning of November, 1790, she returned as unexpectedly as she had left, and went to the Hôtel des Asturies, Rue d'Anjou. At this time she seems to have made another attempt at reconciliation with her husband, but without success. The Marquis and Madame Renaudin being still at Fontainebleau, Josephine passed the summer of 1791 there with her children, and it was there that she learned of the election of her husband as President of the Constitutional Convention. It was the 18th of June, and 3 days later the President in opening the session announced the flight of the royal family the previous night. During the 2 following weeks Alexandre de Beauharnais was virtually dictator of France. In 1792 he served with distinction with the Army of the North, and early in the following year was put in command of the Army of the Rhine. A few months later he was removed on the ground of lack of force and energy. In the meantime Josephine was living in her apartment in Paris, Rue Saint Dominique, except when visiting her aunt at Fontainebleau. In March, 1794, Alexandre, who had been living in retirement in the country, was arrested and taken to the Carme, where he was imprisoned on the 14th. 5 weeks later, Josephine was confined in the same prison. The old convent of the Church of Saint Joseph des Carmes is still standing in the Rue Vaugirard between the Luxembourg and the Théâtre de l'Odéon. On the 23rd of July, Alexandre was guillotined. 4 days later, 9 Thermidor, the fall of Robespierre ended the Reign of Terror. The life of Josephine was saved by this narrow margin of time. In 2 weeks she was released from prison. During the following year the fortunes of Josephine were at their lowest ebb. When she left the prison of the Carme, she found herself a widow of over 30 years, with 2 children, and without a sou. With the small remittances which she received from Martinique, with money which she borrowed on every side, with bills which she contracted everywhere, she somehow managed to exist. In August, 1795, when her affairs were still in this precarious condition, she leased from Julie Caro, the wife of Talma, from whom she was separated, for a rent of 10,000 francs, in Assignas, a little hotel, entre Cour et Jardin, at No. 6, Rue Chantraine, a short street recently laid out from the Faubourg Montmartre to the Chaussée d'Antin. The street was lined with the residences of filles entretenues. As this little hotel was afterwards the residence of Napoleon until he took possession of the Tuileries as First Consul in 1800, and was also occupied by Louis and Hortense the first year of their married life, it merits a few words of description. The entrance was by a porte cochère through a long corridor, at the end of which was a very small garden, with 2 small pavilions, which contained the carriage house and stable. In the middle was the little mansion, consisting only of a rez-de-chaussée, with an attic above and kitchen and cellar below. There were only 5 rooms: an antechamber, a bedroom, a salon, which also served as a dining room, another little salon which was used as a boudoir, and a garde-robe. The servants' quarters were in the attic. Josephine had a carriage and 2 horses. In her service, besides the coachman, she had a chef and a femme de chambre. At this time Hortense was sent to the school which Madame Campan had just founded at Saint Germain. It is not easy to understand, however, why she took Eugène away from General Hoche, who desired to keep him, and placed him in an expensive school just opened at Saint Germain, under the name of the Collège Irlandais. Before taking possession of her new house, the 1st of October, 1795, Josephine had spent a very considerable sum in repairing and adding to the furniture in her apartment of the Rue Saint Dominique. Nothing very luxurious, perhaps, but articles which had to be paid for. Who met the bills? Barras, in his Memoirs, does not hesitate to state most ungallantly that Josephine was his mistress. But Barras was a notorious liar, and he hated Napoleon, and could not say anything too mean about him. We will therefore give Josephine the benefit of the doubt. When Josephine first met Napoleon, in October, 1795, she was already 32 years of age. Her hair, which was not thick, but fine in quality, was of a dark chestnut color. Her complexion was brunette. Her skin was already wrinkled, but so covered with powder and rouge that the fact was not apparent under a subdued light. Her teeth were bad, but no one ever saw them. Her very small mouth was never more than slightly opened, in a sweet smile which accorded perfectly with the infinite softness of her eyes, with their long eyelashes, with the tender expression of her features, with the touching quality of her voice. Et avec cela, writes one of her historians, un petit nez fringant, léger, mobile, aux narines perpétuellement battantes, un nez un peu relevé du bout, engageant et fripon, qui provoque le désir. Her head, however, could not be mentioned in comparison with her body, so free and so svelte, which showed no signs of embonpoint, which ended in the most adorable little feet. She wore no corset, not even a brassière, pour soutenir la gorge d'ailleurs bas placée et plate. But her general demeanor was more important than all the rest. This woman has a way of carrying herself which belongs only to her. Elle a de la grâce, même en se couchant. All her movements are so gracious and elegant that you forget that she is only of medium stature. With all these qualities, the femme seduced Napoleon at their first interview, while at the same time the dame impressed him by her air of dignity, as he put it, ce maintien calme et noble de l'ancienne société française. The first call was quickly followed by another, and soon Napoleon was a daily visitor at the little hotel. There he met many grands seigneurs, such as Geer, Montesquieu, and Caulaincourt, who treated him petit noble, as an equal, almost as a comrade. He was not enough of a man of the world to appreciate the fact that they came en garçon, that they did not bring their wives. The siege was not long. 2 weeks after the first visit, Napoleon and Josephine were already on more than intimate terms. On the 28th of October she wrote him: Vous ne venez plus voir une amie qui vous aime. Vous l'avez tout à fait délaissée. Vous avez bien tort, car elle vous est tendrement attachée. Venez demain déjeuner avec moi. J'ai besoin de vous voir et de causer avec vous sur vos intérêts. Bonsoir, mon ami. Je vous embrasse. Veuve Beauharnais. From this time on, Napoleon follows Josephine everywhere. He makes the acquaintance of Madame Tallien. As soon as Barras is installed in the Luxembourg in November, he attends the first reception of the new director. In the meantime, events have moved fast. He writes her: I awake full of thoughts of thee. Sweet and incomparable Josephine, what a strange effect you have on my heart. I draw from your lips, from your heart, a scorching flame. In 3 hours I shall see thee. In the meantime, my dear love, meo dolce amor, 1,000 kisses, but do not give me any, for they set my blood on fire. In January, 1796, the anniversary of the execution of the last King of France, Barras gives a grand dinner. There are ladies present: Madame de Beauharnais, Madame Tallien, Madame de Carvoisin. Bonaparte is a guest, and is full of life and gaiety, and seems to greatly please the ladies. Poor little Hortense, whom they had taken from school for this occasion, was present at the dinner, and seems to have been jealous of the attentions to her mother of the little general, whose name she did not even know. She said, Il parlait avec feu et paraissait uniquement occupé de ma mère. It is impossible to say at exactly what date Napoleon conceived the idea of transforming en mariage cette bonne fortune. For her part, Josephine took time to make up her mind. In a letter to a friend, she admits that she does not really love Napoleon, but that she does not feel any aversion toward him. Her feeling is rather that of indifference. I admire the general's courage, she continues. The extent of his knowledge upon all sorts of topics, upon all of which he talks equally well, the vivacity of his mind, which enables him to grasp the thoughts of others almost before they have been expressed, but I am frightened, I admit, at the control he tries to exercise over everything about him. His searching glance has something unusual and inexplicable in it, but which compels the respect even of our directors. Judge for yourself whether a woman has not good cause to feel intimidated by it. Finally, that which ought to please me, the force of his passion, which he expresses with an energy which leaves no room for doubt of his sincerity, is precisely that which makes me withhold the consent which I have often been ready to give. Can I, a woman whose youth is past, hope to hold for any length of time this violent affection which in the general resembles a fit of delirium? If, after our marriage, he should cease to love me, will he not reproach me with what he has done for me? Will he not regret having failed to make a more advantageous marriage? And what answer can I make then? What will there be for me to do? Tears will be my only resource. Josephine consulted all of her society friends. They told her that Bonaparte had genius, and that he would go far. That Carnot made no secret of his intention to give him the command of an army. Still she hesitated. She was 32 years of age. She was faded. She was almost an old woman. She liked Napoleon, but she was not in love with him. In fact, she never really loved anybody but herself. But she was at the end of her resources, and marriage seemed to be the only way out of her troubles. She finally reached a decision the last of February. Nevertheless, she has precautions to take. First of all, to conceal her age, for she does not wish to admit to anyone, least of all to this boy of 26, that she has passed the age of 32 years. From Calmelot, her man of confidence, she obtains a certificate that he is well acquainted with Marie-Joseph Taché, veuve du citoyen Beauharnais, that she is a native of the island of Martinique, and that on account of the present occupation of the island by the English, it is impossible to procure her birth certificate. Armed with this notarial certificate, Josephine is able to declare that she was born 23rd of June, 1767, while she was really born 4 years earlier. The marriage contract was dated the 8th of March, 1796, and the marriage was celebrated the following day before a civil officer. Among the 4 witnesses were Barras and Tallien. No mention was made of the consent of the parents. They had not been consulted. 2 days later, General Bonaparte left alone to take command of the army of Italy. Heureusement, on avait pris des avances sur la lune de miel. It is easier to imagine than to describe the fury of the Bonaparte family when they heard of the marriage of Napoleon. He had anticipated the storm, for he had not asked the consent of his mother. He had not written Joseph, and he had sent Lucien and Louis away from Paris. He had not asked the advice of any of his friends, and had invited none of them to the wedding. From the first day, even before they had met Josephine, the Bonaparte family declared a vendetta against the Beauharnais. From that moment, Napoleon lived in the midst of 2 hostile camps, always ready to break out into active hostilities. It may be interesting to read the opinion of some of her contemporaries regarding Josephine. To the captivating charm of her person all witnesses testify. Even Lucien, who was not particularly well disposed toward her, had to admit this. In his Mémoires he gives us the following picture: "Hardly to be noticed in the midst of this circle of pretty women, generally reputed to be of easy morals, is the widow of the Vicomte de Beauharnais. With little, very little wit, she had no trace of what could be called beauty, but there were certain Creole characteristics in the pliant undulations of her figure which was rather below the average height. Her face was without natural freshness, it is true, but the artifices of the toilette remedied this defect so as to make it appear fairly well by the light of the chandeliers. In short, her person was not entirely bereft of some of the attractions of her youth." Arnauld, in his Souvenir d'un Sexagénaire, does her better justice. He says: "The evenness of her disposition, her good nature, the amiability that shone in her eye, and which expressed itself not only in her words but in the tones of her voice, a certain indolence peculiar to Creoles which was recognizable in her carriage and movements even when she was making an effort to please, all these lent to her a charm which transcended the dazzling beauty of her 2 rivals, Mesdames Récamier and Tallien." Madame de Rémusat, who had known Josephine since 1793, gives perhaps the most accurate description of her friend in these words: "Without being precisely beautiful, her whole person was possessed of a peculiar charm. Her features were delicate and harmonious, her expression gentle, her tiny mouth dexterously concealed defective teeth. Her somewhat dark complexion was improved by her clever use of cosmetics. Her figure was perfect, every outline well rounded and graceful, every motion was easy and elegant. Her taste in dress was excellent, and whatever she wore seemed to have its beauty enhanced. With these advantages and her constant care for her appearance, she succeeded in being never outshone by the beauty and youth of so many women around her. She was not a person of especial wit. A Creole and coquette, her education had been rather neglected. But she knew wherein she was wanting, and never betrayed her ignorance. Naturally tactful, she found it easy to say agreeable things." Very different was the impression which she produced upon Napoleon. "I was not insensible to the charms of women," he said later at St. Helena, "but my disposition made me timid in their company. Madame de Beauharnais was the first to reassure me. She said some flattering things to me about my military talents. That praise intoxicated me. I addressed myself continually to her. I followed her everywhere. I was passionately in love with her, and my infatuation was generally known among our acquaintances long before I ventured to declare myself to her. When this rumor became general, Barras spoke to me about it. I had no reason for denying it. "If that is the case," he said to me, "you ought to marry Madame de Beauharnais. You have rank and talents to be turned to good account, but you stand alone, without fortune and without connections. You must marry. That will give you position." This advice of Barras accorded so well with Napoleon's inclinations that he made no further attempt to suppress his passion. He felt that this union with a lady of rank, a friend of the influential director, would strengthen his social position and further his ambition. Napoleon was never a man to let his heart run away with his head. In this case, love and ambition were in perfect accord. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Napoleon I, An Intimate Biography, by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 5. 1796. The Campaign of Italy. 2 weeks before Napoleon's wedding he had been appointed to the command of the army of Italy. It has generally been assumed that there was some connection between these two events, mainly due to a letter in which Josephine says, "Barras assures me that if I marry the general he will obtain for him the chief command of the army of Italy." Barras also states that the command was in fact given by him to Napoleon as a wedding gift to Josephine. But this assertion is absolutely false. The appointment was in reality made by the great Carnot, and Barras and the 3 other directors simply gave their approval. There were 2 main reasons why this important command was given to Bonaparte. In the first place, the directors were afraid of him, and were anxious to get him away from Paris. It is true that he had saved the Convention, and so earned their gratitude, but he was now commander of the Army of the Interior, and the soldiers were devoted to him. The cannon which he had used so effectively against the sections might just as easily be turned against the directors. In the second place, the military conditions in Italy were bad, and the position of the French army was critical. It was thought that only Bonaparte could save the situation. It will be remembered that the previous year Napoleon had drawn up a plan for the campaign of Italy. At that time his plan had been contemptuously rejected by the 2 French generals in command in Italy. Kellermann had said that it was the work of a lunatic, and Scherer had remarked that the fool who proposed such an impossible scheme ought to be sent to carry it out. Carnot had seen and studied this masterly plan, and had become convinced of the strategic genius of its author. So Bonaparte owed his appointment, not to a disgraceful intrigue, but to his own commanding powers. Napoleon only spent 48 hours with his bride before leaving for the army, and during most of this time he was shut up in his room with the maps of Italy before him. The 11th of March he left Paris accompanied by his aides de camp Junot, Marmont, Berthier, Murat, and Duroc. He carried with him 48,000 francs in gold, a small sum for the succor of an army which for a long time had been in want of nearly everything. He stopped a night with the father of Marmont at Châtillon-sur-Seine, where he wrote his first letter to Josephine. At every relay he wrote her again. It is doubtful if any woman ever received such fiery love letters as those of Napoleon to Josephine at this time. He adored her, while she was only moderately touched by his ardor. She must have had trouble in reading his effusions, for as she afterwards remarked to the Marquise de la Tour du Pin, "I cannot make out his letters. He writes like a cat." He turned from his route to pass 2 days with his mother at Marseilles, and hand her a letter from Josephine. His mother was still very far from being reconciled to his marriage, and it was only after a hard struggle and a family council of war that Madame Letitia was finally persuaded to write a very formal and stilted letter of congratulation to her new daughter-in-law. A week later, the 29th of March, Napoleon arrived at Nice and took command of the army of Italy, which he found in a very precarious situation. Its detachments were stretched out along the coast from Nice to Savona, while the Allies occupied strong positions along the northern slopes of the Maritime Alps and the Apennines, and had the further advantage of inner and therefore shorter lines. Moreover, the French troops were badly equipped, worse clad, and for a long time had not been paid at all. The new commander, without money to feed, equip, or pay his soldiers, at once won their hearts by the first of those ringing proclamations which he knew so well how to write. "Soldiers, you are hungry and nearly naked. The government owes you much, but can do nothing for you. Your patience and courage do you honor, but they bring you neither profit nor glory. I am come to lead you into the most fertile plains in the world. There you will find rich provinces and great towns. There you will find glory, honor, and riches. Soldiers of Italy, can your courage fail you?" At this time, Italy, divided into 20 small rival states, existed only on the map. The King of Piedmont was Victor Amadeus III, whose daughters had married the 2 brothers of Louis XVI, Comte de Provence, afterwards Louis XVIII, and Comte d'Artois, later Charles X. This fact had led him to enter the coalition against France. The House of Austria reigned over Lombardy, and a prince of that family governed Tuscany. The only heir of the Duke of Modena had married the Archduke Ferdinand. A sister of the unfortunate Marie Antoinette occupied the throne of Naples as consort of the weak Ferdinand IV. The venerable Pius VI, who wore the tiara, was the enemy of France on account of the destruction of the Catholic Church in the new republic. Thus practically the whole peninsula was allied against France. Only the 2 republics of Venice and Genoa were nominally neutral. The strength of the French army at the time that Napoleon arrived at headquarters may safely be estimated at about 37,000 men, but it was composed of excellent troops, now long inured to the fatigues of mountain warfare. His chief of staff was Berthier, then 43 years old, who served in this capacity in all his campaigns except the last. He was a man of small intellect, but a most useful officer in his position, brave, exact, and reliable. On the staff were also Marmont, Murat, and Junot. In command of the divisions were generals already celebrated, such as Masséna, Augereau, and Serrurier, while serving in subordinate positions were Lannes, Bessières, Suchet, and Victor. All of these officers were destined to attain distinction under the Empire. Bonaparte's appointment to the chief command had not been favorably received by several of these generals, who, like Masséna and Augereau, were much older, and had seen longer service than he. But the young general, full of confidence in himself, assumed from the first that air of authority and determination which was so natural to him, and the murmurs of discontent were soon hushed in the face of the dazzling splendor of his victories. The Piedmontese army of about 20,000 men was commanded by General Colli, an officer of high reputation. The Austrian forces, amounting to some 40,000 men, were under the command of Beaulieu, an experienced general, but old and inactive. From Nice to Genoa the lofty mountainous ranges of the Maritime Alps and the Apennines divided the 2 armies. To the west and south of these ranges were the French; on the opposite side the Austrians and Sardinians. There are only 4 or 5 passes through the mountains, one of which is at Savona, where Napoleon began to concentrate his forces. At the same time a column was pushed along the coast line near to Genoa, with the idea of bringing pressure to bear upon that city for the payment of an indemnity on account of its acquiescence in the seizure of a French vessel by the British within its neutral port. In accordance with his original plan, Napoleon resolved to cross the Alps at their lowest point, that is to say, at their junction with the Apennines above Savona. By this road he would avoid the fortifications which defended the other routes, and enter Piedmont at the point of junction of the 2 allied armies, and could thus drive a wedge between them, and then attack either one or the other as he pleased. It is interesting to note that the plan of this, Napoleon's first campaign, was very similar to his last, the campaign of Waterloo. In the first he was opposed by the Sardinians and Austrians; in the last by the English and Prussians. In each case the armies opposed to him had divergent lines of communication. In each case he used his own army as a wedge to separate the 2 allies, and then, after defeating one army, he detached a containing force to hold it in check, while he massed the rest of his forces against the other army. He thus repeated in 1815 the manoeuvre that 19 years before had been so successful at the beginning of his brilliant military career. In this case he was more fortunate than in the Waterloo campaign, for by sending the small column along the Corniche road towards Genoa, he led Beaulieu to think that he was attempting to turn his left. Beaulieu, therefore, marched to the protection of Genoa with the bulk of his forces, at the same time giving his lieutenant, Argenteau, orders to cross the mountains from Montenotte to Savona, that is to say by the same road which Napoleon had chosen to enter Piedmont. If this movement had been successful, it would have cut the French line in two, and that part of the army between Savona and Genoa would have been in danger of capture. But Argenteau encountered an obstacle which stopped his advance. It was a simple redoubt defended by 1,200 men under Colonel Rampont, who for 24 hours held off 12,000 Austrians, and gave Napoleon time to come up with his army. Leading his troops out of Savona at midnight, on the 11th of April, Napoleon climbed 12 miles in the shadows of the Ligurian Alps, and as the day broke, the Austrians found the French before them in overwhelming force. The weak Austrian centre occupied a ridge or plateau above the village of Montenotte, through which ran the road leading to Alessandria and Milan. When the mountain mists rolled up, Argenteau found himself confronted by the divisions of Augereau and La Harpe, while behind him was the division of Massena. Nearly surrounded by superior forces, he was forced to beat a precipitate retreat upon Dago, leaving 2,000 prisoners in the hands of the French. The next day Napoleon turned upon the hitherto unbroken Piedmontese, and drove them back on Ceva, after having cut off one of their divisions, which was forced to surrender 24 hours later. Then, leaving only the division of Augereau to contain the Piedmontese, Napoleon concentrated the rest of his forces against the Austrians, and on the 14th drove them from Dago, capturing 8,000 prisoners. Thus, after 3 days' fighting, Napoleon had succeeded in separating the two allied armies. The Piedmontese were in full retreat on Ceva and Mondovì, the Austrians on Acquis, while the French army, in a central position, was master of both roads and able to turn against either enemy at will. Napoleon now stood like a wedge between the allies, and stronger than either alone. The configuration of the ground also favored his plans. The natural desire of a beaten army is to fall back toward its base of supplies. This impelled the Austrians to retire down the valley of the Bormida in a northeasterly direction towards Milan, while the Sardinians retreated in a northwesterly direction towards Turin. Leaving the division of La Harpe to ward off any renewal of an offensive by the Austrians, Napoleon now started in pursuit of the demoralized Piedmontese, who scarcely made any attempt to defend the entrenched camp at Ceva, but fell back step by step. On the 21st of April Napoleon overtook and defeated them at Mondovì, and 4 days later was at Carrasco, only 10 leagues from Turin. Dismay reigned in the Sardinian capital. The king yielded to the supplications of his people, and offered to make peace. By the armistice signed on the 28th of April, Piedmont withdrew from the coalition, gave up 3 of her strongest fortresses, ceded Nice and Savoy to France, and disbanded her army. Thus, in less than 3 weeks, Napoleon had won 6 victories, killed or captured more than 12,000 men, taken more than 40 cannon, detached the Sardinians from their alliance and forced them to make a separate peace, and had acquired, as a base for future operations against the Austrians, the fortresses of Coni, Tortona, and Alessandria, with artillery, magazines, and stores. Napoleon, with the purpose of deceiving the Austrians as to his future plans, had put a clause in the armistice providing that the town of Valenza on the Po was to be surrendered to him. Beaulieu accordingly expected the French to attempt the passage of the river at that point. He therefore strongly fortified the approaches to the Po at Valenza, and also prepared a second line of defense at Pavia behind the Ticino. But Napoleon, after making a feint at Valenza, marched his army rapidly down the right bank of the river to Placentia, a place about 24 miles below the junction of Ticino with the Po. Here he crossed without serious opposition, and thus turned both of the positions so carefully fortified by the Austrians. Beaulieu did not feel strong enough to keep the field against the French, so placing a small garrison in the citadel of Milan, he retreated rapidly on Mantua, leaving a strong rear guard to defend the passage of the Adda at Lodi. Here, on the 10th of May, the French overtook the Austrians, and carried the bridge by storm after a short but spirited contest. The importance of this battle has been greatly overestimated on account of its spectacular features, but it produced a complete demoralization among the Austrian troops by giving them an idea of their own inferiority. The French lost only 200 men, and they took 2,000 prisoners. All of Lombardy was now free from the Austrians, who retired behind the Mincio, within the lines of the celebrated Quadrilateral. Napoleon celebrated this victory by another of his flaming proclamations. "Soldiers, you have descended like a torrent from the summit of the Apennines. You have overthrown and dispersed everything that opposed your progress. Piedmont, delivered from Austrian tyranny, has returned to her natural sentiments of peace and friendship for France. Milan is yours, and the Republican flag waves throughout all Lombardy. The Dukes of Parma and Modena owe their political existence to your generosity. The army which menaced you with so much pride no longer finds a barrier to protect itself against your arms. The Po, the Ticino, and the Adda have not checked your progress for a single day. These boasted bulwarks of Italy have been crossed as rapidly as the Apennines." Immediately after this, a deputation came to Napoleon at his headquarters to offer him the submission of Milan. He sent Masséna to take possession of the city, which he himself entered on the 15th of May, under a triumphal arch, amid the enthusiastic cries of the populace, who hailed him as a son of Italy and the defender of her independence. But Napoleon did not remain long at Milan. After investing the citadel in which Beaulieu had left a garrison of 2,000 Austrians, he proceeded with his main army to the Mincio. The Austrian position was one of great strength. The river Mincio, which carries off the surplus waters of Lake Garda, joins the Po after a course of some 80 miles. This river forms the chief inner barrier against all invaders of Italy. From the earliest times down to those of the two Napoleons, the banks of the Mincio have witnessed many of the contests which have decided the fortunes of the peninsula. On its lowest course, where the river widens out into a semicircular lagoon flanked by marshes, is the historic town of Mantua. This city, with Legnago, Verona, and Peschiera, forms the most famous strategical position of modern history, the celebrated Quadrilateral, commanding the north side of the valley of the Po, together with the passes of the Adige. The plan of Napoleon was to attack the Austrian centre at Borghetto, but in order to deceive the enemy, he made a demonstration against Peschiera. Then, on the 29th of May, he attacked Borghetto with his cavalry under Murat, supported by infantry and artillery, and carried the bridge. By this movement he broke the centre of the Austrian army, part of which retired in the Tyrol, while the remainder took refuge in Mantua, which was now invested. The peculiarities of the ground favored the siege of the fortress. The semicircular lagoon which guards Mantua on the north, and the marshes on the south side, render an assault very difficult; but they also limit the range of ground over which sorties can be made, thereby lightening the work of the besiegers; and during part of the blockade Napoleon left fewer than 5,000 men for this purpose. Alarmed at Napoleon's progress, Austria now determined to make a great effort for the relief of Mantua and for the recovery of Italy. The possession of Mantua was of decisive importance. If Napoleon should take and keep it, Austria would be practically banished from Italy and her prestige destroyed. She must, therefore, relieve it, or lose not only her power in the peninsula, but her rank in Europe. The Austrian army in the Tyrol was increased to 60,000 men, and put under the command of Marshal Wurmser, an old man but a brave soldier, who had distinguished himself in several campaigns. Besides the main Austrian army there were 12,000 soldiers shut up in Mantua. Napoleon had altogether 45,000 men. One division, 10,000 strong, was besieging Mantua, while the others were posted at Legnago and Verona. From Trent, the headquarters of the Austrian army, there were 3 direct routes to the Quadrilateral: one by the west side of Lake Garda, the other 2 down the Adige on the east side of the lake; one to Rivoli by the right bank of the river, and the other to Verona by the left bank. Wurmser divided his forces into 2 armies. One, 25,000 strong, commanded by Quosdanovich, took the route by the west side of Lake Garda. The other, 35,000 strong, commanded by Wurmser himself, descended the Adige in 2 columns, one on each side of the river. By this plan, Wurmser expected to envelop and capture the whole French army. Napoleon, not being strong enough to take the offensive, waited for developments. The 30th of July he learned that the Austrians were advancing on both sides of the lake. He decided to raise the siege of Mantua, and to concentrate at once all his available troops at the lower end of Lake Garda, where from his central position he could fall with almost his entire force on either of the 2 Austrian armies. On the next day he concentrated his forces, and the day following he attacked and defeated Gvozdanovich, forcing him back into the mountains on the west side of the lake. He then turned back his columns and marched to meet Wurmser, who had directed one of his divisions on Lonato and one on Castiglione, while with the main part of his army he continued his march on Mantua. On the 3rd of August, at Lonato and Castiglione, Napoleon attacked and defeated the 2 Austrian divisions which had crossed the Mincio. In the meantime, Wurmser had arrived at Mantua, revictualled the garrison, and then marched out in the direction of Castiglione to find the French. On the 5th of August, Napoleon fought the second battle of Castiglione, in which Wurmser was beaten and driven across the Mincio. Napoleon followed up his victory, attacked again at Peschiera, and finally drove the Austrians into the Tyrol. Mantua was again invested. In 6 days he had fought and won 3 pitched battles, and had almost annihilated Wurmser's army. Austria now raised another army, which was again put under the command of Wurmser, with the same purpose as before. The Austrian commander, who had learned nothing from experience, again divided his forces. Leaving Davidovich with 20,000 men in the Tyrol, with the remainder of his army 26,000 strong, he prepared to descend the valley of the Brenta by another road, not previously described, which follows the river's course as far as Bassano, and then leaving the river passes through Vicenza into the valley of the Adige at Verona. Having received reinforcements, Napoleon now had about 42,000 soldiers. Leaving 8,000 troops before Mantua to continue the siege, and 3,000 at Verona to hold the fortifications there, he himself, with the main body of his army, ascended the Adige. Early in September he attacked and defeated Davidovich, drove him further into the Tyrol, and gained possession of Trent. This was an important position in that it opened to the French the valley of the Brenta, and allowed them to debouch directly upon Wurmser's rear. Until Napoleon reached this point he was not aware of Wurmser's march down the Brenta. With 30,000 soldiers he now found himself directly between Davidovich and Wurmser, the former of whom he had already defeated. He decided to march rapidly down the Brenta, in order to overtake and crush Wurmser before he should reach Mantua. Leaving a small force in the Tyrol to contain the defeated Austrians, with the divisions of Masséna and Augereau, he hurried to overtake Wurmser. Marching 50 miles in 2 days, he came up with the Austrians at Bassano. Wurmser was in a critical position, and hardly knew which way to turn. He had expected to find the French in front, and he found them in his rear. He had expected to destroy their communications, and his own were cut off. He could not escape. He had either to fight or surrender. He chose the former course, and in the battle which ensued at Bassano was decisively defeated. A part of his forces found safety in the mountainous district of Friuli, while Wurmser himself, with the remainder of his army, about 12,000 men, marched by way of Lagnago on Mantua, which he succeeded in reaching in safety. The Austrian government now determined to make a 4th effort to relieve Mantua. By the middle of October their army was increased to 50,000 men, while Wurmser with 20,000 more was shut up in Mantua. To oppose these forces Napoleon had hardly 40,000 men, including the 8,000 who were besieging Mantua. The new Austrian army was under the command of Alvinzi. Towards the end of October the position was as follows. Alvinzi with 30,000 men was on the Piave, threatening an advance on Vicenza. Davidovich with 20,000 more was in the Tyrol. The main French army, which numbered about 30,000, was at Verona. Napoleon now decided to reverse the operation he had carried out successfully against Wurmser, attack and defeat Alvinzi on the Piave, and then strike back through the valley of the Brenta at the flank and rear of Davidovich. But this time his plan failed. On the 12th of November the 2 armies met a few miles east of Verona at Caldiero, and the French were severely defeated, with a loss of 3,000 men, and forced to retreat to Verona. Napoleon's position was now highly critical, for Davidovich had descended the Adige, and was only held in check by a division occupying the strong position of Rivoli. Only a few miles separated the 2 Austrian armies, and it appeared as if their junction could not be prevented. When affairs were in this precarious condition, Napoleon, with his incomparable firmness of decision, now determined to hazard one of the most daring turning movements which history records. It was necessary at all cost to drive Alvinzi from the heights of Caldiero before the column from the Tyrol should overwhelm his detachment at Rivoli and debouch into the plains west of Verona. But as Caldiero could not be taken by a frontal attack, it must be turned by a flanking movement. At nightfall on the 14th of November he ordered his troops to take up arms. They crossed the town in silence and passed over to the right bank of the Adige, as if to place the river between the enemy and themselves. Verona lies on both banks of the river, but the main part of the town is on the right. Napoleon made use of the stream as a natural fortification and concentrated his forces on the west side. The army marched with dumb resignation, supposing the retreat had begun. But on leaving the west gate of Verona, instead of taking the road to Peschiera, the order was given to turn to the left and march down the river. This striking manoeuvre seized all imaginations and roused the enthusiasm of the army. The veterans of the army of Italy realized that they were about to turn a position that a few days before they had not been able to force. Alvinzi, who was advancing from Caldiero towards Verona, had this fortified city on his front. On his right were impassable mountains. On his left was the river Adige, deep and unfordable. Directly to his rear was the defile of Villanova, which he had just passed and which was the only route by which he could retire. To his left and rear was the river Alpon, which rises near Villanova and flows south into the Adige. On the left bank of the Alpon, about 3 miles from its mouth, is the village of Arcoli, from which the battle takes its name. The battlefield was one of the strangest in the history of war. Where the little river Alpon flows down to join the Adige, near the village of Ronco, there is a big marsh lying between the two streams, across which there are only 2 causeways, and an army cannot move except by these roads. Before proceeding to the execution of his plan, Napoleon had ordered Quilmene to withdraw from the siege of Mantua with 2,000 troops, take command at Verona, and hold it to the last. Then, with about 20,000 soldiers, he left Verona, descended the Adige, and threw a bridge across the river at Ronco, opposite the defile of Villanova. The following day he crossed the river, and began the celebrated battle of Arcole. Napoleon's plan was to gain possession of Villanova, and cut off the retreat of the Austrian army, but before he could gain the defile it was necessary to carry the bridge at Arcole. The surprise which Napoleon had planned was by no means complete, for Alvinzi himself intended to cross the Adige at Zevio, so as to make a dash on Mantua, and in order to protect his flank he had sent a detachment of Croats to hold Arcole. The Croats, constantly reinforced, poured in so deadly a fire as to check the French advance. Napoleon himself seized a banner and led his men to the attack. Marmont and Muiron, with a handful of gallant men, followed, endeavoring to screen the body of their chief; but Muiron fell dead, and another officer dragged Napoleon back from certain death. The attack was continued on the 2 following days, and after vigorous fighting, on the 3rd day Napoleon succeeded with a part of his force in driving back the Austrians, who had advanced beyond Arcole. With the other part he crossed the Alpon near its mouth, and took Arcole in reverse. He then employed a skilful ruse to add to the discouragement of his foes. He posted a small body of horsemen behind a little clump of woods near the Austrian flank, with orders to sound their bugles as if for a great cavalry charge. Alarmed by the noise, and by the appearance of French troops in their rear, the demoralized whitecoats suddenly gave way, and Napoleon debouched open the open plain with all his forces, and drove them back as far as Bassano. Thus, after 3 days of most desperate fighting, he was again victorious. During the battle of Arcole, Wurmser remained quiet at Mantua. Alvinzi had not expected to arrive before the place until the 23rd of November, and had asked Wurmser not to make a sortie until then. By that date, however, the campaign was over. These brilliant results, says Rose, were due primarily to the consummate leadership of Bonaparte. His geographical instincts discerned the means of profiting by natural obstacles, and of turning them when they seemed to screen his opponents. Prompt to divine their plans, he bewildered them by the audacity of his combinations, which overbore their columns with superior force at the very time when he seemed doomed to succumb. Genius so commanding had not been displayed even by Frederick or Marlborough. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Napoleon the First by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 6. 1797. From Rivoli to Campo Formio. The last Austrian attempt to relieve Mantua was made in January 1797, and under the same commander. Alvinzi now concentrated his main force, about 30,000 men, and marched down the valley towards Verona, while at the same time two smaller columns threatened the lower Adige from Picenza and Padua. In his previous campaign, Alvinzi had made his principal attack upon the French in the vicinity of Verona. This time he proposed to try a new plan. It was to advance with his main force, the Second Corps, from his headquarters in the Tyrol down the Adige upon Rivoli, while Provera, with the First Corps, advanced from his base at Bassano upon Verona and Lagnago. Accordingly, on the 10th of January, Alvinzi began to descend the Adige with 28,000 men, while Provera, having divided his corps of 17,000 men into two parts, marched upon Verona and Lagnago. Aside from the 10,000 soldiers under Serrurier who were besieging Mantua, Napoleon had only 32,000 men at his disposal. Informed that the Austrians were about to take the offensive, he hastened to Verona to await developments. On the 12th of January, Provera, having approached Verona with one division, his force was attacked and defeated by the division of Massena, nearly 1,000 Austrians being captured. The ease with which the Austrians were repulsed convinced Napoleon that Alvinzi was not making his main attack from this direction. The next afternoon he learned that Joubert was hard pressed and had been compelled to fall back upon Rivoli. Feeling that the main Austrian attack would be made down the Adige, Napoleon at once made his plans accordingly. He sent orders to Joubert to hold the plateau of Rivoli at all hazards, and set out with all of his forces for that point, which he himself reached by daybreak of the 14th. As you stand on the irregular-shaped plateau of Rivoli on a winter day looking north, you see immediately before you the bold snow-clad height of Monte Baldo. On your right, at the foot of the plateau, runs the Adige, which has just emerged from the Tyrolese Alps, and continues its rapid course down to the plains of the Po. A good road runs along the left or east bank, and an inferior one along the right. 6 miles to the west is the broad expanse of Lake Garda, of which glimpses may be caught. Through the plain which surrounds the plateau, from north to south, runs a swift stream called the Tasso, which is bridged or fordable at a number of places. Parallel to the Adige comes down towards the plateau a long ridge terminating in the heights of San Marco. The Rivoli plateau makes a very strong defensive position. At about 10 o'clock on the night of the 13th of January, Joubert had given orders to retire from Rivoli, fearing to be overwhelmed by the Austrians. At this moment arrived the message from Bonaparte saying that he was on his way with reinforcements, and ordering him to hold the position. The falling weather had ceased, and it was a clear, cold, moonlight night when Bonaparte reached Joubert's headquarters about 4 in the morning. Knowing the country well, he could easily divine the positions, and also the plans of the enemy by the widespread lights of their camp fires. The gorge by which the Adige breaks through the lowest foothills of the Alps to enter the lowlands has been famous since the earliest times. The river cuts through the mountains just before arriving opposite the plateau at Rivoli, flows past that town, and thence past Verona and Lagnago towards the sea. Alvinzi was marching by the two main roads which lie on opposite sides of the river. With a view of surrounding and capturing the French army before passing the mountains, he had divided his forces into 6 parts. One column, of about 5,000 men, was to descend the Adige along the road on the left bank of the river, while another column of 9,000 men should follow the road along the right bank, and ascend the heights to the plateau of Rivoli. 3 other columns were to pass over the mountain roads and attack the French front, while the 6th column, 4,000 strong, was to march around the western slope of Monte Baldo, and attack the French left and rear. An examination of the map will show that these 6 columns were all separated from each other by practically impassable barriers. Notwithstanding all these errors, if Alvinzi on the night of the 13th of January had gained possession of the plateau of Rivoli, he would still have had great chances of success. By an hour's march he could have reached a strong position for battle, where Napoleon with his inferior numbers would hardly have ventured to attack him. This was the crowning act of that series of errors which together caused the defeat at Rivoli, one of the worst ever experienced by Austrian arms. In his choice of the plateau of Rivoli for the battlefield, Napoleon displayed excellent judgment. He had previously passed through the place and realized the importance of the position. The faculty of seeing and remembering the features of a country which he traversed was one of the distinguishing peculiarities of Napoleon's mind. When Napoleon arrived at Rivoli just before daybreak, he saw the lights from the 6 Austrian camps and perceived that Alvinzi had separated his columns by impassable obstacles. In his front were 28,000 Austrians. He had only Joubert's division of 10,000 on the field, but Massena would soon be up with 8,000 more. At early dawn began the battle which was to settle the fate of Mantua. For some time the Austrians had the advantage, and the result was in suspense. But Napoleon soon restored order in the French ranks. Every successive attack of the Austrians was violently repulsed, and their right and centre fell back towards Monte Baldo in great confusion. The Austrian column which attempted to turn the plateau on the west was completely cut off by the reserves under Ray and compelled to surrender. The whole Austrian army was soon in full retreat. The battle ended in the worst defeat and most complete rout which the imperial arms had thus far sustained. The army was pursued into the Tyrol, and 13,000 prisoners were captured in the next 2 days. Out of 28,000 Austrians, with whom Alvinzi began the battle, he had left on the night of the 16th but 13,000 soldiers. Thus ended the Battle of Rivoli, which is considered to be one of Napoleon's greatest tactical victories. In the meantime, Provera, with about 8,000 Austrians, almost half of his corps, had forced the line of the Adige and crossed the river a few miles above Legnago. He then marched rapidly towards Mantua with Augereau in pursuit. He was twice attacked by the French, and on both occasions his losses were severe, but nevertheless on the morning of the 15th he finally appeared with 6,000 men before Mantua. Here he was held in check for a day and a night by the blockading French army, until Napoleon arrived with reinforcements. Immediately after the battle of Rivoli, Napoleon learned of this movement by Provera, and he started at once with Massena's division for Mantua. Although this division had been marching and fighting continuously for the last 24 hours, under Napoleon's direction it marched all night on the 14th, and the whole of the next day, and on the morning of the 16th was ready for battle in front of Mantua. The same men who 2 days before had marched by night from Verona, and had borne the brunt of the fight at Rivoli, now covered 30 miles in 48 hours. The next morning there was a general engagement on the road from Mantua to La Favorita, a country seat of the Duke, which gave its name to the battle. Provera attacked in front, while Wurmser sallied out from the fortress at the head of a strong force. The latter was thrown back into the town by Serrurier, who commanded the besiegers, while Provera was attacked by Victor, and so badly beaten that he was forced to surrender his entire force. In 4 days the army of Italy had fought 2 pitched battles, had taken 25,000 prisoners, including 3 general officers, had captured 20 standards and 60 pieces of artillery, and had killed or wounded 6,000 men. The short campaign of Rivoli was the turning point of the war, and decided the history of Europe for 20 years. In 10 months Napoleon had subdued Italy and humiliated the proudest empire on the continent. It is not wonderful that he should have said in after years, "My life began at Rivoli." Meanwhile, Wurmser at Mantua was in a critical condition. For days the garrison of 20,000 men had been living on horseflesh. The victories of Rivoli and La Favorita had destroyed their last hope, and Wurmser could hold out no longer. On the 2nd of February the starving garrison surrendered. Thus ended the 5th operation of the Italian campaign, in which Napoleon, with only 44,000 soldiers, had killed, wounded or captured nearly 43,000 Austrians. Mantua was in possession of the French, and Napoleon was at last complete master of Italy. In this dark hour of humiliation, Austria decided to make one more supreme effort to reconquer Italy. The young Archduke Charles, who had won great glory on the Rhine, was recalled to take command of the imperial forces, and prevent the French from advancing by the new open road to Vienna. This brother of the Emperor, then only 25 years of age, was in his day second only to Napoleon as a general. The Aulic Council ordered him into Friuli, a district of the Italian Alps on the borders of Venice, where the 6th Austrian army was to assemble. This force, unlike the others, was inferior in numbers to the French, who had been reinforced by the arrival of Bernadotte with 15,000 men. Charles, with the main Austrian army, was stationed on the upper reaches of the Tagliamento, through which ran the direct road to Vienna. An auxiliary force under Lusignan was to the westward on the Piave. Napoleon, with his strengthened forces, resolved to take the offensive before the contingent ordered from the Rhine should reach the camp of his foe. The campaign was not long, for the Austrian forces were inferior in every respect to the French. Masséna advanced by the Piave, captured part of the forces of Lusignan, and drove him northwards towards Belluno. Napoleon, leaving Joubert with 18,000 men to repress the Tyrol, marched rapidly to the Tagliamento, which he reached on the 16th of March, long before he was expected. During the following night, the French forded the stream and took the Austrians by surprise. After a gallant fight of 3 hours, they retreated in good order. In the meantime, Masséna had advanced from the Tyrol and cut the most direct line of communication with the Austrian capital. Charles was therefore obliged to retreat due eastward into the valley of the Isonzo, behind the rushing river which he hoped would stop the French pursuit. The severe cold, however, had formed ice bridges in several places where the French easily crossed. Masséna captured Tarvis, thus closing the route by which the detachment from the Rhine was to arrive. After seizing both Trieste and Fiume, the only harbors on the Austrian coast, Napoleon crossed the pass of Tarvis and entered Germany. At the end of the month of March, Charles, with his army reduced by a fourth, was beyond the river Mur on the road to Vienna. Joubert in the Tyrol had not been so successful. The whole country had risen against him, but after several severe engagements, he forced his way into the valley of the Drave, and marched down that river to join Napoleon. Under the circumstances, Napoleon, on the last day of March, addressed to Charles what he called a philosophical letter, suggesting a suspension of hostilities. "Brave soldiers," he said, "make war and desire peace. Has not this one lasted 6 years? Have we not killed enough men and inflicted enough evils on sorrowing humanity?" He continued his pursuit, however, and after the capture of Leoben on the 7th of April, was within 100 miles of the Austrian capital. Then at last the Imperial Cabinet decided to treat for peace. The dismay in Vienna had been great, and all preparations had been made for the flight of the Imperial family to Hungary. Among the fugitives was a little girl of 6 years named Marie Louise. Who would then have imagined that 13 years later this little archduchess was to be the bride of the conqueror of Italy? The situation of Napoleon at Leoben was by no means secure, and he was glad to receive the Austrian plenipotentiaries. There was a revolutionary movement in Venice, and the Tyrol was aflame in his rear. Moreau had not crossed the Rhine as planned, and no help could be expected from that quarter. The peace party in Vienna, however, was too strong to be resisted, and the government was glad to accept the offer of Napoleon. On the 18th of April the preliminaries were closed and adopted. According to these, France was to have Belgium and the line of the Rhine. Austria obtained the mainland of Venice, together with Istria and Dalmatia. When the terms of Leoben reached Paris, they were ratified as a matter of course, even though they had been negotiated by an unauthorized agent. One thing, however, the directors notified Bonaparte he must not do, namely to interfere further in the affairs of Venice. This order reached him on the 8th of May, but just a week before Venice, as an independent state, had ceased to exist. The events which had transpired in Venetia during this last campaign gave Napoleon a good excuse for his action. Just at the moment that the peace negotiations were being conducted, the inhabitants of the Venetian mainland rose against the invaders, and there were massacres of the French at Verona and elsewhere. According to the secret articles signed at Leoben, the city of Venice was to have retained its independence, but her actions could now be chastised by annihilation. Venice could in fact indemnify the Habsburgs for the further cessions which France exacted from them elsewhere. When Napoleon first entered Milan after the Battle of Lodi in May 1796, he occupied the palace of the Austrian Archduke. On the occasion of his next visit he went to live in the Serbelloni Palace on the Corso Venezia, a few squares behind the cathedral. The Serbelloni is far handsomer than the royal palace, and probably the most beautiful of all the palaces of Milan. Here Josephine was installed by Napoleon when she came on from Paris. During the first weeks of the campaign, Napoleon was continually urging Josephine to join him in Italy. Finally yielding to his demands, she left Paris for Milan the last week in June, 1796. Here she passed most of the summer, except for a short visit to headquarters before the battle of Castiglione. Having resumed the siege of Mantua after this victory, Napoleon went to Milan, where he passed a fortnight with his wife. The Austrians then began a new offensive, and he was obliged to rejoin his troops. While Bonaparte was gaining his victories, Josephine was bored to death at Milan. At this time she wrote a letter to her aunt Madame Renaudin, who had just married the Marquis de Beauharnais, the father of her first husband. This letter shows the feeling of sadness which oppressed Josephine, separated from her children and her Parisian friends. The Duc de Serbelloni, who was going to Paris, was charged with the delivery of this epistle, which ran as follows: "Monsieur Serbelloni will tell you, my dear aunt, of the manner in which I have been received in Italy. All the princes have given me fête, even the Grand Duke of Tuscany, the brother of the Emperor. Well, I prefer to be a simple private individual in France. I do not care for the honors of this country. I am much bored. It is true that my health contributes much to make me sad. I am often indisposed. If good fortune could assure good health, I ought to be well. I have the most amiable husband that a woman could hope for. I have no chance to desire anything. My wishes are his. All day long he is in a position of adoration before me, as if I were a divinity. I could not have a better husband. Monsieur Serbelloni will tell you how much I am loved. He often writes my children, of whom he is very fond. He is sending Hortense by Monsieur Serbelloni a beautiful enamelled repeating watch surrounded by fine pearls; to Eugène a handsome gold watch." Early in December, 2 weeks after the battle of Arcole, Napoleon was once more back in Milan. Lavalette, who had just been appointed aide de camp, gives in his Memoirs an interesting account of the life at the Serbelloni Palace. The aides de camp of Bonaparte were then 8 in number. Miron, who had been killed at Arcole, and Murat, who had just been made a general, were no longer included in the number. The first aide de camp was Colonel Junot, afterwards Duc d'Abrantès, who had first attracted Napoleon's attention at Toulon by his bravery and natural wit. The second was the future Duc de Ragusa Marmont, colonel of artillery, who belonged to an old and highly considered family of Burgundy. He was a man of good education, of boundless ambition, and was deeply attached to his commander, whom he also had met for the first time at Toulon. Less brilliant than Junot and Marmont, but of a more stable character, was Duroc, the future Grand Maréchal du Palais, the devoted friend of Napoleon, who served in all the campaigns of the Empire until he was killed by his side at Bautzen in 1813. Among the other aides de camp were the young Louis Bonaparte, then just 18 years of age, and Lavalette, the future Directeur Général des Postes. The names of the remaining 3 never became known to fame. The 19th of February, a month after the battle of Rivoli, Bonaparte signed with the Pope the Treaty of Tolentino. He was then only 3 marches from the capital, and nothing could have been easier than for him to enter the Eternal City in triumph. He had the wisdom not to do so, and Rome was the only continental capital in which he never set foot. The same day Napoleon wrote Josephine his last letter during this first campaign of Italy. "Not a word from you. Bon Dieu! What have I done? To think only of you, to love only Josephine, to live only for my wife, to enjoy only the happiness of my loved one, do I merit on her part so rigorous a treatment? My beloved, I implore you, think often of me, and write me every day. You are ill, or you do not love me. Do you then think that my heart is of marble? Write me, think of me, and love me. Pour la vie à toi. It is a matter of regret that the letters of Josephine to her husband during this same period have not been preserved, but it is to be presumed from Napoleon's constant reproaches that she responded but rarely to his sentimental effusions. She did not hesitate to show his letters to her friends, saying with her funny Creole accent, "Est-il drôle, Bonaparte?" She was proud of him, she admired his glory, she was fascinated by his prestige, but she was not in love with him. If Napoleon later became less devoted, it was because he had not received that response to his tenderness which he had looked for. As Milan is one of the hottest places in Italy, during his second and last summer there, Napoleon left the heat of the city, and took up his residence at the lovely villa of Montebello, which is situated on the old Como road a few miles from the city. It was then a great country palace sitting far back from the high road in a large park with cool, shady avenues, pretty fountains, and all the exquisite loveliness of an Italian retreat. From the broad high terrace that ran around the front and sides of the villa, the Alps could be seen on one side, and the beautiful spires of the Milan Cathedral on the other. This beautiful villa is now a lunatic asylum. Here most of the members of his family rejoined him. Madame Bonaparte came with the desire of obtaining his approval of the marriage of her eldest daughter, Elisa. A suitor had presented himself in the person of Felix Bacciochi, of a poor but noble family of Genoa. Although his face was stupid and insignificant, he passed for a handsome man. The marriage had taken place at Marseilles the 1st of May, 1797, in spite of the formal opposition of Napoleon. It was to secure his pardon, and to persuade him to furnish a dot, that his mother now came to Milan. Napoleon finally gave his approval, and at the same time announced to his mother the marriage which he had arranged between Pauline and Leclerc. Pauline was then 16, and was extremely pretty, with a rare combination of beauty and grace. But she was an ignorant child who could hardly read or write. Leclerc was a handsome man of 24. He was small in stature, and although blond, bore some resemblance to Napoleon. Napoleon had first met him during the siege of Toulon. He had been attached to Napoleon's staff in Italy, and was highly esteemed by his commander. On the 14th of June the marriage was celebrated with both civil and religious forms, by the express wish of Napoleon. At the same time he had blessed by the Church the civil union of Elisa and Bacciochi. 2 days later were signed the contracts, by which the two sisters each received from the three brothers, Joseph, Napoleon, and Louis, by way of dot, a capital of 40,000 francs, which was stated to be their share of the Bonaparte family property, which must therefore have reached a total of 320,000 francs. This family reunion, where there were so many elements of discord, was not prolonged. After a visit of 2 weeks, during which she was present at the two marriages, Madame Bonaparte left for Corsica. Elisa and her husband accompanied her. Joseph also left Montebello. He had been given a diplomatic post at Parma, but before he could go there to take up his duties, he received a notice of his appointment as minister at Rome, with a salary of 60,000 francs in gold. He at once set out, taking with him his wife and his youngest sister, Caroline. On leaving Milan, Napoleon sent Jérôme back to college at Paris. Pauline remained in Italy with Leclerc, who had been named chief of staff in the army. What a change in the family fortunes in the short space of 2 years! Before the events of the 13 Vendémiaire, Napoleon was living in misery in Paris. Joseph was looking for a small consulship in Italy; Lucien for a small post in the commissary department; Louis was a student at Chalons. 2 years later, Napoleon is the commander-in-chief of the victorious army of Italy. Joseph is ambassador at Rome; Lucien is head of the commissary; Louis is captain of cavalry; the 2 girls are married and endowed; the mother has returned in sovereign state to Corsica, which had just been evacuated by the English. All of this is due to Napoleon; but there is not a single member of the family who is not seriously convinced that this good fortune is a tribute to his own merits. The blindness of Napoleon to the faults and weaknesses of his family is the feeble point of his mind, as it is also one of the most attractive sides of his heart. The 24th of June, 1797, Josephine again left Paris, and arrived at Montebello the 9th of July, where she spent several weeks. The early autumn of this year which Napoleon and Josephine passed at the Serbelloni Palace in Milan was perhaps the happiest period of their lives. The attention of Europe was more drawn to this palace than to all the residences of the emperors and kings. There the conqueror of Italy lived in regal style, surrounded by his military court. Beside him was Josephine, who already seemed like a sovereign. Bonaparte was then the favorite of the Milanese population, who waited for hours at the gates of the palace to see him come out. He was regarded by all the Italians as a fellow countryman, and this fact had contributed not a little to his success in Italy. At Milan, as later at Paris, Josephine admirably served the interests of her husband. By her antecedents, her relations, her character, she formed a connecting link between him and the personages of the Ancien Regime. "My marriage with Madame de Beauharnais," said Napoleon, "brought me in contact with a large element, the cooperation of which was necessary in my system of fusion, one of the greatest principles of my administration, and one which specially characterized it. Without my wife, I should never have been able to have any natural rapport with this party." The salon of the former Vicomtesse de Beauharnais in the Serbelloni Palace recalled the elegance and the traditions of the most brilliant circles of the Faubourg St. Germain. Josephine received the noble families of Milan with exquisite grace, and there reigned a kind of etiquette which contrasted in a singular manner with the democratic air of her husband. Josephine was then 34 years of age. Her dark and faded complexion was concealed by the rouge and powder which she employed with consummate art. She was adroit in hiding the imperfections of nature. The elegance of her form, the grace of her movements, the softness of her eyes, and the tone of her voice, all the harmony of her person, gave to her an exceptional charm. Add to this a Creole coquetry which was all the more agreeable because it seemed natural and involuntary, a conversation which pleased without ever being pretentious, a kindness of heart which was manifested on every occasion, manners which recalled the best traditions of the court of Versailles, an exquisite taste in dress, with toilettes which queens might have envied, and you can easily understand the charm which a woman so eminently fascinating exercised over the heart and mind of Bonaparte. In order to understand Bonaparte's share in the coup d'état of 18 Fructidor, it is necessary to review briefly the course of political events at Paris. At the time of the adoption of the new Constitution, it was generally thought that the Revolution was entirely a thing of the past. But soon Royalist revolts broke out in the West, and there was a communistic plot at Paris for the overthrow of the Directors. The Royalists began to gain ground. The elections for the renewal of a third part of the councils resulted in large gains for them, and they succeeded in electing to the Directory a constitutional Royalist, Barthélemy. Another Director, Carnot, also favored moderate opinions. A crisis rapidly developed between the Jacobin majority in the Directory and the two legislative councils in each of which the Royalists had the majority. The chief reliance of the Royalists was in Pichegru, the conqueror of Holland, a former Jacobin, who had now given his adhesion to the Royalist party. That their intrigues aimed at the restoration of the Bourbons has clearly been proved. Matters came to a crisis in July, when the majority of the council sought to force on the Directory ministers who would favor Royalist aims. Barras and two other directors refused to listen to these behests, and this defiance of the deputies was received with acclaim by the army, but was not satisfactory to most civilians. Under these circumstances, Bonaparte's conduct was very cautious and reserved. In the month of May he sent to Paris his most trusted aide de camp, Lavalette, with instructions to keep aloof from entanglements and to report to him on the state of affairs. The last of July he sent to the directors a brief note stating that Augereau had requested leave to go to Paris, where his affairs call him. The double role which Bonaparte was playing was plainly shown in these preparations. His official envoy to Paris was the Jacobin general, the child of the Faubourg, Augereau, while his secret envoy to the capital was Lavalette, a man in whom he had complete confidence, whose manners and social relations were those of the Ancien Regime. Through Augereau he aimed to keep in touch with the Republicans; through Lavalette with the Royalists. Already he had in view that system of fusion which was to be the basis of his internal policy. His plan was to take advantage of the consequences of the coup d'etat, and at the same time to appear clear of any complicity in the movement. Augereau was certain to act with energy, and so it turned out. He prepared to end matters by a single blow. When the time came, he occupied the strategic points of the capital, drew a cordon of troops around the Tuileries where the councils sat, invaded the chambers of the deputies, and consigned to the Temple the Royalists there present, with their leader, Pichegru. Barthélemy was also seized, but Carnot, warned by a friend, fled during the early hours of this eventful day, 18 Fructidor, or the 4th of September. The remaining members of the councils now passed severe laws which entrusted the Directory with extensive and almost absolute powers. Augereau fully expected that he would be one of the two directors to be elected in place of Carnot and Barthélemy, but to his great disappointment he was not chosen. While these events were happening at Paris, the negotiations with Austria had dragged on slowly through the whole summer and far into the autumn of 1797, mainly owing to the hopes of the Emperor that the disorder in France would result to his advantage. Such might have been the case had not Bonaparte, while striking down the Royalists at Paris through his lieutenant, retained his victorious army in Venetia, ready again to invade Austria should occasion arise. The coup d'etat of Fructidor helped on the progress of the negotiations. That event seemed to render impossible, at least for the present, the return of the Royalists. Towards the middle of September 1797, Bonaparte, accompanied by his wife, took up his residence in the Château of Passeriano, to bring to a close the diplomatic negotiations with Austria. This residence was a fine country house situated upon the left bank of the Tagliamento, about 4 leagues from Udine. The negotiations, which had been dragging along for months, had reached a point where it was necessary to conclude or break them off. On the 16th of October he had a decisive interview with the Austrian plenipotentiaries. It seemed impossible to reach an agreement. Arising from his seat and stamping his foot on the floor, Bonaparte exclaimed, "You wish war? Very well, you shall have it." Then, seizing a magnificent porcelain liqueur set, Cabaret, he threw it with all his force on the floor, where it broke into 1,000 fragments. "Look!" he cried. "Such will be your Austrian monarchy before 3 months have elapsed." Then he rushed from the room. On leaving the conference chamber he gave orders to notify the Archduke Charles of the resumption of hostilities, after a delay of 24 hours. The following day the peace of Campo Formio was signed. It bore the name of a village situated half-way between Udine and Passeriano. The principal articles of the treaty may be thus summarized. Austria ceded to the French Republic Belgium and the left bank of the Rhine. Of the once extensive Venetian possessions, France gained the Ionian Isles, while Austria acquired Istria, Dalmatia, the city of Venice, and the mainland of Venetia as far west as Lake Garda, the Adige, and the lower part of the river Po. At the news of the peace of Campo Formio great joy reigned all over France. 100 newspaper articles and numerous contemporary letters show us a nation drunk with happiness. On every side the praises of General Bonaparte resounded. It was a tremendous explosion of enthusiasm and affection. From the remotest country places to the faubourgs of Paris it ran like a lighted train of gunpowder. The French nation literally loved Bonaparte. It made for itself an ideal picture of the hero who had brought it peace. The affection of the country crowned him with all the virtues, and attributed to him valor, wisdom, and magnanimity. The Directory alone was uneasy. It tried to keep the hero away from the capital. But Paris was set on beholding its god, and the directors were forced to send for him. Leaving Josephine in Italy, a month later Bonaparte left Milan for Paris, traveling by way of Geneva, where he stopped for a day. He was accompanied by his aides de camp, Marmont, Duroc, and Lavalette, as well as his secretary, Bourrienne, and his physician, Yvan. The journey was a series of ovations. At Berne, and at Bâle, and in all the cities through which he passed, he was received with salvos of artillery. He finally reached Paris the evening of the 5th of December. Napoleon took up his residence in the little hotel of the Rue Chantraine, from which he had set out 21 months before as an obscure man, to which he returned as a celebrity. One of his first visitors was Talleyrand, the new Minister of Foreign Affairs, who came at once to pay his respects. His interview with the directors was most cordial. To see Bonaparte, to talk with him, was the ambition of every one. The papers recounted the smallest details of his life. You can read in the Moniteur of the 10th December, "General Bonaparte is living in his wife's house, Rue Chantraine. This mansion is simple and plain. He goes out rarely, and without escort, in a simple carriage with 2 horses. He is often seen walking alone in his modest garden." Understanding the Parisian character, and knowing that the attention of the great capital is not long drawn to the same object, Bonaparte kept himself studiously in seclusion. He affected a simplicity which contrasted strongly with his glory. As soon as Bonaparte returned to Paris, Talleyrand, who desired to win his favor, wished to give a large fête in his honor, but awaited the return of Josephine. She finally reached Paris on the 2nd of January, 1798, and the ball took place the next night. The Minister of Foreign Affairs was installed in a new and sumptuous hotel in the Faubourg St. Germain. It was situated in the Rue du Bac, at the corner of the Rue de Grenelle. To review the life of Talleyrand, who was destined to achieve the greatest diplomatic reputation of the age, would be to recount the history of the Revolution. After taking a prominent part in the Fête de la Fédération, the 14th of July, 1790, Talleyrand remained in Paris until the day after the September massacres, when he obtained a passport for England. After a residence of over a year in London, at the beginning of 1794, he was expelled under the provisions of the Alien Act. He embarked for the United States, where he awaited events. An interesting account of his stay in America is given in the "Recollections" of the Marquise de la Tour du Pin. After the death of Robespierre, he made an attempt to secure permission to return to France. Finally, in September, 1795, his request was granted. On his return to Paris, early in the following year, he had a cordial reception. Through the efforts of Madame de Staël, who was then all powerful with Benjamin Constant, he was made minister in July, 1797. He immediately announced his appointment in a flattering letter to the conqueror of Italy, the man of the future, whose good graces he wished to secure. The fête to Bonaparte was a great success. The minister did the honors in an admirable manner. He loved display and etiquette. He had that cold politeness, that nonchalance doublée de malice, that exquisite tact, that science of the nuances, which distinguished the men of the Ancien Régime. He brought into the New World the manners of the court of Versailles. This ball, given by a former bishop in an aristocratic mansion, was a sign of the times. Every one was tired of the rigors of the Revolution. All welcomed a return to the beaux jours de Marie Antoinette. During the 2 years that Napoleon had commanded in Italy, he had filled the world with the éclat of his victories. The coalition had been dissolved, and Austria had formally recognized the French Republic. 2 new republics like the French had been created, and all Italy had submitted to French laws and influence. The victories in Italy had caused alarm in Vienna, and forced the Aulic Council to recall 60,000 men from the Rhine, and thus enabled Moreau and Jourdan to resume the offensive, and carry the tricolor to the heart of Germany. More than 100 millions of francs had been levied in Italy, one half of which had supported the army, while the other half, transmitted to Paris, had been used for the expenses of the government and the support of the armies on the Rhine. The Louvre had been enriched by the masterpieces from the galleries of Parma, Florence, and Rome, which were valued at more than 200 millions. Happy days seemed assured for France, and for these she was indebted to the conqueror of Italy. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Napoleon I, An Intimate Biography, by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7. 1798 to 1799. Egypt. On his return from Italy, Napoleon appeared at the height of his glory, and yet he was not contented. In vain the crowd showed for him a sort of idolatry. Nothing could satisfy his boundless ambition. No sovereign had ever produced in the capital the impression of the victor of Rivoli. His little hotel in the Rue Chantraine, the name of which was soon to be changed to the Rue de la Victoire, had more prestige than the Palace of Kings. Every time he went to the theatre, he had to conceal himself in the back of his loge to avoid the enthusiastic acclaims of the spectators. Josephine participated in the glory of her husband, and nothing troubled her happiness. Her son Eugène had returned from Italy, and her daughter Hortense was near her at the school of Madame Campan at St. Germain. She had never been so happy. The Bonapartes had not succeeded in creating dissension between her and her husband. She was rejoiced to see that her little hotel had become the rendezvous of the best Parisian society. But neither the affection of Josephine, nor the flattery of the admirers by whom he was surrounded, nor success of every kind could distract the thoughts of being incapable of repose. As Talleyrand once said of Napoleon, "Celui qui donnerait un peu de paresse à cet homme serait le bienfaiteur de l'univers." Desirous of action, he looked forward with anxiety to the hour that would see the public curiosity appeased. When Bourrienne remarked to him that it must be very gratifying to have the acclaims of his fellow citizens, he replied, "The people would crowd around me just as eagerly if I were going to the scaffold." The 10th of December a fête was given by the directors at the Luxembourg in honor of Bonaparte. On this occasion he was to present formally the Treaty of Campo Formio. An address of fulsome flattery was pronounced by Talleyrand, to which Bonaparte briefly responded. Then Barras spoke, the climax of his oration being reached when, pointing northwards, he exclaimed, "Go there and capture the giant corsair that infests the seas. Go punish in London outrages that have too long been left unavenged." Whereupon, as if overcome by his emotion, he embraced the general. "Here," says Rose, "the curtain falls on the first or Italian act of the young hero's career, soon to rise on Oriental adventures which were to recall the exploits of Alexander." Early in 1798 Bonaparte was appointed by the Directory to the chief command of the army of England, and on the 10th of February he left on a short tour of inspection of the northern ports. He returned to Paris by way of Antwerp and Brussels. He was convinced that any attempts against England in this direction would be barren of results. In a report to the Government on the 23rd February, he thus sums up the whole situation: "Whatever efforts we make, we shall not for some years gain the naval supremacy. To invade England without that supremacy is the most daring and difficult task ever undertaken. We must really give up the expedition, and concentrate all our attention and resources on the Rhine, in order to deprive England of Hanover and Hamburg, or else undertake an eastern expedition which would menace her trade with the Indies." Bonaparte had little difficulty in obtaining the consent of the Directory to his Oriental plans, as they were pleased at the thought of his departure from France. Although the object of his expedition was unknown, yet every one wished to accompany him. Not only military men desired to take part, but also civilians, savants, engineers, and artists. Bourrienne, who was in the secret, asked Bonaparte how long he expected to remain in Egypt, to which he replied, "A few months or 6 years. All depends on circumstances." On the 3rd of May, 1798, Napoleon and Josephine, after having dined at the Luxembourg with Barras, en petit comité, went to the Théâtre Français to hear Talma in Macbeth. The hero of Italy was saluted with the same acclaim as during the first days of his return. At the end of the performance he returned home, and at midnight set out for Toulon, accompanied by Josephine, Eugène, Bourrienne, Duroc, and Lavalette. Paris was ignorant of his departure, and the next morning, when every one thought he was still in the Rue de la Victoire, he was already far on his way to the coast. He had not even allowed Josephine to go to St. Germain to embrace her daughter before her departure. She did not know the destination of the expedition, or whether she would be allowed to accompany it. The party arrived at Toulon on the 9th of May. Bonaparte wished to sail at once, but he was detained in port for 10 days by contrary winds. In anticipation of an invasion of England, nearly all the ships of the British navy were blockading the northern ports of France, and guarding the English coast. There was not a warship left in the Mediterranean until Nelson arrived off Toulon 2 days before the sailing of the French fleet. He was then driven out to sea by a violent wind, and was not able to take up his station again until the 1st of June, when the French fleet was already 12 days on its way. The objects of the Egyptian expedition were mainly 5 in number; namely, 1. To capture Malta as a halfway station; 2. To to establish a French colony in Africa for the production of sugar and cotton, to compensate for the loss of the West India Islands in the war with England. 3. To cut through the Isthmus of Suez and seize the Red Sea. 4. To make Egypt a base for an advance on India. And 5. To open an eastern outlet to French commerce, and eventually to exclude England from all her possessions in the Orient. In the expedition were many officers who were to attain great distinction under the Empire, such as Murat and Davout, who were then both in command of dragoons; Bessières, Lannes, and Junot. Berthier was chief of staff. Desaix and Kléber were at the head of divisions, and Marmont of a brigade. The cavalry, 4,000 strong, was commanded by a stalwart mulatto, Alexandre Dumas, the father of the great romancer. The most distinguished officer was Desaix, small in stature, but very active, a born commander. The handsomest man in the army was Kléber, an officer of great courage, capable of marvelous deeds. The French fleet comprised 100 battleships and nearly 400 transports, carrying about 35,000 troops. In this age of steam and the wireless, Napoleon's expedition would have been overtaken and destroyed in less than a week. Even in those days it was only by the most incredible good luck that he and his big fleet safely traversed the Mediterranean, while the greatest of British sailors was scouring the sea in search of him. While Nelson was setting his course for the southern part of Italy on the assumption that the French expedition was headed for Naples or Sicily, Napoleon was steering toward the African shore, passing outside of Corsica, Sardinia, and Sicily, and making for Malta, which was reached after a sail of about 3 weeks. This island was held by the Knights of St. John, the last of those companies of Christian soldiers who had once waged war on the infidels in Palestine. After having been driven from Jerusalem to the rock of St. Jean d'Acre, and from there to Rhodes, they had found refuge behind the ramparts of this barren island. The Grand Master at once surrendered without any defense. At Malta there was found an immense supply of weapons and munitions, including 1,200 guns. The Order of the Knights of St. John was abolished, and the island reorganized on a French plan. Leaving a garrison of 4,000 men, Bonaparte continued his route toward Egypt. By this time Nelson had begun to suspect that the French were going to Egypt, and had set his course for Alexandria. With his faster vessels he passed the French during the night, and arrived at Alexandria 2 days before the French fleet. Not finding the French there, he again set sail for the Syrian coast. Bonaparte reached Alexandria on the evening of the 30th of June, and commenced the debarkation of his troops the same night. The next day he marched on the city. Alexandria in its earlier days was protected on the seafront by an island, and this in Caesar's time was joined to the mainland by a causeway. On this island was the Pharos, a lighthouse 400 feet high, one of the 7 wonders of the world. This causeway had gradually been widened until the northern part of the city had become a peninsula, the projecting points of which enclosed 2 ports, the new on the east, and the old on the west. The Alexandria of today, with its 400,000 inhabitants, is much changed from the squalid village of 5,000 people which Napoleon found. The only landmark that has survived the changes of the centuries is Pompey's Pillar, which still looms above the roofs and towers of the city. The once famous lighthouse of Pharos has disappeared, and a fort covers the site. From a mound near Pompey's Column, Napoleon directed the assault upon the town. His artillery had not yet been landed, but the first outworks were easily carried by assault, and the city and forts capitulated the same day. Egypt at that time was nominally a part of the Sultan's domains, under a viceroy. Actually it was ruled by the Mamelukes, a warlike caste whose capital city was Cairo. The Mamelukes were commanded by Murad Bey and Ibrahim Bey. Murad was a brave officer and controlled military affairs, while Ibrahim, who was rich and wise, looked after the civil administration. In order not to give the Mamelukes time to concert means of defense, Bonaparte decided to push on at once toward Cairo. St. Louis had required 4 months to march from Alexandria to the capital. Napoleon made the same distance in 15 days. Leaving Alexandria on the 6th of July, Napoleon marched with his army parallel to the Nile, keeping pace with the flotilla which carried his supplies. Before reaching the capital it was necessary to fight. On the 13th of July the French encountered Murad, who was posted with 4,000 horsemen near the village of Chebris, with his right flank resting on the river, where it was covered by a flotilla. The combat began between the two flotillas. Bonaparte immediately attacked, adopting the order of battle used by the Russians against the Turks, each division being formed in squares enclosing the equipages and the few cavalry which he possessed. In vain the Mamelukes threw themselves against the solid squares of the French. At last, harassed by the fire of the French artillery, they fell back toward the capital. The French army then continued its way up the banks of the Nile to Embabeh, opposite Cairo. There the Mamelukes had their fortified camp, and there that superb cavalry was waiting to overwhelm the invaders. On the 21st of July the French arrived in sight of the capital, and the same day was fought the Battle of the Pyramids. No more dramatic engagement had been fought since the days of the Crusaders. Beside the two armies rolled the mysterious Nile. Beyond glittered the slender minarets of Cairo, and on the south there loomed the massive pyramids. Napoleon raised the enthusiasm of his soldiers to the highest pitch by his address. "Soldiers, you have come to rescue Egypt from barbarism, to bring civilization into the East, and to save this beautiful land from the yoke of England. 40 centuries are looking down on you from the tops of these monuments." The Mamelukes attacked in great numbers, but all their brilliant charges failed against the intrepidity of the French squares. Never were charges better made or better sustained. Finally the Mamelukes fled in disorder, leaving a large part of their forces dead on the field of battle. Murad retired with the wreck of his command to Upper Egypt. From Cairo, Ibrahim, who had not taken part in the battle, fled to the east toward the Syrian desert. About 2,000 Mamelukes were slain, while only 50 French were killed, and about 200 wounded. Many fine horses were captured and piles of beautiful weapons, and large sums of gold were taken by the French, as the Mamelukes were in the habit of carrying their valuables on their persons. Napoleon's first headquarters were installed at Giza, where the palace of Murad furnished him a luxurious residence. He was compelled to await the arrival of his flotilla in order to cross to Cairo, which was then a city of 200,000 souls. On the 22nd the French occupied the town and citadel, and 2 days later Napoleon moved his headquarters there. Desaix was sent to Upper Egypt in pursuit of Murad, while Bonaparte himself left Cairo on the 7th of August in pursuit of Ibrahim, who was driven into the Syrian desert and took refuge at Gaza. Bonaparte then returned to Cairo, where he learned of the destruction of his fleet by Nelson. On the 3rd of July, before leaving Alexandria, Napoleon had given orders to his admiral to report to him at once whether it was possible for the fleet to enter the port of Alexandria, and if not, whether he could defend himself in Aboukir roads against the superior forces of the enemy. In case neither of these plans was practicable, he was directed to set sail immediately for Corfu and Toulon. The admiral thought his position was impregnable, and remained in the harbor of Aboukir. Here he was attacked by Nelson on the evening of the 1st of August. The battle lasted 36 hours, and ended in the destruction of nearly all of the French fleet. Bruez by a glorious death expiated his fault which proved so fatal to the French. This disaster was a severe blow to Bonaparte; but in order to restore the morale of his army, he affected a confidence which he could no longer feel. Even some of his highest officers complained of their miserable position. The versatility of Napoleon's genius was never more marked than at this time of discouragement, and with his savants he developed constructive powers of the highest order which made the army independent of Europe. The food supply was increased by extending the cultivation of corn and rice. Windmills were constructed for grinding corn, as well as large ovens and bakeries. Foundries and workshops soon began to supply tools and machinery, even gunpowder was manufactured. Much also was done to extend the bounds of learning. Astronomy gained much by the observations of Caffarelli. An exact survey of Egypt was begun. The engineers and geologists examined the course of the Nile, and made records of the alluvial deposits at its mouth and on its banks. "The motherland of science and learning, after a well nigh barren interval of 1100 years since the Arab conquest," says Rose, was now developed and illumined by the application of the arts with which in the dim past she had enriched the life of barbarous Europe. The repayment of this incalculable debt was due primarily to the enterprise of Bonaparte. It is one of his many titles to fame and to the homage of posterity. How poor by the side of this encyclopedic genius are the gifts even of his most brilliant foes! At that same time the Archduke Charles of Austria was vegetating in glorious ease on his estates. Nelson, after his recent triumph, was bending before the whims of a professional beauty. While the Admiral tarnished his fame on the siren coast of Naples, his great opponent bent all the resources of a fertile intellect to retrieve his position, and even under the gloom of disaster, threw a gleam of light into the dark continent. Meanwhile, Turkey, encouraged by the destruction of the French fleet, had declared war on France, and was sending an army through Syria for the recovery of Egypt, while another expedition was assembling at Rhodes. Bonaparte, as usual, decided to take the initiative, and to attack and destroy the Syrian force before the cessation of the winter's gales would allow the other Turkish expedition to attempt a landing at Aboukir. The fertile delta of the Nile is separated from Syria by the desert of El Jafar. Across this desert run several caravan routes, the most northerly of which crosses parallel to the coast from a point located on the present Suez Canal via El Arish to Gaza. It is an old traveled route about 150 miles long, with a fair supply of wells at convenient distances. The sea being closed to the French by the disaster of Aboukir, the only way of reaching Syria was to follow the path for centuries covered by the caravans. The 1st of January, 1799, there were about 30,000 French troops in Egypt, of whom nearly 13,000 were detailed for the Syrian expedition. Desaix, with 10,000 troops, was left in Upper Egypt, while Marmont, with about 7,000 men, was in Lower Egypt. The divisions of Kléber, Bon, Lannes, and Régnier, each of about 2,500 men, formed the Syrian army, together with the cavalry of Murat, about 800 strong, and some 2,000 guides, camel riders, sappers, and artillerymen. A good siege equipment was to go to Jaffa by sea. Engineers had cleared out the wells on the road, camels with water went ahead of the columns, and the divisions were ordered to march at a day's distance apart, to avoid overtaxing the limited water supply. Bonaparte left Cairo on the 10th of February. Régnier, who commanded the advance column, had reached El Arish the previous day, and found the place held by 2,000 men. He immediately attacked and drove the garrison into the fort with a loss of about 500 men. 2 days later Kléber came up, and on the 16th Bonaparte himself arrived. After considerable correspondence, the fort finally surrendered on the 19th. The army then proceeded to Gaza, which was reached after a very fatiguing march of 48 hours. All the army united near this city, which had been evacuated by the enemy, leaving the French in possession of its great magazines. Gaza, which today is an important place of 40,000 inhabitants, was then only a small town. It will be remembered in biblical history as the place whose gates were carried off by Samson on his stalwart shoulders, and where he pulled down the pillars of the house and slew 3,000 Philistines. Alexander had to besiege the town for 2 months before he could enter the gates, but Napoleon took it without firing a shot. On the 3rd of March the army reached Jaffa, which was carried by assault 3 days later. Contrary to the orders of Bonaparte, some 2,000 prisoners were taken, and the question at once arose as to what was to be done with these men. If they were kept, they would consume rations, and the army was already short of food. If, on the other hand, they were released, they would probably rejoin the Turks. As a matter of fact, a part of them had already been discharged at El Arish on their promise not to serve against the French, and they were now taken in arms. It was a difficult problem, and it was solved in the least merciful way. The Turks were taken out and shot down. This incident has been one of the most severely criticized in Bonaparte's career, yet it is justified by most modern military writers, on the ground that a general cannot afford to sacrifice the vital interests of his army to those of humanity. The main Turkish force under Ahmed Bey, known as Djezzar the Butcher, was at St. Jean d'Acre. Djezzar had taken every means for the defense of the place, which was invested on the 18th of March. The fortifications consisted of a wall flanked by towers and surrounded by a ditch. The French means of attack were not even sufficient to overcome these slight obstacles, for Sidney Smith, commanding the English cruisers, had captured the French siege train which had been sent from Alexandria by sea, and had mounted the guns on the walls. Associated with Djezzar in defense of Acre were two men who had crossed the path of Napoleon in other years and in other lands. One of them was a young English sailor of fortune, who, after serving with the Swedish and Turkish fleets, had joined the British navy, and was at Toulon when it fell under the fire of Napoleon's batteries. This was Sidney Smith. The other ally of Djezzar was a Frenchman, a graduate of the École Militaire in Paris, and a classmate of Napoleon. At the school they had quarreled constantly. This was Philippot, an aristocrat by birth, and an enemy of the Republic. St. Jean d'Acre was a place of considerable importance which had figured largely in the Crusades, being taken and retaken several times during the 12th century. After this it was held for 100 years by the Knights of St. John, and was the last Christian stronghold in Palestine. It stands on a peninsula with an exposed and useless harbor, but Haifa at the south of it has a large and fairly well protected roadstead. The place has sometimes been called the Key of Palestine. In 1799 the works had fallen somewhat into decay, although Djezzar had done much to repair the defenses on the land side. The French trenches were opened on the 20th of March, and the first assault was made 8 days later. Napoleon now received intelligence of the approach of a Turkish army from Damascus and Palestine. To meet this hostile force, Kléber was dispatched toward the Jordan with his division, and also Murat with his detachment of cavalry. A few days later, learning that the enemy had passed the Jordan, and that Kléber was about to be attacked, Napoleon flew to his assistance. Leaving the camp before Acre on the 15th of April, the next morning he arrived in sight of the enemy near Mount Tabor. The Turkish forces, about 20,000 strong, entirely surrounded the division of Kléber, who was maintaining his position with great bravery. On the arrival of Bonaparte with reinforcements, the enemy, already discouraged by the stout resistance of Kléber's squares, fled in disorder. This singular victory had such an effect upon the Turks that they did not venture to trouble the French again during the siege. Mount Tabor is the most historic of all of Napoleon's extraordinary battlefields. It is a place called in the Hebrew tongue Armageddon. The night after the battle, Napoleon slept in the monastery of Annunciation, where the fathers have treasured since the bedroom where the young warrior rested. In the meantime the siege was pushed with obstinacy, but with little success. The Turks defended themselves with great valor. 5 assaults had already been made, when a flotilla appeared, which had been fitted out at Rhodes to reprovision the port. Seeking to anticipate this succor, Napoleon ordered another assault to be made on the 8th of May, which was also repulsed. He was therefore obliged to prepare to retreat, but was unwilling to retire without making one more attempt. On the morning and the evening of the 10th of May, the attack was renewed for the 7th and 8th times. Led with reckless gallantry by the heroic Lannes, the troops gained part of the wall and planted the tricolor on the northeast tower. But all further progress was checked by the English marines who had poured into the town, and the Turkish reinforcements, which were landed in time to save the day. Lannes himself was dangerously wounded in the neck, and was saved only by the devotion of a fellow officer. For the remainder of his life he was obliged to carry his head on one side. On the 22nd of May the siege was raised, and the troops were started on their return to Egypt. It was a great disappointment to Napoleon. At the height of his European triumphs he was heard to say, "J'ai manqué à ma fortune à St. Jean d'Acre." There were 2 very serious reasons for his retreat, aside from the repulse before the walls of the town. He had just heard of the formation of the second coalition against France, and also of revolts in Egypt, which demanded his attention. Napoleon's 400-mile retreat from Acre down the Syrian coast, across the plains of Palestine and the desert of El Teh, was an anticipation in miniature of the terrible retreat from Moscow through the snows of a Russian winter. On his return march Napoleon ordered all the horses to be given over to the sick and wounded, and set the example by himself marching on foot. On his arrival at Jaffa, many of the garrison left there in the advance on Acre were found in the hospital, some with the plague. All but a very few of the sick were taken away when the French left the place, and the rest were found living by Sidney Smith on his arrival 3 days after the French army had departed. There is therefore not the slightest truth in the statement frequently made that Napoleon ordered the doctors to poison the soldiers whom he was not able to take with him. After a painful march, Napoleon reached Cairo with the main body of his troops on the 14th of June. Towards the end of July, the Mamelukes, under the command of Murad, descended towards Giza, and again appeared in Lower Egypt. While making preparations to attack them, Napoleon heard that 15,000 Turks had just landed from the fleet of Rhodes at Aboukir, and had carried by assault the fort at that place. He immediately marched on Alexandria, and on the 25th of July attacked the Turks at Aboukir, and defeated them with great slaughter. Many of the enemy endeavored to regain the vessels, and all who were not killed in the battle perished in the waves, except about 2,000 men, who made their escape into the fort, and were later taken prisoners. While making some arrangements with Sidney Smith under a flag of truce after the battle, Napoleon sent him a chest of coffee and a case of brandy. In return for these gifts, Smith sent him a batch of European newspapers only 6 weeks old. From these Napoleon learned of the reverses of the French armies in Italy and on the Rhine, and of the disorganized and disgraceful state of affairs under the Directory at Paris. Under these circumstances he decided that it was his duty to return to France. He had no motive for prolonging his stay in Egypt. The country was completely conquered, and the only task left was to guard it. Kléber, who was left in command, was as capable as anyone of carrying out Napoleon's plans. Napoleon therefore set sail for France on the 24th of August with 4 small vessels. He was accompanied by Lannes and Murat, both recently wounded, as well as by Berthier, Duroc, Marmont, Bessières, and Lavalette. He also took with him his secretary, Bourrienne, and Eugène de Beauharnais. Sir Sidney Smith having gone to Cyprus for repairs, Napoleon slipped out unmolested. A northwest wind obliged the vessels to run close to the African coast, and they took 20 days to make 300 miles. By great good fortune, the frigates eluded the English ships cruising between Malta and Cape Bon. Finally, an east wind came up, and Sardinia was reached, and then Corsica. In the port of Ajaccio, Napoleon was detained for 9 days by adverse winds. There full news was received of the French reverses in Italy. Finally, on the 7th of October, the wind having become favorable, he sailed for France. The following evening, when the mountains of Provence were in full sight, by the rays of the setting sun, a fleet of English vessels was seen on the horizon. All on board thought they would certainly be captured. Bonaparte alone kept his usual calm. He pointed out to the officers of the ship that the setting sun which lighted up the sails of the English vessels on the horizon would leave in the shadow the sails of his frigates. "Nous voyons," he said, "et nous ne sommes pas vus. Courage donc." On the morning of the 9th of October, at 8 o'clock, they entered the Bay of St. Raphael, a short distance from Fréjus. The voyage had lasted 46 days. As soon as it was known that Bonaparte had returned, the shore was covered with a multitude of people. Napoleon had feared that he might be detained by quarantine regulations, but the crowd cried, "No quarantine for you! The plague rather than the Austrians!" A horse was brought to him which he mounted, and amidst the acclamations of the crowds he entered Fréjus, where he remained only a few hours. His route to Paris was one long triumph. At Aix, at Avignon, at Valence, he was received with indescribable transports of enthusiasm. Arrived at Lyons, he remained a day, and in the evening went to the theatre, where he was obliged to conceal himself in the back of his loge. At midnight he again set out, but instead of taking the usual route towards Mâcon, he went by way of the Bourbonnais, traveling in a voiture de poste at great speed, not stopping by night or day. Paris had been notified by telegraph of the return of the hero, and the evening of the 10th of October, while dining at the Luxembourg with Goyer, the president of the Directory, Josephine was informed of the landing of her husband. That same night she left Paris to meet Napoleon en route, but as she took the usual road through Bourgogne, while he was following the route of the Bourbonnais, she was not successful in meeting him, and he reached Paris before she could return. Napoleon arrived in Paris on the morning of the 16th of October. He went directly to his house in the Rue de la Victoire, where, as upon his return from Italy, he found no one to receive him. His brothers, in the absence of Josephine, took every means to arouse his wrath and jealousy, and he began to talk at once of a separation or a divorce. Upon Josephine's return he refused to see her, and remained locked up in his room. Finally, at the suggestion of a friend, she sent for her children, Eugène and Hortense, who, on their arrival, joined their supplications to those of their mother. Napoleon finally decided to open the door, and when his brothers arrived the following morning, they found that all had been forgotten and forgiven. Notwithstanding all of Josephine's faults, real or imaginary, Napoleon was very wise in effecting a reconciliation with his wife. Separation at that time would have caused a scandal which might have interfered seriously with his plans. He did well to cut short the accusations of his brothers, and to employ his activities in more serious matters than family troubles. With her perfect tact and consummate knowledge of the society of Paris and the political world, Josephine proved very useful in his plans. If the expedition to Egypt was not beneficial to France, it was to Napoleon. He always had the talent of placing his successes in the limelight while he left his reverses in the shadow. Egypt was far away, and the French heard only of the brilliant victories of Bonaparte. The expedition was not a success, and yet for him it served as a footstool to the throne. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Napoleon I, An Intimate Biography, by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 8. 1799. The Coup d'État. During the year 7 of the Republic, which Napoleon spent in Egypt, many important events occurred in France of which he was ignorant, on account of the interruption of communications by the English cruisers. Too royalist for the Republicans, too Republican for the Royalists, the Directory was no longer taken seriously. The Fêtes of the Luxembourg had lost their prestige, and every one was looking toward that part of the horizon where the rising sun was to appear. Although several aristocratic salons had been opened, they were but little frequented. But on the other hand, the theatres, the subscription balls, the public gardens and the cafés were crowded. All parties were awaiting the return of Bonaparte. The Parisian public was more preoccupied with the banks of the Nile than with those of the Seine. The Paris of the year 7 foreshadowed the Paris of the Consulate and of the Empire. The change in manners arrived before the change in politics. After the embarkment of her husband at Toulon, Josephine did not return directly to Paris, but went to take the waters at Plombières, where she remained 3 months. Here she received the first news of the Egyptian expedition, from the taking of Malta to the occupation of Cairo, and learned by Bonaparte's letters that she must give up the idea of rejoining him. Later she heard that the frigate Pomone, upon which she was to have sailed for Egypt, had been captured by an English cruiser upon leaving Toulon. At the end of the month of September, 1798, Josephine was back in Paris. At this time she bought for 160,000 francs the estate of Malmaison, situated near the village of Rueil. Here she passed the autumn of 1798 as well as the summer of 1799. During the winter she lived in Paris at her little hotel in the Rue de la Victoire. During the winter season in Paris, Josephine was very prominent in society. The life of the capital suited her perfectly. She loved balls, dinners, concerts, and the theatre. A perfect femme de salon, she presided with a real talent over a circle of friends and admirers. Her Thursday receptions at her hotel in the Rue de la Victoire had a well-deserved reputation. Josephine frequented the society both of the Royalists and the Republicans. She was present at all the fêtes of the Directory, and was in the good graces of the official world. Her relations with Barras continued to be excellent. With all her frivolous airs, she manoeuvred like a consummate diplomatist. The greatest of men have been helped by their wives. Without Josephine, it is possible that Napoleon would never have become emperor. In spite of his orders to her to not mingle in political affairs, she was one of the most efficacious promoters of his plans, and during his absence she adroitly prepared for him the field of action. With the Bonapartes, Josephine showed much tact. She concealed her dislike, and had the art to keep on good terms with all the members of the family. Before his departure for Egypt, Napoleon had wished to see his mother and his brothers and sisters well settled at Paris. During his absence, his mother exercised a great authority over the family. She was an energetic woman, endowed with an imperious character and an iron will firm to the point of obstinacy. Economical even to avarice for herself, she was very prodigal in everything which touched the glory of her son Napoleon. Although very kind-hearted, she appeared to be very cold. She was unable to pardon Josephine her frivolous manners, her prodigality, and her exaggerated love of dress. She would have wished for Napoleon a wife who was more serious and more economical, and regretted a marriage which she thought could not bring happiness to her son. Joseph, the eldest of the family, was a worthy man, kind and sympathetic, with courteous manners and an agreeable face. Having married an heiress, Mademoiselle Julie Clary, he possessed quite a considerable fortune for that time. After having been ambassador of the French Republic at Rome, he had returned to Paris, bringing with him his wife's sister, Mademoiselle Désirée Clary, whom Napoleon had once thought of marrying. While at Rome, her fiancé, General Dufault, had been killed 3 days before the date set for their marriage. After several months of mourning she found consolation, and in August 1798, at the home of Joseph in Paris, she married Bernadotte, the future King of Sweden. Lucien was the youngest of the deputies of the Council of 500. He was a man of rare intelligence, of solid instruction, with a real passion for literature. In spite of his youth, he exercised a great influence over his colleagues. In 1794, while filling the position of a modest employé in the warehouse of the little village of Saint Maximin, he had married the daughter of an innkeeper, Catherine Boyer. Although his wife had no education, she was pretty and sweet, and was soon able to hold her place in the most fashionable salons. Louis Bonaparte had accompanied his brother to Egypt as aide de camp, but during the course of the expedition he returned to Paris as a bearer of despatches. Although later he was to be more hostile towards Josephine than either Joseph or Lucien, at this time he was on amicable terms with his sister-in-law, who was already thinking of him as a son-in-law. The youngest of the brothers of Napoleon, Jérôme, then a boy of 15, was amiable, intelligent, and mischievous, fond of pleasure, and much bored at having young Eugène de Beauharnais constantly held up before him as a model. Madame Letitia resided with her son Joseph. Of the 3 sisters of Napoleon, Elisa and Pauline were both living in Paris with their husbands. The youngest sister, Caroline, was finishing her education at Saint Germain, at the school of Madame Campan, where Hortense de Beauharnais was also a pupil. The Demoiselles Bonaparte had inherited the beauty of their mother, especially Pauline, who was considered the most beautiful woman in Paris. It was by no means easy for Josephine to remain on friendly, not to say affectionate terms with this numerous and powerful family. The Bonapartes had only begun to show their antagonism towards the Beauharnais, which was to cause so much friction during the Empire. Besides these family troubles, Josephine had money difficulties. She spent exorbitant sums for her toilette, and her household was marked by a strange mélange of luxury and misery. She had superb jewels, but was often short of money to pay her smallest debts. Josephine, however, with her Creole nonchalance, did not take her pecuniary embarrassments seriously. Amiable, affectionate, endowed with sweet manners and an even disposition, very kind-hearted, she could well be called a charmeuse. She never offended anyone. She never entered into any discussions either on politics or on any other subject. She was devoted to her friends, and forgiving to her enemies. She had to a supreme degree the qualities that caused every one to overlook her faults. During the absence of Bonaparte in Egypt, the Directory had reversed his policy in regard to the 2 principal states of southern Italy. Both Rome and Naples were occupied by the French troops, and republics were established. The King of Sardinia was also compelled to abdicate and retire to his island. The alarm and indignation caused by these acts led to the formation of the second coalition against France. Russia and Austria took the leading part, and Naples, Portugal, and Turkey also entered the league, while Great Britain offered to supply money in place of troops which she was not in a position to furnish. All of these states were actuated by different motives, and there was no unanimity of action. Nevertheless, they gained several victories over the raw recruits of France. In July, 1799, an Austro-Russian army captured Mantua and Alessandria, and the following month Suvaroff gained a decisive victory at Novi and drove the French forces back to Genoa. The operations of the next few months were more favorable to the Tricolor, and Masséna decisively defeated the Russian army near Zurich. 10 days before Bonaparte's return, the French armies in the north were also successful, and compelled the English to retire from Holland. Disgusted by the conduct of his allies, the Tsar Paul of Russia withdrew his troops from all active operations. The difficulties of the French government, however, were rather internal than external. The finances were embarrassed, and the government was harassed by a new outbreak of the Royalists in the Vendée. The struggle between the different factions, so rudely settled by the Revolution of Fructidor, had been postponed rather than decided. The element opposed to the tyrannical methods of the Directory continued to gain ground, and even succeeded in electing a large number of the new deputies. The dearth of true statesmanship at this time was shown by the advancement of Abbé Sieyès. Perhaps no man ever attained political prominence on performances so slight as this former abbé. In the States General he had acquired a reputation as an orator from his brevity and wit, but during the Revolution his career had been insignificant. Under the Directory he was sent as ambassador to Berlin. While there, in May 1799, he was elected to the Directory. The other directors had attempted to prevent his election, and on his return to Paris he declared his hostility to the government. He at once began to look around for a military chief to serve his purposes. His first choice, Joubert, lost his life at the battle of Novi. He next made advances to Moreau, but without much success. He succeeded, however, in gaining the adhesion of Barras. With his assistance he got rid of the 3 strongly Republican members of the Directory, in place of whom were elected Goyer, an elderly respectable advocate, Roger Ducos, a former Girondist, and Molin. Bernadotte was appointed Minister of War, and speedily raised a new army of 100,000 men. Such was the position of affairs on Bonaparte's return. On the 19 Vendémiaire, the deputies were in session at the Palais Bourbon. Suddenly one of the messengers of the Directory made his appearance, with the announcement that news had been received from Egypt. General Berthier landed at Fréjus on the 17th of this month with General Bonaparte. Nobody listened to the rest. The deputies, whatever their party, were on their feet, shouting and cheering. The galleries rang with acclamations. There was a moment of wild delight. As soon as the news spread in the city, Paris, which had been lying senseless and almost dead, sprang to her feet, quivering with delight, laughing, weeping. Men were seen exchanging frantic embraces, rushing hither and thither for news. One name was heard in every direction: Bonaparte! Bonaparte! Bonaparte had landed. Thiebaut relates that he happened to turn into the Palais Royal, and there beheld a most extraordinary sight. Men were clustered about a passer-by, who shouted and gesticulated as he hurried along. Then the groups broke up, and each individual ran off like lightning, as though to deliver some miraculous piece of news. One of these, as he ran, knocked against our chronicler, and shouted to him as he fled, "General Bonaparte has landed at Fréjus!" Within an hour all Paris was making holiday, and military bands were crashing out triumphal marches in the street. On every side congratulations and embraces were exchanged. In every theatre that night an actor came upon the stage and announced the news amidst the wild plaudits of the audience, and in every tavern glasses were emptied in honor of the return. Napoleon on his arrival at once saw the advantages of an alliance with a weak man like Sieyès, who had a great talent for intrigue, combined with small intelligence. In a short time he drew to his side all the malcontents who had lost office through the recent political changes, such as Talleyrand and Cambacérès. The former had been dismissed from office in the month of July because of his notorious acceptance of bribes from foreign governments. Most of the generals were also dissatisfied and ready for a change, with the exception of Bernadotte and Jourdan, who refused to listen to any proposals. The assistance of the great power of the police was also secured through the adhesion of the new prefect, the former regicide Fouché. With Sieyès, Barras, and Ducos as traitors in the Directory, with the ancients favorable, and the 500 under the presidency of Lucien, with the soldiers and police on his side, Napoleon's plans seemed sure of success. Immediately upon his return, Napoleon became aware of the distrust of the Directory. The very day of his arrival he went to the Luxembourg to call on the president, Goyer. Among the directors the chief of the moderate party was the former Abbé Sieyès. Moreau, celebrated for his victories, was a possible rival. Goyer invited Napoleon and Josephine to dinner to meet Sieyès, but Napoleon during the repast would not say a word to Sieyès, and did not even look in his direction. Sieyès left the table in a rage. After the dinner Moreau arrived. It was the first interview between the two illustrious generals, who appeared to be flattered at meeting each other. A few days later, as a token of friendship, Bonaparte sent Moreau a sabre enriched with diamonds. Napoleon was so successful in winning his goodwill, that the day of the 18 Brumaire, Moreau guarded at the Luxembourg the directors who did not wish to take part in the coup d'etat. During the preparations for the coming event, Josephine exercised a real influence over men like Barras, Goyer, Sieyès, Fouché, Moreau, and Talleyrand, and perhaps without her tact Napoleon's plans might have failed. During this period he was more simple than usual in his manners. He concealed his brilliant uniform under the gray greatcoat which was destined to become legendary. Every party thought that he was in its favor. He made use of all without attaching to any. "The Directory," he said later, "trembled at my return. I was very careful what I did. This was one of the epochs of my life when I was most careful. I saw the Abbé Sieyès and promised to put in operation his verbose constitution. I received the chiefs of the Jacobins, the agents of the Bourbons. I refused the counsels of no one, but I gave no advice except in the interest of my plans. Every one thought that he had an iron in the fire, and when I became head of the state there was not in France a party which did not feel pleased with my success." On the 4th of November Bonaparte was present at a subscription banquet which was offered to him by 500 or 600 members of the two councils. The place was the Temple de la Victoire, formerly the Church of Saint-Sulpice. It was not a very joyous occasion. Every one looked on, and no one had anything to say. Seated by the side of Goyer, president of the Directory, Bonaparte had an air at once sombre and bored. He ate nothing but bread, and drank only the wine brought to him by his aides de camp. He did not even remain until the end of the banquet. Rising brusquely from the table, he made a tour of the room, said a few words to some of the principal guests, and then retired. In his Souvenirs, Ernaud has described the reception that evening at the hotel in the Rue de la Victoire. Josephine did the honors of her salon with more than her usual grace. There were present men from all the parties, generals, deputies, royalists, Jacobins, and even the president of the Directory. The evening passed the same as usual. Little by little the salon became empty. Fouché and Goyer, among the last to go, took leave of Josephine, who went to her apartment. Ernaud was the last to leave. He asked Bonaparte if the affair was still set for the following day, and said that he would like to have his instructions. Napoleon replied that it had been put off until the 18th, as the ancients could not make up their minds whether to act in cooperation with him or against him. The 2 following days Bonaparte and his adherents arranged the final details of their programme, which was simple and ingenious. An article of the Constitution of the year 3, then in force, authorized the ancients in case of danger to the public weal to convoke the Corps Législatif, that is both councils, outside the capital in order to be free from the influence of the mob; also to choose a general and confide to him the command of the troops who were to protect the legislature. The Constitution also provided that from the moment that such a change of the place of meeting was voted there should be no discussion of the matter between the 2 chambers. It was arranged that this vote should be taken by the ancients on the 18 Brumaire; that the new place of meeting should be the Palace of St. Cloud, and that Bonaparte should be put in command of the troops. The ancients were to be convoked for 8 o'clock in the Tuileries, where the meetings were held. The Council of 500, which was to meet at 11 o'clock, would thus be obliged to submit without discussion. The great question now was how, before the vote, to bring together, the first thing in the morning, the troops who were absolutely necessary to the success of the scheme. The 17th Division, whose headquarters were at Paris, were not under Bonaparte's orders. He was not Minister of War and had no formal command of any kind. How, without arousing suspicions, under the very eyes of the government, could they assemble the force which was to overthrow it? Several days before, the officers of the army of Paris and of the National Guard had expressed a wish to pay their respects to General Bonaparte. It was decided that they should be received at his house, the 18 Brumaire, at 6 o'clock in the morning, and this very early hour was explained by a projected journey on the part of the general. 3 regiments of cavalry had also solicited the honor of parading before him. They were informed that he would pass them in review at 7 o'clock the same morning. For his trip from the house in the Rue de la Victoire to the Tuileries he needed an escort of cavalry. It was arranged that one of Napoleon's most devoted partisans, a Corsican, Colonel Sebastiani, should be invited to be present on horseback at his hotel at 5 o'clock in the morning with 200 dragoons of his regiment. Sebastiani, without asking orders from his superior officers, accepted this appointment. With a brilliant staff of generals and mounted officers, preceded and followed by the dragoons of his escort, Napoleon was to go in the morning to the Tuileries the moment that the decree was voted by the Council of the Ancients. There he would receive the chief command of all the troops in garrison at Paris and in the suburbs, and would be charged to guard the 2 councils during the session of the following day at St. Cloud. During the day of the 18th, Barras would also be persuaded to give his resignation, which, following those of Sieyès and Roger Ducos, would disorganize the Directory. The other 2 members would be guarded by General Moreau at the Luxembourg. It was hoped that the Council of 500 would not oppose these plans, and that the revolution, masked under such legal appearances, would be carried through without violence. At 5 o'clock on the morning of the 18th, Sebastiani sent 800 dragoons to occupy the gardens of the Tuileries and the Place de la Révolution, now the Place de la Concorde, while he himself, with 200 men of his regiment, took his place before the residence of General Bonaparte in the Rue de la Victoire. An hour later arrived Lefebvre, the commander of the military district. The orders had been sent to the different regiments without his knowledge, and he was surprised to perceive the dragoons of Sebastiani. But Bonaparte had no trouble in gaining him to his cause. "Here," said he, "is the Turkish sabre which I bore at the battle of the Pyramids. Accept it. Do you, who are one of the bravest defenders of our country, wish to see it perish in the hands of the lawyers who are ruining it?" Lefebvre, overcome with joy, cried, "Let us throw the lawyers at once into the river." The hotel and garden were soon filled with officers in full uniform. The only one in civilian costume was Bernadotte, who refused the solicitations of Napoleon. In the meantime, at the Tuileries, the session of the Council of the Ancients had begun at 8 o'clock. After a short debate, it was voted that the Corps Législatif should meet at St. Cloud at noon on the following day, the 2 councils sitting in the 2 wings of the palace; that General Bonaparte should be charged with the execution of the present decree; and that all the troops in Paris and the vicinity should be immediately put under his orders, and furthermore, that General Bonaparte should be sent for to receive his commission and take the necessary oath. As soon as this vote had been taken, a messenger was sent to summon Bonaparte from his hotel. He immediately mounted his horse, and followed by a brilliant escort, among whom could be distinguished Moreau, MacDonald, Lefebvre, Berthier, Lannes, Marmont, and Murat, he set out for the Tuileries, escorted by the dragoons of Sebastiani. There were very few people around the palace, as every one was ignorant of what was going on. The gates of the gardens, which were occupied by the troops, were closed. Bonaparte traversed the gardens, and, dismounting in front of the Pavillon de l'Horloge, presented himself before the Council of the Ancients. Here he delivered a short address, in which he carefully avoided the matter of the oath to support the Constitution. Only one deputy noticed the omission, and before he had a chance to speak, the session was adjourned. Bonaparte now descended to the gardens, where he passed in review the troops, who hailed him with enthusiastic acclamations. When the Council of 500 met at 11 o'clock, the deputies learned with indignation of the decree of the Ancients, but their president, Lucien Bonaparte, who had just been elected to that office in honor of his brother, stated that the Constitution was explicit on the point, and that no debate was possible. Nothing remained except to arrange to meet at St. Cloud the following day. Of the 5 directors, 2, Sieyès and Roger Ducos, had already handed in their resignations as arranged. A third, Barras, upon the demand of Talleyrand, now followed their example and left Paris for his estate, Grosbois. Very well satisfied with the events of the morning, Napoleon returned to his residence, where he found Josephine happy and reassured. All the preparations had been carried out as planned. Moreau was occupying the Luxembourg, Lannes the Tuileries, and Murat the Château of St. Cloud. The revolution carried out by Bonaparte is called in history the coup d'état of the 18 Brumaire. Nevertheless, the 18 Brumaire was only the prelude. The decisive day was that of the 19th. The night passed quietly. The following morning the route from Paris to St. Cloud was covered with troops, and carriages filled with curiosity seekers. The Château of St. Cloud was situated about 5 miles from Paris on the road to Versailles, almost under the shadow of Mont Valérien, which today is crowned by the big gray fortress which was the last stronghold of Paris in the Franco-Prussian War. The Germans were in possession of St. Cloud, and the château was destroyed by the shots from the French guns. After the war the ruined walls were torn down, and today there are only gardens where stood the palace of the Bourbons and the Bonapartes. A little before midday, Bonaparte, on horseback, was stationed in front of the Château of St. Cloud at the head of his troops. The ancients were to meet on the first floor in the Galerie d'Apollon, and the 500 in the Orangerie. As the rooms were not ready at the hour set for the meeting, the chambers did not come together until 2:00 in the afternoon. Finally, Lucien Bonaparte took his seat in the presidential chair, and the proceedings of the lower chamber opened. The only business transacted was the adoption of a resolution that the members should renew their oath to maintain the Constitution. At the same time the ancients had also met, and a proposal was put forward that the 3 vacancies in the Directory should be filled. Until this moment Bonaparte had remained secluded in a room of the palace to which he had withdrawn, but becoming dissatisfied with the appearance of affairs he now descended, and accompanied by his chief of staff, Berthier, and his secretary, Bourrienne, he presented himself at the entrance of the Council of Ancients. Here he delivered a short address which was full of blunders. More accustomed to the field of battle than to the atmosphere of a deliberate assembly, he became more and more embarrassed. Finally he was persuaded to leave the hall. He next proceeded to the Orangerie, in which the 500 were meeting. He was received with shouts of "Down with the dictator! Down with the tyrant!" and a voice cried, "Hors la loi! Outlaw him!" 5 years before, this cry had sounded the knell of Robespierre, and Bonaparte appeared lost. But Murat and his officers, with a few grenadiers, forced their way through the crowd, and escorted their general to safety. For a short time he retired again to his room, and then descended to the courtyard and mounted his horse. This entry of Bonaparte into the Council of 500 had resulted in a formal motion of outlawry, and it was fortunate for him that his brother was president of the Assembly. In this crisis, Lucien showed as much resourcefulness and coolness as Napoleon had impetuosity and rashness. He declined to receive the motion, and, claiming his right to speak, he left the presidential chair and ascended the tribune. Finding it impossible to make his voice heard against the howls of the deputies, he sent a message which resulted in the appearance of half a dozen grenadiers, who escorted him from the hall. Mounting a horse, he addressed the soldiers in ringing tones, declaring that the Assembly was dominated by a band of assassins, that his life and that of his brother were no longer safe, and that he, as president of the Assembly, called on them to restore order. He was greeted with loud shouts of "Vive Bonaparte!" Murat gave the orders, and the drums beat the charge. Followed by the infantry, Murat made for the door of the council chamber. At the sight of the troops the legislators hurried to leave the hall, most of them by the windows, and the room was soon cleared. On Sunday evening, the 10th November, 1799, immediately after the eventful day of the 19 Brumaire, a "rump" of the 2 councils, under the presidency of Lucien Bonaparte, met in the now deserted halls of the Palace of St. Cloud, and unanimously voted to remove the directors, and appoint in their place 3 consuls, Sieyès, Ducos, and Bonaparte. The meeting then adjourned for 4 months, after appointing a commission to co-operate with the consuls in the preparation of a new constitution. Thus was fulfilled the prophecy made 8 years before by Edmund Burke in his "Reflections on the Revolution in France," that French liberty would fall a victim to the first great general who drew the eyes of all men to himself. The Constitution of the year 8, the 4th since the founding of the Republic, was hastily prepared, and went into effect a month later. It was principally the work of Bonaparte, and was designed to put supreme power in his hands. The result was the organization of the Consulate, which lasted for 5 years, from 1799 to 1804. In a plébiscite held in the early days of January, the Constitution was ratified by the overwhelming majority of over 3,000,000 votes against about 15,000 in the negative. It was a remarkable verdict of the nation, and gave Bonaparte the soundest of titles to power. At this time Sieyès and Ducos resigned their temporary positions as consuls, and were rewarded with seats in the Senate. The 2 new consuls were Cambacérès and Lebrun. The former was a learned jurist and a very tactful man. The latter was a moderate with leanings towards a constitutional monarchy. Both were to prove valuable assistants to Bonaparte, Cambacérès being entrusted with the general oversight of legislation, and Lebrun with that of finance. The new ministry included Talleyrand, Foreign Affairs; Berthier, War; Lucien Bonaparte, Interior; and Fouché, the Police. The 3 consuls, who were to serve for the term of 10 years, should have been chosen by the new Senate, but in order to put the new government into immediate operation, the Constitution designated who they should be: Bonaparte, first consul; Cambacérès, the second; and Lebrun, the third. Practically all the executive powers were placed in the hands of the first consul. He was to appoint ministers, ambassadors, the officers of the army and the navy, and numerous civil officers, including the judges. He had the power to make war and peace, and negotiate treaties subject to the approval of the Corps Législatif. The first consul was also to have the initiative in all legislation. Bills were to be prepared by a Council of State, and were then to be submitted to a tribunate, which had the right to discuss them, but not to vote them. They then went to the legislative body, which had the power to vote them, but not to discuss them. The Senate, a third body, higher than the others, was to be the guardian of the Constitution, and was also to elect the consuls, the members of the tribunate, and the legislature, through an elaborate system which it is unnecessary to describe in detail, as it was only a sham. All this elaborate machinery was designed to deceive the people, and keep up the fiction of the continued existence of the Republic. As a matter of fact, Bonaparte was sovereign in all but name. To be sure, he was only elected for 10 years, and had no power to bequeath his office to an heir, but all these details he was to arrange later. He now secured the enactment of a law which placed all local government in his hands. There was to be a prefect in charge of the civil administration of each department, a sub-prefect for smaller divisions, and a mayor for every town or commune, all appointed from Paris. All local self-government thus came to an end, and the executive power was centralized in the capital even more effectually than under the Bourbon monarchy. Every one was tired of the excesses of the Revolution and the continual changes in the government, and the nation was ready for a return to a safe and sane regime of law and order. The first consul soon showed that he proposed to rally all factions to his support and adopt a non-partisan and thorough national policy. All regicides were excluded from high office except a few who, like Fouché, were too valuable to be dispensed with. The émigrés of Fructidor returned, and even declared Royalists were welcomed back. Equally generous was Bonaparte's treatment of the Roman Catholic Church. Priests were allowed to return and to officiate in places where no opposition was raised. The Royalist rising in the Vendée was finally put down, and the Breton Chouans, under their peasant leader Georges Cadoudal, were crushed. Thus ended the civil war which for nearly 7 years had devastated the heart of France. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Napoleon I, An Intimate Biography, by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 9. 1800. Marengo. The day after the coup d'état of 19 Brumaire, the 11 November 1799, the 3 consuls took up their residence in the Luxembourg. That evening the public buildings and many of the private houses were illuminated. Bonaparte, although sovereign in fact, was not yet in appearance. He considered the feelings of the Republicans; but little by little he began to accustom the people to his reign. Josephine was no longer designated as the Citizeness Bonaparte, but was called Madame. At the Petit Luxembourg, Napoleon occupied the apartment on the ground floor, on the right as you enter from the Rue Vaugirard. His cabinet was near a private staircase which led to a first floor where Josephine was lodged. After the déjeuner, which was served at 10 o'clock, Bonaparte chatted a few minutes with his aide de camp and then set himself to work. The dinner was served at 5 o'clock. After this the First Consul went to Josephine's apartment, where he received the visit of his ministers, and always with especial pleasure that of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Talleyrand. At midnight, and sometimes earlier, he gave the signal for retiring, saying brusquely, "Allons nous coucher." At the Luxembourg, Josephine began to receive persons of the Ancien Regime. The title Madame still offended many Republicans, who regretted the change from the simplicity of citizeness. Napoleon began gradually to do away with the Republican fête, while still preserving some revolutionary memories. He abolished the fête of the 21st January, anniversary of the death of Louis XVI, while keeping as national holidays the 14th of July, the day of the Bastille, and the 1er Vendémiaire, commemorating the founding of the Republic. He allowed his wife to surround herself with members of the old court, but he consented to the marriage of his youngest sister with a soldier of fortune, the son of the innkeeper of Cahors. On the 20th of January, 1800, at the Luxembourg, was celebrated the civil marriage of Caroline Bonaparte with Murat, then only a general of division. The religious ceremony was not performed until 2 years later, on the occasion of the marriage of Louis Bonaparte with Hortense de Beauharnais. Murat, born the 25th of March, 1771, was not 29 years of age at the time of his marriage, while Caroline, born the same day in 1782, was exactly 11 years younger. In the words of Madame Récamier, "Of all the sisters of Napoleon, Caroline was the one who most resembled him. She was not as perfectly beautiful as her sister Pauline, but she strongly possessed the Napoleonic type. She had much intelligence and an imperious will, and the contrast between the somewhat childish grace of her countenance and the decision of her character made her extremely attractive." In the whole French army there was no more striking cavalier than Murat. Young, handsome, full of life, with his brilliant uniforms, on the field of battle or in a review, he attracted the attention of every one. Nevertheless, there was never much sympathy between Napoleon and his great cavalry commander, and he hesitated long before giving him the hand of his sister. But Murat and Caroline had been in love with each other since they first met during the campaign of Italy, and Napoleon's opposition was finally overcome by the solicitations of Josephine, who favored the match. After living for 3 months in the Luxembourg on the 19th February, 1800, the First Consul moved to the Tuileries, which then became once more the official city residence of the ruler of France, and so remained until the destruction of the palace by the Commune 71 years later. The Bourbon kings, after the completion of the magnificent palace at Versailles, had preferred to live there. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, all Paris was on foot to see the brilliant procession pass from the Luxembourg to the Tuileries. Napoleon, who had been preceded by Josephine, was in a carriage drawn by 6 white horses, and was escorted by 3 regiments commanded by Murat, Lannes, and Bessières. The Carrousel was filled with an immense crowd of people who cried, "Vive le Premier Consul! Vive Bonaparte!" From the gate of the Carrousel to the door of the palace, the way was lined by the new consular guard. Many eyes were struck by the inscription which had not yet been erased at the side of the entrance gate: "Le 10 août 1792, la royauté en France est abolie. Elle ne se relèvera jamais." As soon as the carriage had passed the gates, it stopped, and Bonaparte quickly descended and mounted a horse which was brought to him, while the other consuls, Cambacérès and Lebrun, entered the palace. Taking his position before the Pavillon de l'Horloge, with Murat at his right and Lannes at his left, Bonaparte gave the order for the review to begin. As the battle flags of the 3 regiments were borne past him, the standards riddled by bullets on many a glorious field of Italy, the First Consul, with an expression of respectful emotion, removed his hat and saluted. At the end of the review he dismounted, and, for the first time, entered the royal palace. It was not 8 years since from the shop of Bourrienne's brother, near the Carrousel, he had watched the mob of Paris surging through the place, and had seen the unfortunate king appear at the window with the red cap of the Revolution on his head. In the Tuileries, Napoleon took possession of the suite of Louis XIV on the first floor, while Josephine occupied the rooms of Marie Antoinette below. just the reverse of the arrangement later under the Second Empire. The suite of the First Consul, which faced on the gardens, was known in the time of Louis XIV as the "winter apartment of His Majesty." The cabinet, lighted by only one window, was of medium size. Next to this room was the Bureau Topographique, or map room, and adjoining was a large bedroom which had been that of the king's, where a lit de parade had been placed. Bourrienne tells us in his Memoirs that Bonaparte rarely slept there, for he had very simple tastes and was not fond of luxury. Pour m'exprimer en termes bourgeois, au Luxembourg, à la Malmaison, et pendant les premiers temps qu'il habita les Tuileries, Bonaparte couchait avec sa femme. Every night he descended by a little stairway to the rooms of Josephine, who lived below him on the ground floor. She had furnished the suite of Marie Antoinette very simply. Adjoining her cabinet de toilette was the apartment of Hortense, consisting of a bedroom and a study. During the winter of 1800, Paris thought only of pleasure. The official world set the example, and the season was very brilliant. The finest balls were those given by Lucien Bonaparte, who, as Minister of the Interior, occupied the magnificent Hôtel Brisac. Besides the official fêtes, there were those of the great bankers of the day, which recalled the traditions of the former fermiers généraux. The persons belonging to the old aristocracy of the Faubourg Saint Germain did not yet mingle in the new society, but they were seen at the theatres, the concerts, and at private dinners. All classes of society entered into the social whirl, and the dance was never so popular. The reopening of the masked balls of the Opéra was the great feature of the Carnival of 1800. For a period of 10 years, the Parisians had been deprived of this entertainment so popular with them. Nothing else was talked of in the capital. But while Paris danced and played, the First Consul was occupied with very serious problems. The military situation of France, with regard to the three powers with which she was still at war, was such that there was but little chance of peace save through victory. As soon as he was in office, Bonaparte had made pacific overtures to the Allies, and had been so far successful that the Czar Paul had abandoned the coalition. The English government, which hoped soon to reduce the French garrisons in Malta and Egypt, refused to make peace, but it was not dangerous except on the sea. With Austria, it was clear that the campaign must be fought to a finish. At the time that Bonaparte became First Consul, the affairs of France were in a deplorable state. The treasury was empty; the soldiers were ill-fed and ill-clad; civil war still raged in the Vendée, and the armies of the Republic were demoralized from frequent defeats. During the winter of 1800, the energy and activity of Napoleon were everywhere in evidence. The finances were placed upon a firm basis; the soldiers were armed and equipped; the civil war was crushed out, and the spirit and patriotism of the soldiers were aroused by his proclamations. At the same time he began to collect, drill, and organize in different parts of France various bodies of men, who were later to unite near Lake Geneva and form the Army of Reserve. In the spring of 1800 the military situation was as follows. The remnant of the French army under Massena had been driven out of northern Italy by the superior forces of Mélas, and was in the vicinity of Genoa. An invasion of France was threatened along the line of the Riviera. All of Bonaparte's conquests had been lost. In southern Germany, Kray, with 150,000 men, menaced the Rhine, while Moreau, with an army nearly equal, stood on the defensive at Bâle. The French had a great strategic advantage in their possession of Switzerland, which, like a gigantic bastion, projected between the two German armies. Bonaparte's first plan was to reinforce the army of Moreau, which, under his supervision, should cut the Austrian line of communications. This scheme was given up on account of the opposition of Moreau, whom Bonaparte could not afford to offend. At this moment came the news that Massena had been driven into Genoa, where he was being besieged by the superior forces of Mélas. Bonaparte immediately altered his plans, and decided to move against the Austrian communications in Italy. Before entering into a description of this campaign, it is necessary to describe briefly the topography of the theatre of operations. Brilliant in its conception, perfect in its execution, the campaign of Marengo is one of the most interesting of all Napoleon's military operations, and well deserves a minute description. Separating Switzerland from Italy is the lofty mountainous range known as the Swiss Alps, Extending south from western Switzerland to within about 30 miles of the sea, and forming the boundary line between France and Italy, are the French Alps. Turning east from this point and approaching the sea, the range is called the Maritime Alps, and still further east, along the shores of the Gulf of Genoa, is known as the Apennines. With the exception of a few passes, this great mountain chain almost encircling northern Italy, forms an insurmountable barrier to military operations. Today magnificent highways cross the Alps, and they are pierced by several tunnels, which bring Turin and Milan within a few hours of France and Switzerland, but in the last year of the 18th century there was not even a wagon track for Napoleon. Snow and ice, glaciers and avalanches made the mountain passes both difficult and dangerous for the passage of troops, and almost impassable for cavalry and artillery. The Austrian army in northern Italy consisted of about 120,000 men under the command of General Melas, an able officer, but too old for active service. The greater part of the army was near Genoa and along the Apennines and the Maritime Alps. The remainder was scattered throughout Piedmont and Lombardy, occupying the fortresses and guarding the passes of the Alps. The army had its base on the Quadrilateral, and its line of communications was by several roads down the valley of the Po. Opposed to the Austrians was the army of Italy, less than 40,000 strong, under the command of Massena, which was now shut up in Genoa. Meanwhile, the army of reserve, the very existence of which was doubted by the Austrians, was being rapidly assembled near Lake Geneva. On the 6th of May, Bonaparte left Paris to take charge of the operations. An article in the new Constitution prohibited the First Consul from exercising any military command, so Berthier, the Chief of Staff, was nominally the General-in-Chief of the Army of Reserve. Vast supplies had been collected at Geneva, and every preparation made for the passage of the Alps. Bonaparte proceeded to Geneva, and thence to Lausanne, at which places the greater part of the army was assembled. After receiving the reports of officers who had been sent to examine the several passes of the Alps, he decided to move the greater part of his forces over the pass of the Grand St. Bernard. By taking this route, which was much the shortest, he could reach Milan quicker and gain the great advantage of time. His plan was to lead 35,000 men into Italy by this pass, while two smaller detachments were to cross the Petit St. Bernard and the St. Plon. Turreau's division of the Army of Italy, of about 4,000 men, at the same time was to descend from the Mont Cenis and attack the Austrians near Turin. Once in Italy, Bonaparte intended to march on Milan and await the corps of Moncey from the Army of the Rhine, which was to march by way of the St. Gothard. From the eastern end of Lake Geneva, the route to Italy passes through Martigny and the little hamlet of St. Pierre, crosses the Grand St. Bernard at an elevation of 8,000 feet, and then descends by the village of St. Remy into the valley of the Aosta and thence into the plain of Piedmont. A little to the south of the Grand lies the Petit St. Bernard, which also opens into the valley of the Aosta. The St. Gothard is at a considerable distance to the east, and leads more directly to Milan. The supplies which had been collected were distributed at different points along the route, and 4 hospitals were established for the care of the sick and injured. The ammunition and gun carriages were transported on the backs of mules, and the cannon were enclosed within the trunks of trees, hollowed out for that purpose, and dragged across the Alps by the soldiers themselves. On the 15th of May, the army began its march. There were about 35,000 men, including 4,000 cavalry and 40 cannon. The 4 corps were commanded by Murat, Victor, Duhem, and Lannes. A 5th corps of 5,000 men under Chabran was to cross by the Petit St. Bernard. Bonaparte sent Berthier forward to receive the divisions on their arrival at St. Remy, while he himself remained at Martigny to supervise the movement. Lannes crossed first. He left St. Pierre at 2 o'clock in the morning in order to avoid the danger of the avalanches, and reached St. Remy the same day. The entire army crossed in 5 days, and on the 20th all 5 corps, including that of Chabran, had arrived safely in the valley of the Aosta. The soldiers were gay and cheerful and filled with enthusiasm. Never had their love and admiration for the little corporal been so great. Like the great Hannibal, they had crossed the Alps, and now in the fertile plains of Italy they not only hoped for, but felt confident of victory. But a great difficulty was yet to be met. A short distance down the narrow valley, upon a perpendicular rock, stood the small but formidable Fort Bard. For a moment it seemed probable that this fort would stop the progress of the entire army. But the First Consul, who was still at Martigny on receipt of the news, hurried across the Alps, and with his wonderful precision, soon found a way of overcoming the obstacle. The men and horses were sent around the fort by footpaths, which were soon rendered passable, and on a dark night the soldiers hauled the guns past the fort. The lower valley of the Aosta was defended by a few thousand Austrians, who were attacked by Lannes and driven back from position to position, until they finally took refuge in Turin. On the 27th of May, Bonaparte, with the greater part of his army, was at Chivasso, about 4 leagues northeast of the capital. Still incredulous of the existence of the army of reserve, Mélas was at Alessandria with a few thousand troops, while the remainder of his army, now reduced to about 100,000 men, was scattered throughout northern Italy. The largest contingent, of about 30,000 men, was engaged in the siege of Genoa. On the 21st of May, Mélas received information of the passage of French troops over the Grand St. Bernard. The following day he learned to a certainty that Bonaparte himself was in Italy with a large army, well equipped with cannon and cavalry. He was not only surprised, but struck with consternation. His line of communications was already threatened, and he did not know which way to turn. Hastily collecting 10,000 men, Mélas rushed to Turin, where he was joined by several other detachments, raising his total force to about 16,000 troops. He fully expected to be at once attacked by the French, but such was not Bonaparte's plan. He ordered Lannes to march rapidly down the Po on Pavia, while he himself set out for Milan by way of Novara. After defeating a considerable force which attempted to oppose the passage of the Ticino, Bonaparte entered Milan on the 2nd of June. Here he remained several days to await the arrival of Moncey's corps, which was crossing by the St. Gothard. In the meantime he sent Murat with the cavalry to seize the crossings of the Po at Plasencia, where he had passed the river 4 years before during his first campaign in Italy, just prior to the battle of Lodi. The French were now in possession of all of Piedmont and Lombardy north of the river Po, which they strongly held from Chivasso to Cremona. In this territory they had already seized all the Austrian communications, and captured immense quantities of supplies and ammunition. Mélas, who was no longer in doubt as to Bonaparte's intentions, now began to concentrate his forces to break through the net which was rapidly closing around him. He ordered all his available forces to march on Alessandria, and his army was materially increased by the surrender of Genoa on the 4th of June. On the 6th of June, Moncey's corps of 15,000 men reached Milan, and raised the forces under the immediate command of Napoleon to about 60,000 troops. He immediately issued orders for the 3 corps of Lannes, Victor, and Murat, about 32,000 men, to cross the Po a few miles below Pavia, and march to the Stradella Pass. During these movements an Austrian courier was captured, who bore a dispatch from Mélas telling of the capture of Genoa and of his plans of operations. After occupying the Stradella Pass, Lannes and Victor received an order from Napoleon to march west towards Montebello, and meet the Austrians coming from Genoa. On the 9th of June, at this place, Lannes, with only 9,000 men, encountered 16,000 Austrians, whom he decisively defeated after a stubborn contest, which was finally decided by the arrival of Victor with 5,000 men. This victory gave Lannes imperishable renown, and won for him the title of Duc de Montebello. The First Consul, who had left Milan the same morning, arrived on the field just at the end of the battle. Being deficient in cavalry and artillery, while Mélas was strong in both, he decided to fall back to a position in front of the Stradella Pass, where his flanks would be well protected, and await the Austrian attack. The following day, Desaix arrived on his return from Egypt, and was given the command of a corps. After waiting 2 days for the Austrians to advance and attack him, Napoleon could bear the suspense no longer, and accordingly decided to advance and seek Mélas. Leaving a force to occupy the fortified camp at Stradella, he marched towards Alessandria. On the 13th of June he crossed the Scrivia, and debouched into the plain of Marengo. An observer standing 120 years ago on any one of the moderate hillocks near San Giuliano looking west, would see before him an almost flat plain extending to the river Bormida. This plain was covered with meadows, vineyards, and olive orchards, and was not cut up, as is usually the case in Italy, by canals and ditches. It was an admirable field for cavalry evolutions. About half-way to the Bormida, the observer would see the little village of Marengo, past which ran a meandering brook, bordered by marshes with high banks here and there. Just beyond ran the Bormida, which here pursues an irregular course with extensive loops. At a distance of 6 or 7 miles in the background could be seen, through the trees which bordered the river, the walls and towers of Alessandria. Across the plain ran several country roads connecting the villages and farms. Such was the famous battlefield of Marengo, which even today is little changed. During the afternoon of the 13th, Bonaparte ordered Victor to proceed to Marengo. Here only a small detachment of the Austrians was found, which was quickly driven across the Bormida. From all these indications Napoleon came to the conclusion that the Austrians had abandoned Alessandria and were attempting to escape by another route. He therefore directed Desaix, with one division of his corps, about 6,000 men, to march on Novi, a short distance south of Marengo, in order to intercept Melas, if he was endeavoring to escape by this route. It thus happened that on the evening of the 13th of June Napoleon was unprepared for the battle of the following day. Contrary to all his principles, he had scattered his forces in the face of the enemy. He nearly paid dearly for this error. Meanwhile, at Alessandria, all was in confusion. The Austrian communications were severed, and Melas did not know what course to pursue. He therefore called a council of war, at which 3 plans of action were suggested. First, to cross the Po at Valenza, and march on Pavia. Second, to retire to Genoa, and prepare to stand a siege there, supported by the British fleet. Third, to cross the Bormida, and attack the French in the endeavor to cut their way through. The third plan was adopted. It was decided to cross the river the next morning, and attack the French. The army of Melas numbered 32,000 men, including 7,000 cavalry, and he had 200 cannon. At daybreak on the morning of the 14th, the Austrians began to cross the river. They at once attacked and drove back the French outposts, and advanced towards Marengo. Victor, who had arrived at Marengo the night before, received the attack of the Austrians, and at first succeeded in driving them back. At about 10 o'clock Lannes arrived on the field with his corps. The French line of battle now numbered about 15,000 men, or less than one half of the Austrian troops. At 10 o'clock Melas attacked the whole French line, and made a determined effort to gain possession of Marengo. Both sides fought desperately; the Austrians with the energy of despair. All the efforts of the French were unavailing to resist the furious attacks of superior numbers, and both Victor and Lannes were forced to give way. They retired in disorder towards San Giuliano, followed by the victorious Austrians. Such was the critical state of affairs when Napoleon arrived on the field at 11 o'clock. He had already sent orders to Desaix to return, and had them hurried to the front with all the troops he could collect. He brought with him the Consular Guard, the division of Monnier, and 2 regiments of cavalry, making in all about 7,000 men. The struggle was renewed with increased fury, but all the efforts of Napoleon could not now turn the tide of battle in favor of the French. It was not possible to hold out any longer, and he ordered a retreat. The French, almost demoralized, retired behind the hillocks of San Giuliano. They had been driven 3 miles beyond Marengo. The greater part of their cavalry had been destroyed, and more than 2/3 of their cannon had been captured. Melas returned to Alessandria, and sent a dispatch to Vienna announcing his victory. During the day he had shown great energy and courage, but he now felt the effects of his exertions, and the weight of his 70 years bore heavily upon him. He left the army in command of his chief of staff, General Zach. Zach now rearranged his troops for the purpose of pursuing the French, whom he believed to be completely routed. At about 4 o'clock the Austrian advance began, the troops moving forward in marching order rather than in line of battle. Meanwhile Napoleon had begun to rally and arrange his troops behind the hillocks near San Giuliano. At about 5 o'clock Desaix arrived. at the sound of the first cannon shot at Marengo, he had halted his division and turned back. Napoleon at once formed Desaix's division and the French troops about San Giuliano into line of battle. When the advance column of Zach appeared from behind the rising ground in front of the French lines, they were surprised to find the whole French army in position for battle. The French at once attacked with fury and everywhere overwhelmed the Austrians. 2,000 men were captured, including General Zach himself. Continuing the advance, the French forced the Austrians back to Marengo. Here they attempted to make a stand, but were again defeated, and retired in disorder across the Bormida to Alessandria. By 10 o'clock that night all the Austrians had recrossed the river. Napoleon had won in the afternoon the battle that he had lost in the morning. A great disaster was turned into a great victory. On the following morning, when the French were preparing to cross the Bormida in order to attack the Austrians in Alessandria, Mélas sent an officer to the French headquarters to propose terms of surrender. That same day the negotiations were completed, and an armistice was signed. By the terms of surrender, Mélas was allowed to evacuate Alessandria with the honors of war, and to proceed to Mantua. In return he agreed to give up the whole of northern Italy as far as the Quadrilateral, and to surrender all the fortresses and the fortified cities. In proportion to the numbers engaged, both the French and Austrian losses were very heavy. Desaix was killed at the beginning of the battle of the afternoon, and his death was deeply regretted by the First Consul and the French nation. At St. Helena, Napoleon spoke of him as follows: "Of all the generals I ever had under me, Desaix and Kléber possessed the greatest talents, especially Desaix. Kléber loved glory only in as far as it was the means of procuring him riches and pleasures, whereas Desaix loved glory for itself, and despised everything else. To him riches and pleasure were valueless, nor did he give them a moment's thought. He was a little, black-looking man, about an inch shorter than I am, always badly dressed, sometimes even ragged, and despising comfort or convenience. When in Egypt I made him a present of a complete field equipage several times, but he always lost it. Wrapped in a cloak, Desaix threw himself under a gun, and slept as contentedly as if he were in a palace. For him, luxury had no charms." Napoleon had begun the passage of the Grand St. Bernard on the 15th of May, and just a month later he received the surrender of the Austrian army in Italy. In 1 month he had crossed the Alps, entered Milan, severed the Austrian communications, fought and won a great battle, and as a result obtained possession of the greater part of northern Italy. Referring to this period of Napoleon's career, Alison, who certainly cannot be accused of any prejudice in his favor, writes as follows: "The sudden resurrection of France when Napoleon assumed the helm is one of the most extraordinary passages of European history. When he seized the helm in November, 1799, he found the armies defeated and ruined, the frontier invaded both on the sides of Italy and Germany, the arsenals empty, the soldiers in despair, deserting their colors, the royalists revolting against the government, general anarchy in the interior, the treasury empty, the energies of the Republic apparently exhausted. Instantly, as if by enchantment, everything was changed. Order reappeared out of chaos, talent emerged from obscurity, vigor arose out of the elements of weakness. The arsenals were filled, the veterans crowded to their eagles, the conscripts joyfully repaired to the frontier, La Vendée was pacified, the exchequer began to overflow. In little more than 6 months after Napoleon's accession, the Austrians were forced to seek refuge under the cannon of Ulm, Italy was regained, unanimity and enthusiasm prevailed among the people, and the revived energy of the nation was launched into a career of conquest." In his admirable monograph on "The Campaign of Marengo," Sargent says: "At this time Bonaparte was 30 years of age. He was vigorous in mind and body. He was ambitious, and had a massive determination to succeed. He had a will which no obstacle could daunt. With a marvelous intuition he was able at times to foresee just what course his adversaries would take. So accurate was his information, so profound his knowledge of military matters, that he was often able to predict what, under certain conditions, would happen. In short, he was a consummate master of war. The fact that he was a great organizer, a great tactician, and a great strategist, is the real reason why he was so successful in war. Among all other great soldiers of the world, it would be difficult to select a single one who possessed in so marked a degree all these qualities. As an organizer, he was not excelled by either Caesar or Alexander. As a tactician, he was equal to Marlborough or Frederick. As a strategist, he surpassed every soldier of ancient or of modern times. Take him all in all, he was, perhaps, the foremost soldier of the world. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Napoleon I, An Intimate Biography, by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 10. 1799 to 1804. The Consulate. 6 months after the victory of Marengo, on the 3rd of December, 1800, Moreau decisively defeated the Austrians at Hohenlinden, thus opening the road to Vienna. Austria was obliged to sue for peace, and the Treaty of Lunéville, which was in the main a repetition of that of Campo Formio, was signed on the 9th of February, 1801. France was now at peace with all the nations on the continent, and only England kept up the war. She had just compelled the French to evacuate Egypt, and during the 8 years that the two nations had been at war she had conquered many of the colonies of France, as well as of her allies Spain and Holland. But the English people had begun to feel the burden of their enormous war debt, and a change of ministers occurred. William Pitt, the great war leader, resigned, and was succeeded by Addington, who opened negotiations for peace. After a discussion of 5 months, the Peace of Amiens was signed 27th of March, 1802. The terms were very advantageous to France. England recognized the Republic, and restored all of the French colonies and some of the Dutch and Spanish, retaining only Ceylon and Trinidad. She also agreed to evacuate Egypt and Malta. Although nothing was said about the Rhine and Belgium, she virtually recognized the new boundaries of France, which far exceeded those of the ancient monarchy. The peace, which unfortunately was destined to last only a year, was very popular in both countries, and was received with enthusiasm everywhere. In August, the consulate for 10 years was changed into a consulate for life, and Bonaparte was given the power to name his successor. Under the consulate, one of the principal ideas of the Revolution was preserved by Bonaparte, that of equality. Privilege, abolished in 1789, was never to return. All French citizens were equal under the law, paying the same taxes, enjoying equal chances in life. The Bourbons were to return 15 years later, but the Ancien Regime was abolished for ever. Feudal duties were never restored, and every French citizen continued to have an equal opportunity for employment both in the civil and in the military service. But Bonaparte did not believe in the other leading idea of the Revolution, that of liberty. He did not think the French people either desired it or were prepared for it. According to the exposition of his ideas, as set forth by his nephew at a later date, it was the intention of Napoleon finally to "crown the edifice" with the cap of liberty, but he was prevented from so doing by the continual wars waged against him by the despots of Europe, and by his final overthrow at Waterloo. But whatever our views may be as to the correctness of these ideas, the fact remains that under Napoleon there was no liberty of any kind in France. His career was one long denial or negation of it. The activities of Bonaparte as First Consul were unremitting and far-reaching, and the work which he did at that time has remained, while his conquests have passed away. One of his first acts was to make peace with the Church, following the wise advice of the old Abbé de Saint-Ruf. He perceived that one of the strongest elements of strength of the monarchy was its close alliance with the Papacy. The mass of the French people, during all the stress and storm of the Revolution, had still remained faithful to their religion. Immediately on his return from Marengo, Bonaparte made overtures to the Pope, which resulted in the famous treaty or Concordat, which remained in force during the whole 19th century, and was only abolished in 1905 under the Third Republic. In doing this he was not actuated so much by religious feeling as by a shrewd political sentiment. It was one of his wisest acts. The army, which was anti-clerical, was bitter in its opposition, but this did not move Bonaparte from his purpose. He knew the control which the parish priests exercised over their flocks, and he meant to have them on his side. If his nephew and heir had been as wise in his day and generation, his descendants might still be occupying the imperial throne of France. Under the Concordat, the Catholic religion was recognized by the Republic. The bishops were to be appointed by the First Consul, and they in turn were to appoint the priests, with the consent of the government. Their salaries in both cases were to be paid by the state, so in fact they became government officials. The Concordat was very popular with the people, and its effects were far-reaching. The clergy for the most part abandoned royalism, and became firm supporters of the new regime. Although Napoleon afterwards came to consider the Concordat as a mistake, its immediate advantages were undeniable. The chief monument to the memory of Bonaparte, however, is the Code Napoleon. At St. Helena he said, "My real glory is not having won 40 battles. What will never be effaced, what will endure forever, is my civil code." In this opinion he was not mistaken, for the code has proved more enduring than his conquests. This famous code was an orderly, systematic, compact statement of the laws of France. Before the Revolution, France had been governed by an old and complex system of medieval laws of different historical origins. With the Revolution had come a flood of new legislation which had further complicated the situation. Bonaparte now devoted his marvelous energies to bringing order out of this chaos, and in a comparatively brief time, the lawyers and the Council of State, to whom the task had been submitted, had finished their work. The underlying principle of the code was that of civil equality, established by the Revolution. The code was later adopted by Italy, Belgium, and the German states along the Rhine, and is still the fundamental law of France, while its influence is strongly felt in such distant parts of the globe as Java, South Africa, and Louisiana. Bonaparte presided over many of the sessions of the Council of State which framed the code, and his direct share in the work was very considerable. It is stated that he was never inferior to any member of the Council, and that he equaled the ablest of them by the ease with which he seized the point of a question, by the justness of his ideas and the force of his reasoning. He often surprised them by the turn of his phrases and the originality of his expression. He was considered by the lawyers a new Justinian, as he was called by the clergy a new Constantine for having arranged the Concordat. As a matter of fact, he was greater than either of them. Nor did these notable achievements absorb all the energies of this remarkable man. He organized the Bank of France, and he created the Legion of Honor, both of which institutions still exist. He reorganized the system of national education. He built and improved roads, ordered canals cut, and ports dredged. Under his intelligent rule, commerce and industry received a new impetus. At the beginning of the Consulate many of the Royalists had hoped that Bonaparte would play the role of General Monk and restore the exiled dynasty, but he had no idea of assuming this part. When this became apparent, many plots were made against his life. On one occasion, shortly after his return from Marengo, he had a very narrow escape from death by an infernal machine. The conspirators knew that the First Consul expected to be present at the Opéra on Christmas Eve to hear a new oratorio by Haydn. They also knew that the route usually taken by his carriage was by the Rue Saint-Nicaise, which is no longer in existence. It was a long narrow street running from the Carrousel to the Rue Saint-Honoré, where it ended near the Rue Richelieu, in which the Opéra was then situated. This narrow street was chosen for the attempt. An infernal machine was installed in a one-horse cart, which was placed opposite a house before which the First Consul was to pass, and the time which it would take him to come from the Tuileries was carefully calculated so that the machine would explode at the right moment. Haydn was then the most popular composer, and every one was talking of his new oratorio, The Creation. The ladies of the Tuileries, Josephine, Hortense, and Caroline, wished to be present. But Napoleon was not at all eager to go. Fatigued from a hard day's work, he had fallen asleep on a sofa. With some difficulty he is awakened and persuaded to start. He enters the first carriage with Lannes, Bessières, and the aide de camp of Lebrun. He is followed by an escort of mounted grenadiers. Josephine leaves a few minutes later, having been detained by an insignificant detail of her toilette. She is accompanied by her daughter and sister-in-law, and Colonel Rapp. The three ladies and Rapp descend the stairway of the Pavillon de Flore, and enter their carriage. They traverse the Carrousel, and take the Rue Saint-Nicaise, in which the equipage of the First Consul has already disappeared. Suddenly, a terrible detonation is heard. When the explosion occurred, Bonaparte was dozing. Lannes and Bessières wished to stop, but the First Consul cried, "À l'Opéra!" A moment later the carriage was at the door, and Bonaparte entered the loge with his usual calm face. The windows of Josephine's carriage had been broken by the explosion, and Hortense slightly cut on the arm by a piece of glass. Rapp descended to go and see if the First Consul had been injured, and the carriage continued its way by another street. When the three ladies entered the box, Bonaparte welcomed them with a smile, and then tranquilly asked for the programme of the oratorio. Soon the news of the attempt spread through the hall. 15 people had been killed, and many more wounded. The First Consul had escaped as by a miracle. The oratorio was interrupted while the audience arose and applauded him frantically. A few minutes later he left the theatre and returned to the Tuileries, where he received the reports of the police and the congratulations of his ministers. The public joy over his escape was universal. The attempt on the life of the First Consul was a double shock to Josephine, as it revived at once the talk about the necessity for the safety of the State of an heir to the First Consul, and this, for Josephine, meant what she feared the most: divorce. The Comte d'Artois, afterwards Charles X, was involved in another plot which was even more serious. His agents were the former Chouan, Georges Cadoudal, and the Republican General Pichegru, the former instructor of Napoleon at Brienne. They were both arrested in Paris. The former was shot, and the latter was found strangled in prison. The First Consul now determined to make an example of the House of Bourbon, which would not soon be forgotten. The young Duc d'Enghien, the last descendant of the great House of Condé, who was living in Germany not far from the Rhine, was arrested and conducted to Vincennes. The night of his arrival, the 20th of March, 1804, he was tried by a military court, found guilty of having borne arms against France, and sentenced to be shot. At an early hour on the following morning he was executed in the courtyard of the château. There was naturally a howl of indignation from the Royalists everywhere. It was perfectly legitimate for them to attempt the life of the Corsican usurper, but he must not shed a drop of the blue blood of the Bourbons. But the object of Bonaparte was achieved. There were no more Royalist plots against his life. When Bonaparte traversed France on his return from Marengo, he received a perfect ovation at every stage of his journey. At Dijon he was welcomed by a delegation of young girls crowned with flowers. At Sens he passed under a triumphal arch inscribed with the historic words, "Veni Vidi Vici." When he entered Paris the night of the 2nd of July the enthusiasm was indescribable. The next morning an innumerable crowd filled the gardens of the Tuileries. In the evening the whole city was illuminated. Every window was lighted up. 20 years later, on the rock of St. Helena, Napoleon spoke of this as one of the happiest days of his life. He was delighted to be with Josephine again. There was not then any cloud between them, and their life was a model of reciprocal affection. He felt that his wife was his good genius. He said to Bourrienne, "The noise of these acclamations is as sweet to me as the sound of the voice of Josephine." It was the expression of La Bruyère, "L'harmonie la plus douce est le son de voix de la femme qu'on aime." 12 days after his return was celebrated the national fête of the 14th of July, anniversary of the fall of the Bastille. The Consular Guard, which left Milan the 22nd of June, had been ordered to be present on this occasion, and it was exact for the rendezvous. At 10 o'clock in the morning it entered the court of the Tuileries bearing the Austrian flags taken at Marengo. The guard then proceeded to the Invalides, where an address was made by Lucien Bonaparte, Minister of the Interior. After this there was a grand review on the Champ de Mars, where the flags were formally presented to the consuls. At this moment the crowd went wild with joy, and broke through the lines of the troops with an irresistible flood. Every one cried, "Vive la République! Vive Bonaparte!" On the 21st of September, anniversary of the founding of the Republic, the remains of Turenne were borne to their final resting place under the dome of the Church of the Invalides. Here Carnot, the Minister of War, made an oration, in which he exalted the great general of Louis XIV. In the evening Bonaparte and his wife were present at a gala performance at the Théâtre Français. The same day the First Consul laid the first stone of a monument to be erected in the Place de la Victoire in memory of Desaix and Kléber. This square, before the Revolution, contained a gilded statue of Louis XIV, whose name it bore. After the Second Restoration, the statue of Desaix was removed, and in 1822 replaced by an equestrian statue of the Roi Soleil. After the fête of the 14th of July, Bonaparte and his wife left the Tuileries to go to Malmaison, which Joséphine had purchased 2 years before during Napoleon's absence in Egypt. The château is delightfully situated on the left bank of the Seine, very near the village of Reille, about 10 miles from Paris. It was at that time the favorite residence of Bonaparte, and during the summer after his return from Italy he passed several days there every week. At Malmaison the great man showed himself amiable and familiar. He laid aside his dignity and took part in the games and pastimes of the château. During the summer of 1801 and the spring season of 1802, Malmaison continued to be his favorite residence. After that its place was taken by the château of St. Cloud. Of the 6 dwelling places of Napoleon at Paris after he arrived at fame, 3 have since disappeared: the villa in the Rue de la Victoire, the Tuileries, and St. Cloud. The 3 that remain are the Luxembourg, where he lived for 3 months as First Consul, the Élysée, where he resided for a few weeks during the 100 Days, and Malmaison, which, after many changes of hands, in 1900 was purchased by a Jewish banker, Daniel Osiris, and presented to the State. It has since been restored and refurnished in the style of the First Empire, and is now a museum of souvenirs of Napoleon and Joséphine. Among the young girls of the consular court, the most popular was Hortense de Beauharnais, the daughter of Joséphine. She was not particularly pretty, but was very attractive with her blonde hair and soft violet eyes. She had been educated at the fashionable school of Madame Campan at Saint Germain. Here she had as companions Caroline Bonaparte, the future Queen of Naples, Stéphanie de Beauharnais, the future Grand Duchess of Baden, Eliza Monroe, daughter of the United States Minister to France, who was later President of the American Republic, and many other young ladies of the best Parisian families, including the future wife of Marshal Davout, of Duroc, the favorite aide de camp of the Emperor, and of Marshal Ney, the bravest of the brave. At one time Hortense showed a decided preference for Duroc, but her mother was strongly opposed to a marriage which she considered a mésalliance. Tormented by the phantom of divorce, Joséphine had set her heart on the marriage of her daughter to Louis Bonaparte. In this way she thought she could reconcile the Bonapartes and the Beauharnais. She could not have any children by Napoleon, but her grandchild and the nephew of Napoleon might one day occupy the throne of France, which indeed happened. Madame Campan seconded the wishes of Joséphine, and used all of her influence with Hortense to persuade her to look with favor on Louis. Finally, at a ball at Malmaison in the autumn of 1801, the marriage was arranged. The civil marriage took place at the Tuileries the 3rd of January, 1802, in the presence of the Bonaparte and Beauharnais families. The following day the religious ceremony was performed in the little hotel in the Rue de la Victoire, where the young couple began their married life. The nuptial benediction was pronounced by Cardinal Caprara, who was then negotiating the Concordat with the French government. At the same time General Murat and Caroline Bonaparte, who had only been united by a civil bond, had their marriage blessed by the Church. Joséphine also wished to have the same privilege, but Napoleon absolutely refused, either from reasons of public policy, or in order to keep the way open for a divorce if in the future he desired one. The shabbily furnished little villa in the Rue de la Victoire, after being occupied for a short time by Louis and Hortense, was loaned by Napoleon from time to time to some favorite general. It was not finally torn down until 1860. The site is now covered by the houses numbers 58 and 60, and the courtyard, in which the resplendent officers gathered on the morning of the 18 Brumaire, is now divided between the courts of these 2 houses. The street in those days was almost a country road, bordered by small villas. 2 of these, besides the hotel of Joséphine, were to be associated with the name of Napoleon. In one, Mademoiselle Éléonore Desnuelles gave birth the 13th of December, 1806, to a boy who bore a striking resemblance to the Emperor, and who was named Léon. He lived through 4 governments of France and died the 15th of April, 1881, under the Third Republic. In another modest dwelling in the same street lived the loving and devoted Madame Valeska, whose son by the Emperor was the gifted soldier, diplomat and writer who was a brilliant figure under the Second Empire. He also bore a striking resemblance to the Emperor. At Paris, on the 10th of October, 1802, was born the first child of Hortense, Napoleon Charles, who was to die at The Hague in his 5th year. Because of his strong family resemblance to Napoleon, and the interest which he always showed in the boy, the calumny was spread at a later date that he was really the child of the Emperor. Bourrienne, who certainly cannot be accused of any great goodwill towards Napoleon, denies this accusation in the strongest terms. In his Memoirs he says, "I am happy to be able to give the most formal and positive denial to the infamous supposition that Bonaparte ever had for Hortense any other feelings than those of a stepfather for a stepdaughter. Authors without belief have attested without proofs, not only the criminal liaison which they have imagined, but they have even gone so far as to say that Bonaparte was the father of the eldest son of Hortense. It is a lie, an infamous lie." During the Consulate was begun the work of beautifying Paris, which was continued under the Empire and completed under Napoleon III. The abolition during the Revolution of the many religious institutions of old Paris had made possible great works of reconstruction. Up to the end of the Revolution, the magnificent Place Vendôme, so familiar to all visitors to Paris, was connected with the gardens of the Tuileries by the narrow passage des Feuillants. On the north side of those gardens, facing the Manège, was the much frequented Terrasse, where now stands the Hôtel Continental. The Manège had been built for the equestrian training of Louis XV when a boy, and was converted into a place of meeting for the Assembly, after its removal from Versailles to Paris. This narrow passage was enlarged under the Consulate to the present Rue de Castiglione, which connects the Rue St. Honoré with the fine Rue de Rivoli, which was begun at the same time, but was not cut through to the Place de la Bastille until the reign of Napoleon III. The Place Vendôme, begun under Louis XIV, and first called Place Louis le Grand, was later named for the Duc de Vendôme, the son of Henri IV, by Gabriel d'Estrées, whose hotel once occupied this site. The column was erected under the Empire in imitation of that of Trajan at Rome. On the top was originally placed a statue of the Emperor in a Roman toga, which was removed at the time of the Restoration. A second statue in the familiar hat and greatcoat, which is now in the Invalides, was erected by Louis Philippe. Under the Second Empire, this was in turn replaced by a replica of the first statue. From the Place Vendôme, the handsome Rue de la Paix, originally called Rue Napoleon, was constructed north to the boulevards upon the site of the Jardin of the Convent of the Capucines. The Church of the Madeleine, begun under Louis XV, and unfinished at the time of the Revolution, was ordered completed as a Temple de la Gloire, in honor of the army. But the building, which was not finished until the reign of Louis Philippe, was given back after the Restoration to its original destination. The renovation of the Louvre was ordered, and this museum became the treasure house of painting and sculpture enriched by works of art taken from many Italian cities. Orders were also given for the construction of vast galleries which were to connect the old Louvre with the Pavillon de Marsan, and form a splendid façade on the new Rue de Rivoli. This work, arrested by the downfall of the Empire, and completed by the great man's nephew, is an enduring monument to the memory of the two Napoleons. Other works which combined beauty with utility were the prolongation of the quays along the left bank of the Seine, the construction of 3 new bridges, the improvement of the Jardin des Plantes, and the laying out of many parks and open spaces. At a later date the victories of the Empire were commemorated in the erection of the Arc de Triomphe. Some of these works were not carried out until the time of the Empire, but they represent the designs of the First Consul, and may therefore be mentioned here. On the 15th of August, 1802, a splendid fête was given at Paris to celebrate the proclamation of Bonaparte as First Consul for life. That day, the Festival of the Assumption, was also memorable as being Napoleon's 33rd birthday, and as the anniversary of the Concordat. The First Consul now began to sign his name Napoleon, like monarchs, and little by little to surround himself with regal state. St. Cloud took the place of Malmaison as a residence during the summer season, and at this château and at the Tuileries the pomp of the Ancien Régime was copied. Duroc was appointed governor of the palace, and regular court etiquette was instituted. Republican simplicity in dress gave place to sumptuous uniforms and gorgeous liveries which recalled the days of the monarchy. The First Consul, however, still clung to his simple habits, and generally wore the uniform of a colonel of the Chasseurs de la Garde, which was also his usual costume when emperor. He always retained his early dislike of luxury and display, and court ceremonial was ever irksome to him. He adopted it as a matter of policy rather than from personal inclination. A very interesting account of Napoleon's appearance at this time is given by John Leslie Foster, who visited Paris shortly after the Peace of Amiens. He is about 5 feet 7 inches high, delicately and gracefully made; his hair a dark brown, thin and lank; his complexion smooth, pale, and sallow; his eyes gray but very animated; all his features, particularly his mouth and nose, fine, sharp, defined, and expressive beyond description. The true expression of his countenance is a pleasing melancholy, which, whenever he speaks, relaxes into the most agreeable and gracious smile you can conceive. To this you must add the appearance of deep and intense thought, but above all the predominating expression, a look of calm and tranquil resolution and intrepidity which nothing human could discompose. He has more unaffected dignity than I could conceive in man. He speaks deliberately, but very fluently, with particular emphasis, and in a rather low tone of voice. While he speaks, his features are still more expressive than his words. In the interesting but unreliable Memoirs of Madame de Rémusat, we catch a glimpse of the life of this parvenu court, attempting to imitate the manners of the Ancien Régime. Napoleon's reason for enduring this mummery is frankly given in his statement: "It is fortunate that the French are to be ruled through their vanity." There are abundant reasons for thinking, says Rose, that Napoleon valued the Peace of Amiens as a necessary preliminary to the restoration of the French colonial empire. He had never really relinquished his designs on Egypt, and still set a high value on the valley of the Nile and the Isthmus of Suez. Even at St. Helena, he said emphatically, "Egypt is the most important country in the world." The French possessions beyond the seas had never shrunk to a smaller area than during the last year of the war with England. It was therefore a source of great satisfaction to Napoleon to recover possession of the large and fertile island of St. Domingue, or Haiti, which in the early years of the last century loomed far more important than at the present day. Under the monarchy, the trade of the French portion of this island represented more than half of the ocean commerce of France. During the Revolution there had been a terrible servile revolt under the leadership of Toussaint Louverture, a man of great sagacity and force of character, who had conquered and ruled the entire island. As soon as peace was signed, Napoleon sent his brother-in-law, General Leclerc, to govern the island as Captain General. The expeditionary force consisted of over 60 battleships with 20,000 troops on board. The forces of the Black Dictator were overwhelmed, and he himself was sent to die as a prisoner in France. Many of the French soldiers, including General Leclerc himself, succumbed to the unhealthy climate. The history of the former extensive French possessions in North America could hardly be recalled by ardent patriots without a pang of remorse. At the beginning of the 7 Years' War, France was master of Canada and Louisiana, which were connected by a line of interior military posts, while the English were confined to a strip of territory along the Atlantic coast. The Pompadour, who was the virtual ruler of France, joined the alliance of Austria and Russia against Prussia and England. The mistress of Louis XV could not be persuaded to send succor to the brave Montcalm, and the capture of Quebec by Wolfe's army in 1759 virtually marked the end of French control on the American continent, although Canada was not formally ceded to England until the Peace of Paris in 1763, at the conclusion of the war. The same year Louisiana was transferred by England to Spain in return for other concessions made by the Court of Madrid. Many efforts were made by France to regain her former Mississippi province, but all in vain until July, 1800, when Spain agreed to transfer Louisiana to France in return for the cession of Tuscany to the heir of the Duke of Parma. This young man had married the daughter of Charles IV. of Spain, and for his benefit the contemptible king was ready, nay eager, to barter away the half of a continent. On one pretext or another, however, the actual transfer was delayed over a period of 2 years. The opposition of the United States to having the mouth of their greatest river in foreign hands was very strong, and President Jefferson sent Monroe to Paris to purchase the French claims. For many reasons Napoleon was willing to agree to the bargain, and for the paltry sum of 60,000,000 francs, the United States gained a peaceful title to Louisiana and the vast tracts west of the Mississippi. But it proved after all an excellent bargain for France, as it prevented the territory from falling into the hands of England when hostilities began again within a few months. An attempt at this time to revivify French influences in India was also thwarted by the breaking of the peace. In no other way was Napoleon's statesmanship revealed more clearly than in his whole attitude towards European and colonial politics, which were so strongly to affect the fortunes of the nations during the latter part of the 19th century. His grand schemes failed because of the relentless hostility of England, and not because, as stated by Rose, they were too vast fitly to consort with an ambitious European policy; when, in the words of Talleyrand, he, Napoleon, began to sow the seeds of new wars which, after overwhelming Europe and France, were to lead him to his ruin. It was the English aristocracy which, in its determination to crush Napoleon, formed coalition after coalition against him because he was justly regarded as the foe of special privilege. For the accomplishment of this end, during a period of nearly a quarter of a century, Europe was deluged in blood; and then after his fall, English writers endeavored to prove that Napoleon was a tyrant who threatened the liberties of the world. Even a historian as generally fair as Rose is not able to entirely overcome this old insular prejudice. As has already been stated, the peace between France and England was not of long duration. The agreement to evacuate Malta had not been carried out by the English government, whose apprehension had been aroused by the colonial projects of the First Council. In fact, the peace between the two nations was little more than a truce. After much diplomatic discussion, Great Britain broke off negotiations on the question of Malta, and withdrew her ambassador from Paris the 12th of May, 1803. In 5 years, the situation of France with regard to England had materially changed. In 1798, Bonaparte had advised the Directory against an attempt to cross the Channel. Now the resources of France were vastly increased, and in 1803 he decided to undertake the invasion of England. He began preparations with his usual thoroughness. Every port on the Channel was improved and fortified. From Antwerp to Dieppe, camps were formed in which troops began to assemble. Hundreds of gunboats and light cruisers were collected. But it was as useless now as 5 years before to attempt a crossing while the British fleet held command of the seas. Napoleon therefore planned a gigantic naval campaign to give him control of the Channel. There were 2 principal French fleets, one of which was at Brest, where it was closely blockaded by Lord Cornwallis, while the other was at Toulon, watched by Lord Nelson. Under instructions from Napoleon, in the spring of 1805, the Toulon fleet stole out, sailed through the Strait of Gibraltar, and made for the West Indies, with Nelson in hot pursuit. It then turned back, and again evading Nelson, sailed for Ferrol, a port in the northwestern part of Spain, where it was to free a small squadron which blockaded there, and then proceed to Brest. So far Napoleon's scheme had worked perfectly, and he hoped with the combined fleets to overpower Cornwallis and control the Channel. But his plans were ruined by the incompetency of the French Admiral Villeneuve, who, after an indecisive action with an inferior English fleet off Ferrol on the 22nd of July, sailed for Cadiz instead of Brest. Napoleon was furious, and threatened to remove Villeneuve. In order to forestall this action, on the 21st of October, the French admiral came out of Cadiz and met the English off Cape Trafalgar. The Franco-Spanish fleet was defeated, and almost entirely destroyed by the superior skill of Nelson, but the greatest of English admirals paid for the victory with his life. In the meantime, however, other events had put a stop to Napoleon's plan for an invasion of England, and the campaign of Austerlitz had begun. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Napoleon I, An Intimate Biography, by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 11. 1804. The Empire. After the execution of the Duc d'Enghien, the First Consul expressed to Joseph his intention of founding a Napoleonic dynasty. "I always intended," he said, "to end the Revolution by the establishment of heredity. But I thought such a step could not be taken before the lapse of 5 or 6 years." But events had moved faster than he expected. The Jacobins had looked upon the pomp and parade of the Consulate court as a prelude to the return of the Bourbons, with the First Consul in the rôle of monk. They therefore hailed with joy the execution of Enghien. Henceforth it would be war to the knife between Bonaparte and the Bourbons. A few days after the execution, Fouché appealed to the Senate to establish hereditary power in the person of Napoleon, as the surest means of preserving the benefits of the Revolution. He argued that this would put an end to the Royalists' plots, for even if they struck down the man they could not end the system. So as events turned out, the Royalists thwarted their own purposes, and ensured the establishment of the Empire. Appeals more or less spontaneous now began to pour in from all parts of France for the adoption of the principle of hereditary rule. There is no doubt as to the fact that Napoleon, both as a warrior and as a statesman, had established a valid claim to the nation's gratitude. After hearing Fouché's adroit speech, the Senate voted almost unanimously in favor of hereditary rule. In the tribunate only one member, Carnot, voted against the proposition. On the 18th of May, 1804, a Senatus Consultum formally decreed to Napoleon Bonaparte the title of Emperor of the French. A committee of the Senate waited upon Napoleon at the Château of St. Cloud to notify him, and the following day he came to the Tuileries, where he held a large reception. Napoleon, who at the beginning of his career had expressed such strong republican sentiments, was at the bottom of his nature essentially monarchical. One of his deepest regrets, says Metternich, was that he could not invoke the principle of legitimacy as the basis of his power. Few men have felt more profoundly than he how much, without this foundation, authority is precarious and fragile, and how exposed it is to attack. Napoleon expressed the same sentiment on one occasion when he said that he was the only sovereign in Europe who could not return to his capital after a defeat with the same assurance of welcome as if he had gained a victory. The dignitaries of state under the Empire were the Constable of France, Louis Bonaparte, the Grand Elector, Joseph Bonaparte, the High Admiral of France, Joachim Murat, the Arch-Chancellor of the Empire, Cambacérès, the Arch-Chancellor of State, Eugène Beauharnais, and the Arch-Treasurer of the Empire, Lebrun. With the Emperor, these 6 grand dignitaries formed the Grand Council of the Empire. The titles had been borrowed in part from the Holy Roman Empire, and in part from the old monarchy of France. 2 of the dignitaries were Napoleon's brothers, who stood next to him in line of succession, 2 were his relations by marriage, and 2 were his former colleagues in the consulate. The other 2 brothers of Napoleon were absent and out of favor: Lucien for having married Madame Joubertou after the death of his first wife, and Jérôme because of his marriage with Miss Patterson of Baltimore. The new constitution of the year 12 of the Republic was now submitted to popular vote. The plébiscite was worded as follows: "The French people decree the heredity of the imperial dignity in the descendants direct, natural, legitimate, and adopted of Napoleon Bonaparte, and in the descendants direct, natural, and legitimate of Joseph Bonaparte and Louis Bonaparte." All of the brothers were offended by these stipulations: Lucien and Jérôme because they were excluded from the line of succession, Joseph and Louis because their children were mentioned instead of themselves. More than 3.5 million votes were cast for the new constitution, a number which exceeded those given for the consulate and the consulate for life. Only 2,500 votes were recorded in the negative. Besides the grand dignitaries of the Empire mentioned above, there were 6 grand officers of the Crown. Napoleon's uncle, Cardinal Fesch, was Grand Almoner; Talleyrand, Grand Chamberlain, and later Vice Grand Elector; Berthier, Chief Ranger, and later Vice Constable; Caulaincourt, Master of Horse; Duroc, Marshal of the Palace; and Ségur, Master of Ceremonies. There were also 4 Colonel Generals: Davout, Commander of the Grenadiers à Pied; Soult, Commander of the Chasseurs à Pied; Bessières, commander of the cavalry, and Mortier, commander of the artillery and the sailors. These officers of the Imperial Guard formed a part of the household of the Emperor, and enjoyed the same prerogatives as the grand officers of the Crown. The Emperor's mother was to be styled Madame Mère, and his sisters became Imperial Highnesses with their several establishments of ladies in waiting. It now remained to satisfy the army, by no means an easy task, and Napoleon revived, for the benefit of his most distinguished generals, the ancient and honorable title of Marshal of France. This dignity originated in the 13th century. There was at first only one Maréchal de France, and there were but two until the time of Francis I. Their number afterwards became unlimited. The list of the new marshals was published in the Moniteur of the 19th of May, 1804. It comprised 14 names on the active list, and 4 honorary appointments with seats in the Senate. The original 14 were Berthier, Murat, Moncey, Jourdan, Masséna, Augereau, Bernadotte, Soult, Brune, Lannes, Mortier, Ney, Davout, and Bessières, while on the inactive list, Lefebvre, Pérignon, and Serrurier, all of whom except Lefebvre were over 50 years of age. An examination of the list reveals in most cases the reasons for the selection. Masséna was the greatest soldier of France, and the only one, with perhaps the exception of Davout and Soult, who was capable of independent command. Berthier as chief of staff, and Murat and Lannes as division and corps commanders in Italy and Egypt had one distinction. Ney and Mortier were considered as coming men. Bessières was commander of the cavalry of the new Imperial Guard. The appointments of Augereau and Bernadotte were made mainly for political reasons. The names of the others were connected with glorious victories of the Republic. At the time of the first creation, Moreau, the victor of Hohenlinden, was in disgrace, and Hoche, Kléber, Dessay, and Leclerc were dead. But there were other officers of distinction, like MacDonald, Victor, Saint-Cyr, and Marmont, who thought they should have been included, and were much disappointed. Before the end of the Empire 8 more bâtons were granted. In 1807, Victor was made honorary marshal, not on the active list. MacDonald, Oudinot, and Marmont were appointed in 1809 for their exceptional services during the campaign of Wagram. It was said at the time that Napoleon, having lost Lannes, needed 3 marshals to fill his place, but it is only fair to state that, although none of the new men was to be compared with Lannes, they were all quite as good generals as some of the marshals on the original list. In 1811 Suchet received the bâton for his services at the battle and siege of Valencia, and Saint-Cyr was appointed during the Russian campaign of 1812. Prince Poniatowski was honored only 2 days before his death at Leipzig in 1813. The last marshal to be appointed was Grouchy, just prior to the Waterloo campaign of 1815, in which he proved himself so grossly incompetent. Of the 26 marshals, 9 had held commissions ranging from lieutenant to general in the old Royal Army. 11 had begun as privates in the ranks, and of these 9 had risen to the rank of sergeant. But it must be remembered that the standing of the non-commissioned officers in the old service was very high, as the officers left to them the entire organization, discipline, and control of the troops. It is rather a remarkable fact that only 3 of the marshals lost their lives on the field of battle. Lannes received his death wounds at Essling in 1809. Bessières was killed at Lutzen in 1813, and Poniatowski was drowned in the Elster after the battle of Leipzig the same year. 5 met violent deaths after the fall of the Empire. Murat and Ney were shot, Berthier died from an accident, and Brune was murdered in 1815, and Mortier was killed by an infernal machine at Paris in 1835. All the other marshals outlived the Empire, most of them by many years, the last 2 survivors, Soult and Marmont, living until after the middle of the century. When Napoleon became emperor, he was 35 years of age. He was in the prime of life, in the full possession of all his magnificent intellectual powers. He was gifted with a wonderful brain, perhaps the most marvelous ever given to man, lucid, precise, tireless, swift in its processes, tenacious in its grip, served by an accurate and capacious memory. All of his intellectual resources were available at any moment. He said of himself, "Different matters are stored away in my brain as in a chest of drawers. When I wish to interrupt a piece of work, I close that drawer and open another. None of them ever get mixed, never does this inconvenience or fatigue me. When I am ready, I shut all the drawers and go to sleep." In him there existed a rare combination of the poetic and the practical, the dreamer and the man of action, joined to an almost superhuman activity. At St. Helena he said, "Work is my element, for which I was born and fitted. I have known the limits of my arms and legs. I have never discovered those of my power of work." He never spent more than 20 minutes at his meals, and needed only 4 hours of sleep a day. He was able to fall asleep at will, and awaken with his mind instantly alert. Working 16 to 20 hours a day, he drove his secretaries at full speed. His published correspondence fills 32 volumes, although not more than a third of his letters have yet been printed. His proclamations and his bulletins were masterpieces. His conversation was brilliant and animated. Every one listened to him with pleasure. Although he was frequently rude and ill-bred in his manners, when he wished to gain his point, no one could be more fascinating. All writers have spoken of the charm of his smile. No more attractive picture of Napoleon has ever been sketched than that of the Royalist Marquise de la Tour du Pin, in her charming Recollections of the Revolution and the Empire. Says Hazen, "He made his ministers mere hard-worked servants, but he won the admiration and devotion of his soldiers by the glamour of his victories, and he held the peasantry in the hollow of his hand by constantly guaranteeing them their lands and their civil equality, in their opinion the only things in the Revolution that counted. He was as little as he was big. He is a man of whom more evil and more good can be said and has been said than of many historical figures. He cannot easily be described, and certainly not in any brief compass. He ranks with Alexander, Caesar, Charlemagne, as one of the most powerful conquerors and rulers of history. It is by no means certain that Napoleon would not be considered the greatest of them all." In the award of honors many outspoken Republicans like St. Cyr and Macdonald were excluded. Bernadotte, though not in favor, was treated with consideration because he had married the sister of Joseph's wife. He was presented by Napoleon with the house in Paris, which had formerly belonged to Moreau, while the latter's estate of Grosbois, near Paris, went to the faithful Berthier. But the Grand Army was entrusted to the command of men upon whom Napoleon could absolutely rely, like Davout, Soult, and Ney. The record of the great generals of the Republic is in the main a gloomy one. Hoche had died in the Rhineland, Desaix was killed at Marengo, and Kléber was assassinated the same day at Cairo. Leclerc was a victim of the unhealthy climate of St. Domingue. Pichegru was strangled in prison, and Moreau was put on trial for high treason. The evidence against Moreau was not conclusive. The utmost that could be proved was that he desired Napoleon's overthrow, that he had 3 interviews with Pichegru, and that he did not reveal the plot to the government. He was condemned to 2 years in prison, but was accorded the permission to retire to the United States. In order to furnish him with funds for his exile, the Emperor purchased his house in the Rue d'Anjou St. Honoré for the sum of 800,000 francs, much more than its real value, and presented it to Bernadotte. Through the supplications of Josephine and Madame Murat, the death sentences of the Duc de Polignac and the Marquis de Rivière were commuted to 4 years of imprisonment, followed by deportation, and these 2 acts of clemency did much to diminish the irritation of the Royalists. Napoleon was now absolute master of France. Although the new coins of the Empire bore the inscription République Française, Napoléon Empereur, only the shadow of the Republic remained. No one longer thought of it. The Republican fête of the 14th of July was celebrated by a solemn distribution of the crosses of the Légion d'honneur. It was the first public appearance of the new sovereigns. For the first time they traversed in a carriage the Grande Allée of the gardens of the Tuileries. Accompanied by a magnificent escort, they went in great state to the Église des Invalides, which during the Republic had been a temple of Mars, and which the Empire had again made a Catholic church. During the ceremony the Emperor called to him Cardinal Caprara, who had negotiated the Concordat, and who was soon to be very instrumental in persuading the Pope to come to Paris for the coronation. Detaching from his neck the grand cordon of the Légion d'honneur, Napoleon presented it to this venerable prelate. In spite of the enthusiasm of the people and of the army, it was already evident to serious observers that the new regime, without the solid foundation which resists misfortunes, had need of perpetual success in order to endure. Napoleon was condemned not only to succeed, but to dazzle and to subjugate the world. His empire demanded extraordinary pomp, gigantic adventures, colossal victories. Like his nephew Napoleon III, he comprehended the difficulties of his role, and realized how necessary it is to give a nation glory in order to make it forget its liberty. This perpetual need of action and of renown was to be at once the cause of the strength and of the weakness of Napoleon's career. Before being crowned by the Pope, in imitation of Charlemagne, Napoleon wished to visit the tomb of the great Emperor of whom he considered himself the worthy successor. In his visit to Aix-la-Chapelle, he was preceded by several days by the Empress, who wished to take the waters of that city. 3 days after the July fête, the Emperor had left the camp at Boulogne. After remaining there several weeks, and visiting other points along the coast, Napoleon rejoined Josephine at Aix-la-Chapelle on the 3rd of September. When the great Emperor's tomb was opened, his skeleton was found clothed in Roman garb. The double crown of France and Germany encircled the skull. Beside him lay his famous sword, and around his neck was hung the celebrated talisman which brought him success. This talisman was a piece of the real cross, encased in an emerald which was hung to a thick gold ring by a slender chain. This relic was presented to Napoleon by the city authorities, and he wore it on his breast at Austerlitz and Wagram. In 1813 he gave it to Hortense. The talisman was in the bedroom of Napoleon III when he died at Chislehurst, and in 1920, just before her death, was presented by the Empress Eugénie to the Trésor of the celebrated cathedral at Reims, which was so much damaged by the German bombardment during the Great War. From Aix-la-Chapelle the sovereigns proceeded via Cologne to Mayence. Here the Emperor found himself surrounded by a regular court of German princes. The journey along the banks of the Rhine made a great impression on France and on the rest of Europe. Napoleon desired to have his imperial title consecrated by a grand religious ceremony, which would have an immense effect on the whole Catholic world. The date of the coronation was finally fixed for the 2nd of December, 1804. Just a month before, the Pope, Pius VII, then 62 years of age, set out for Paris. 3 weeks later he was met by Napoleon at Fontainebleau, where he remained several days, and then proceeded to Paris, and took up his quarters in the Tuileries in the Pavillon de Flore. All Paris was agitated by the approach of the great event. The hotels were full to overflowing. There were rehearsals of the coronation as for a great theatrical production. All the details had been arranged by the Emperor in advance with as much care as the plan of a great battle. At last the 2nd of December dawned. From early morning all Paris was on foot. The sky was overcast and it was very cold, but no one thought of the rigor of the season. The Pope left the Tuileries for Notre Dame at 9 o'clock, and Napoleon and Josephine followed an hour later in a carriage with Joseph and Louis. Arrived at the palace of the Archbishop, Napoleon put on the coronation costume. Over a narrow robe of white satin he wore a heavy mantle of crimson velvet. On his head he placed a crown of golden laurels. On his neck the collar of the Légion d'honneur in diamonds. At his side a sword ornamented with the Regent diamond. After the high mass the Pope blessed the imperial ornaments and then returned them to the Emperor: the ring, which he passed upon his finger; the sword, which he replaced in its sheath; the mantle, which was attached to his shoulders by the chamberlains; then the sceptre and the "hand of justice," which he gave to the Arch-Treasurer and the Arch-Chancellor. The only ornament which remained to be handed to the Emperor was the crown. As the Pope was about to proceed with this last act of the ceremony, Napoleon took from his hands the sign of supreme power, and proudly placed it himself upon his head. He then approached the Empress, who was kneeling before him, and tenderly placed the imperial diadem upon her head. This scene is familiar to all who have seen in the Louvre the celebrated painting of the coronation by David, which, however, is not entirely accurate, as Madame Mère, who was not present, is depicted. The ceremony was a great success, and Napoleon said to Joseph, "If our father could see us now." It was after 6 o'clock when the imperial party returned to the Tuileries, and Napoleon, fatigued after so much pomp, resumed with pleasure his modest uniform of Colonel of the Chasseurs de la Garde. He dined alone with Josephine, whom he begged to retain the diadem, which she wore so gracefully, and which became her so well. The coronation was the signal for a series of fêtes, of which perhaps the most brilliant was that given to the Emperor and Empress by the Marshals of the Empire at the Opéra, which was then located in the Rue Richelieu. This building was torn down under the Restoration, after the death of the Duc de Berry, who was assassinated on the very threshold of the theatre. It was succeeded by the building in the Rue Lepelletier, constructed on the site of the former gardens of the Hôtel de Choiseul, which was the scene of the celebrated attempt of Orsini on the life of Napoleon III in 1858. 2 years later the present superb National Academy of Music was begun in the Place de l'Opéra, but was not finished until 4 years after the downfall of the Second Empire. The visit of the Pope to Paris was marked by 2 other religious ceremonies. Josephine had informed him at Fontainebleau that her union with Napoleon had never been blessed by the Church. He at once announced to Napoleon that a religious ceremony must be performed before the coronation. So Napoleon and Josephine were privately married in the chapel of the Tuileries by Cardinal Fesch on the evening before the coronation. A week before the departure of the Pope for Rome, the second son of Louis and Hortense, Napoleon Louis, was baptized with great pomp by the Pope himself at St. Cloud on the 24th of March, 1805. The gallery of the château was converted into a chapel for the ceremony. On this occasion Madame Mère was present. On the 4th of April, 1805, the Pope left Paris, and about the same time the Emperor and Empress set out from Fontainebleau for Milan, where Napoleon was to be crowned as King of Italy. At Turin, on the 29th of April, they made their adieus to Pius VII, who proceeded to Rome. On the 3rd of May Napoleon met at Alessandria his youngest brother Jérôme, who had incurred his displeasure by the marriage with Miss Patterson 2 years before. Before leaving Paris, the Emperor had finally persuaded his mother to sign a formal protest against this marriage, on the ground that under the law of the year I of the Republic, any marriage was null and void, if contracted by a minor without the consent of his father and mother. A few days later, Jérôme arrived at Lisbon with his wife. He was allowed to land, but she was forced to re-embark for England. Under orders from the Emperor, Jérôme traveled post haste to Italy. After a decisive interview with Napoleon, Jérôme basely agreed to abandon his wife and her unborn child, and was again restored to favor. Napoleon's coronation as King of Italy took place the 26th of May, 1805, in the beautiful Cathedral of Milan. The weather was magnificent, and the city was crowded with people. Josephine, although she bore the title of Queen of Italy, was not to be crowned. After the religious ceremonies, which were similar to those at Notre Dame, Napoleon himself placed upon his head the celebrated iron crown of the ancient kings of Lombardy, at the same time using the traditional formula, "God gave it me. Woe to him who touches it." He then took the crown of Italy, which he placed on his head in the same manner. On the 7th of June, Napoleon appointed Prince Eugène de Beauharnais as Viceroy of the Kingdom of Italy, and 3 days later, with Josephine, he left Milan on a visit to the celebrated battlefields. The first week in July was passed at Genoa, where magnificent fêtes were given to celebrate the incorporation of the ancient Republic in the French Empire. From Genoa they proceeded to Turin, where the Emperor received news of the organization of the Third Coalition. Napoleon, accompanied by Josephine, left immediately for France. Traveling incognito at full speed, without any escort, he arrived at Fontainebleau on the 11th of July, after an absence of exactly 100 days. The speed at which Napoleon traveled may be of interest. 4 days after his arrival he wrote to Jeanne as follows: "I arrived at Fontainebleau 85 hours after my departure from Turin. Nevertheless, I lost 3 hours on Mont Cenis, and I stopped constantly on account of the Empress. 1 or 2 hours to breakfast, and 1 or 2 hours to dine, made me lose 8 or 10 hours more. The distance by rail is about 440 miles, and the express trains via the Mont-Cenis tunnel make the run today in about 14 hours. Allowing for the delays of which he speaks, and the longer distance by road, Napoleon traveled at the rate of nearly 7 miles an hour. Napoleon at once began to work on the plans for the campaign which was to open the following month, and which was to end on the anniversary of his coronation in the glorious victory of Austerlitz. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Napoleon I, An Intimate Biography, by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 12, 1805. Austerlitz. On the 2nd of January, 1805, a month after his coronation, Napoleon wrote a personal letter to George III proposing peace. He still had his mind set on his plan of colonial expansion, to which Great Britain was the greatest obstacle. French trade had been driven from the seas, and French fleets were blockaded in their ports. Some of the West India Islands had again passed into the hands of England, and Napoleon had been forced to sell Louisiana to save it from the same fate. England had not evacuated Malta as agreed, and London had become a hotbed of royalist conspiracies against Napoleon's person and government. A superb army had been assembled at Boulogne for the invasion of England. The Pacific Addington had retired from office, and Pitt, the great war leader, had returned to power. His first move had been to form the Third Coalition against France. The King's reply to Napoleon's overtures was that he must consult the Continental powers, and in particular Russia, before giving a definite answer. The Tsar had been much mortified by the secondary part which he had played in the settlement of affairs in Germany after the Peace of Lunéville. In October 1803, the Austrian government was invited to make arrangements for joint action with Russia, but shrunk from the prospect of another war. A year later, in November 1804, she finally agreed to sign a declaration, but not a treaty, by which the two powers undertook to resist further French aggressions in Italy and Germany. At length, on the 11th of April, 1805, a formal treaty was signed, by which the two powers agreed to form a European League for the restoration of peace and of the balance of power. Holland, Switzerland, and Italy were to be freed from French control. England promised to pay a large annual subsidy for the maintenance of the troops employed against France. At a moment when it seemed possible that the coalition might fall through, Napoleon brought the matter to a head by his decision to assume the crown of Italy. He had first offered the crown to Joseph, and then, on his refusal, to Louis, but both declined to give up their rights to the imperial succession for a nominal kingship. Napoleon therefore announced his decision to himself assume the Iron Crown of Lombardy. In June, Genoa was formally annexed to the empire, and Lucca turned into a principality for Elisa. Shortly afterwards, Parma was also annexed. By these steps, all Italy west of the Adige and north of Tuscany was brought under the direct rule of Napoleon. As we have already seen, Napoleon arrived at Fontainebleau on his return from Italy on the 11th of July. After remaining there a week, he went to St. Cloud with Josephine, and the night of his arrival they attended the opera, where Napoleon received a warm reception. He then proceeded to Boulogne, where he held a review of the army which had been assembled for the invasion of England. On the 7th of July, Francis II signed the formal orders for the mobilization of the Austrian armies, and on the 22nd, Villeneuve, after an indecisive action with the English fleet off Ferrol, set sail for Cadiz instead of Brest as ordered by the Emperor. News traveled very slowly in those days, and definite reports of these two events did not reach Napoleon at Boulogne until the second week in August. It will always remain a mooted question whether Napoleon was really serious in his intention of invading England, but the weight of evidence seems to be in the affirmative. But whatever his intentions may have been, he was now forced to change his plans. Calling Daru, the commissary general of the army, to his headquarters at Pont de Brique, a small château a league from Boulogne, where he stayed when he went to inspect the ocean camps, at 4 o'clock in the morning he began to dictate, unhesitatingly and in his usual concise manner, the plan of the 1805 campaign as far as Vienna. When he had finished at 9 o'clock, he ordered Daru to leave at once for Paris, and with the utmost secrecy prepare with General de Jean, the Minister of War, the detailed orders for the marches. Napoleon himself also set out for the capital, where on the 27th of August he signed the official marching orders, directing the steps of the Grand Army towards the Rhine. The newspapers were strictly enjoined not to publish any reports of these movements of the troops, and Napoleon remained quietly at St. Cloud until the 23rd of September, in order to lull any suspicions of the Allies. At the same time that the Emperor dictated his plan of campaign on the 13th of August, he instructed Talleyrand, Minister of Foreign Affairs, to demand of the Austrian government that it should immediately disband its army, and to intimate that if he did not have assurance on this subject within 2 weeks, the Emperor Francis should not celebrate the Christmas festival in Vienna. In many respects Austerlitz is the most interesting of all Napoleon's campaigns. It was the first in which he commanded as Emperor. The army was much the largest which he had yet had under his orders, and according to his own statement it was the best he ever commanded. The final victory was the most brilliant and the most decisive he ever won, a real chef-d'oeuvre of battles of which he was always very proud. It may therefore be of interest to speak here of some of the generals who won undying glory under Napoleon's leadership, and to examine briefly his method of conducting his campaigns. The Grand Army had been encamped for 2 years on the shores of the Channel, wholly engaged in military exercises. Napoleon had occupied this time in perfecting its organization, and never was there anything finer or more martial. The system of divisions employed during the Revolution had been abandoned, and the army was organized in 7 corps, of from 2 to 4 divisions each, commanded by marshals. There were also powerful reserves of cavalry, and the Imperial Guard. The marshals were all men tried in many battles, but all were not at first given assignments. Bernadotte had the 1st Corps. Astute, calm, selfish, calculating, of more polished manners than most of the marshals, he had considerable powers of command, but Napoleon never fully trusted him, and perhaps employed him in the field because he thought it dangerous to leave him behind in France. Marmont, formerly an aide-de-camp and an artillery officer, commanded the 2nd Corps, although he had not yet been made marshal. Davout was at the head of the 3rd Corps. With the exception only of Masséna, he was the ablest of the marshals. He was a stern disciplinarian, but popular with his men, for whose comfort he was ever solicitous. Soult was placed in charge of the 4th Corps. He was a man of large frame, with an active mind. In Switzerland and at Genoa he had given proofs of superior talents. He was a capable commander, but he was detested by his subordinates. Lannes had the 5th Corps. He had first attracted the attention of Napoleon by his bravery in Italy, where he promoted him on the field of battle. He had watched Lannes' progress as a commander and seen him steadily improve. He said of him at St. Helena, "He was a pygmy when I took him, a giant when I lost him." Napoleon had for him a warmer feeling of friendship than for any of his other marshals. At his deathbed the Emperor could not control his grief. Lannes feared the Emperor no more than he did the enemy, and never failed to express himself with a frankness and familiarity which would not have been tolerated from any other general. Ney commanded the 6th Corps. The bravest of the brave occupied a unique position in the army. His good nature made him a general favorite with his officers and men. Like many of his associates, he did not understand war on the map, but on the field of battle he had no equal. He was at his best in command of the rear guard of a retreating army. In Portugal and in Russia he proved himself a great soldier. In his career there is much that is pathetic which blots out his faults and compels our admiration. Augereau was put in charge of the 7th Corps, which was formed later at Brest. His imposing personal appearance and martial air had made his fortune, but he did little in later campaigns to justify the reputation he had gained in Italy. Bessières commanded the Imperial Guard, with which his name will forever be associated. Acting always under the personal orders of the Emperor, he never had any opportunity to establish a reputation for originality or independence. Murat was at the head of the reserves of cavalry. He is perhaps the most picturesque figure among Napoleon's generals. He owed his position more to his connection by marriage with the Emperor than to his military merits. With but limited intelligence, brave to a fault, vain and ambitious, he was the beau idéal of the leader of a cavalry charge. But he was not in any sense a great cavalry general, and even on the battlefield frequently handled his men badly. The commanders of the Grand Army were remarkable for their comparative youth. Napoleon was 36, and Soult, Lannes, and Ney were the same age. Davout was a year and Murat 2 years younger, while Marmont was only 31. The oldest were Bessières, 37, Bernadotte, 42, and Augereau, 48. Among the division commanders were many men who attained great distinction in after years. Oudinot, Suchet, and Grouchy all later made marshals. Vandamme, Dupont, and Saint-Hilaire, all names well known in the history of Napoleon's campaigns, but it is impossible to dwell on them here. From this portrait of Napoleon's marshals it will be seen that with the exception of Davout and Soult, there was none to whom he could then entrust an independent command. The 7 corps, each of from 2 to 4 divisions, varied greatly in numbers, a sure gauge of Napoleon's opinion of the ability of the respective commanders. Augereau had 14,000 men, Bernadotte and Lannes each 18,000, Marmont 21,000, Ney 24,000, Davout 27,000, and Soult 41,000. The Guard under Bessières numbered 6,000, and the cavalry under Murat 22,000, a grand total of 191,000 men. At this time Masséna with 50,000 men in Italy was opposed to the Archduke Charles with double his forces. Masséna, whom Napoleon called l'enfant chéri de la victoire, was the ablest of the marshals and the one best fitted for independent command. At Zurich and in the defence of Genoa he had showed great vigour. He was a man of strong character, tried courage, and great resolution. He ranked very high among the generals of the day. At that time he was in his 50th year. The brain, the soul of the whole organization, was Napoleon himself. He alone commanded in chief, combining in his own person the functions not only of head of the state, but also of generalissimo, and of chief of staff in fact, if not in name. Herein lay the great defect of his military organization, which became more and more evident with the growth of his armies in later years. Napoleon was fortunate enough never to be wounded but once, and then not seriously, and he had an iron constitution which bore all the fatigues of his numerous campaigns. But if anything had happened to him at a critical moment, there was no one to replace him. Berthier, the nominal chief of staff, was only a very able and very useful head clerk, who received in the name of the Emperor the reports of the marshals and signed his orders for him. The only time that he ever had the opportunity of acting on his own initiative, at the beginning of the Wagram campaign, he nearly brought the army to disaster. If the senior Moltke had been killed or fallen sick, there were many officers on the Prussian staff who could have filled his place with credit, but Napoleon was the one star performer who never had an understudy. During his campaigns Napoleon was always accompanied by Berthier, Duroc, and Caulaincourt, besides several secretaries and a crowd of aides de camp. Duroc did not possess a brilliant mind, but was faithful and upright, and very useful to the Emperor, whose entire confidence he possessed. Caulaincourt was always by the Emperor's side, his duty being to accompany him everywhere. He was an excellent general officer, frank and loyal, and loved and esteemed by all. After the death of Duroc in 1813, he combined the duties of Grand Marshal with those of Chief Equerry. The above-mentioned officers, with numerous attendants and servants, constituted the Emperor's military household, which at the end of 1806 numbered 800 persons. The Emperor's personal domestic staff consisted of Constant, his head valet de chambre from 1800 to 1814, and 3 assistants. Next to Constant, the most intimate of Napoleon's servants was the Mameluke Roustan, who always guarded him at night, and acted as outrider by day, carrying his greatcoat and portmanteau. To complete the description of the Emperor's household, it remains to speak of his staff of secretaries, who were very few in number for the arduous duties required of them. Napoleon did not like new faces, consequently he had from 1796 to 1815 only 3 private secretaries. Bourrienne, his old school friend whom he was obliged to dismiss for dishonesty in 1802, Meneval, who was in all the campaigns of the Empire until 1813, and finally Fane. During a campaign it was Napoleon's custom to remain at headquarters until the last moment, and then travel rapidly by carriage so as to be at the head of his corps the moment his presence was necessary. The interior of his traveling carriage was so arranged that he could use it as a bed by night, and so travel without fatigue. For the past 80 years the most interesting exhibit at Madame Tussaud's in London has been the last traveling carriage used by Napoleon, which was captured by the Prussians after the Battle of Waterloo. It was built for him in 1811, and was employed during the Russian campaign of 1812 and the following year in Germany. It carried him from Fontainebleau to the coast in 1814, and from Paris to Belgium in June 1815. In general design it may be described as a two-seated berline de voyage. The coach is very heavily and strongly built, and the exterior is very plain, the only mark of distinction being the imperial arms emblazoned on the door panels. The body is swung on thick leather straps attached to strong C-springs. At the four corners of the body there are square black metal lamps made to take large wax candles. A traveling trunk was carried behind on a rack. The coach was drawn by 6 heavy Norman horses, 4 driven by the coachman, and the leaders under control of a postillion. The interior is more interesting than the exterior. There are 2 deep and roomy seats divided by a movable armrest. High up in the front of the vehicle are a pair of windows, beneath which, in the space usually occupied by the front seat, there is a curious bulkhead or boot which constitutes the most unusual feature of the carriage. Folding into this receptacle opposite the right-hand seat used by the Emperor, there is a well-appointed desk which when drawn out comes over to the back seat. Behind this there is a secret compartment for money and objects of value. Below these fittings there is a large cloth-covered door, hinged to open towards the middle of the coach, so that it divides the lower portion of the interior into 2 separate parts. When so placed it exposes a large cavity forming the foot of the sleeping compartment. Here, neatly encased within a receptacle 6 inches deep and 3 feet high, folded, ready to be withdrawn at a moment's notice, is Napoleon's bedstead. When connected by a board with the seat, which constituted the head of the bed, this formed a very comfortable couch, on which the Emperor could repose at full length. In the same space were carried the mattress and bed linen. The other side of the carriage is similarly arranged, but with drawers in place of the desk. In these were carried toilet articles and a complete table service. The interior is lined throughout with dark blue cloth, and there is an oil reading lamp in the centre of the back of the carriage. When at the head of his troops the Emperor rode on horseback. He had a bad seat, and was only a mediocre horseman, but his endurance, until he became stout after the age of 40, was remarkable. In Spain in 1809 he covered the distance from Valladolid to Burgos, nearly 80 miles in 5 hours. In such cases he had relays and changed horses every 10 or 15 kilometers. He usually rode small white Arabian horses, the appearance of which is familiar to us from Meissonier's paintings. They were good-tempered, gentle gallopers and easy amblers, and trained with the greatest care so as to be accustomed to all sorts of sounds and the sight of all kinds of objects. The white steed Marengo, which he rode at Waterloo, lived to take part in his funeral procession in 1840. At his headquarters in the field, whether temporary or permanent, Napoleon always required, besides his sleeping room, an office, in the centre of which was a table with his map spread out. In the corners of the room were tables for his secretaries. The Emperor usually retired at 8 o'clock after dinner, and rose again about 1 or 2 in the morning, when the reports began to come in. On the map, which was surrounded by 20 or 30 candles, the positions of his corps, and also of the enemy as far as known, were marked by pins. It was on this that he worked, moving his compass, open to the scale of 6 to 7 leagues, the length of a march. As soon as he had made up his mind he began to dictate his orders rapidly while walking around the room. It was always difficult for his secretaries to keep pace with him. As soon as the orders were written out they were presented for his initial, an abstract was made for the files, and the orders were then dispatched to the different marshals, so that the corps would be ready to march at daybreak. It is remarkable that Napoleon made large use of civilians for the secretariat of his staff. Notwithstanding his faults, Napoleon's staff system worked admirably in his own hands. The coalition plan of campaign was for 60,000 Austrians and 90,000 Russians to operate in the Danube Valley under Archduke Ferdinand, with Mack as his chief of staff, while 150,000 Austrians under Archduke Charles were to be in Italy on the Adige, where the main attack was to be delivered against the French, who were expected to be under the personal command of Napoleon. But Napoleon gave Massena the command in Italy with a strong corps, and ordered him to contain the Austrians there until the campaign took a decisive turn in Germany, while he himself took the command of the Grand Army of 7 corps with a strength of about 200,000. At the outset the campaign took a favorable turn for Napoleon when Mack issued orders for his troops to cross the frontier at once, without waiting for the Russians, with the idea of cutting off Bavaria from her alliance with France. The 6 French corps left their camps on the 27th of August, and the Guard left Paris the same day. All had orders to march by the shortest way to the Rhine and the Maine, with a general line of direction on Ulm. The distance from Boulogne to Strasbourg is about 300 miles, and the troops covered it in 29 days, crossing the Rhine on the 27th of September. Napoleon himself left Paris the 23rd September, and was at Strasbourg 3 days later. There he learned that Mack had entered Ulm on the 20th. Continuing his advance, and finding no signs of Mack, Napoleon crossed the Danube on the 7th of October, leaving only the corps of Ney on the north side to bar the roads from Ulm to Bohemia. Forming his troops into 3 groups, the Emperor directed Lannes and Murat to march on Ulm, while Bernadotte and Marmont were to advance on Munich, and hold off the Russians who were erroneously reported to have arrived there. Napoleon himself, with the 2 strong corps of Soult and Davout, advanced on the 10th to Augsburg, where he was in a position to support either Murat or Bernadotte according to circumstances. While Napoleon was breaking up the camp at Boulogne the last of August, Mack had marched into Bavaria to force her either to join the coalition or remain neutral. The Bavarians fell back to Bamberg, and Mack took up a position between Ulm and Lake Constance to await the arrival of the Russians, who were still 250 miles away and could not be expected before the middle of October. He was looking for the French, who had usually advanced through the Black Forest to follow the customary route. About this time he received the news that Napoleon with his main army was coming to Germany and not going to Italy. He immediately gave orders to change the direction of large bodies of troops which were marching to Italy, but it was too late to do any good. All of Napoleon's movements up to his arrival at Stuttgart had escaped Mack's knowledge. Finding at last that Napoleon was on the way to envelop his right flank and cut off his line of communications, in 6 days he made no less than 6 different plans to escape from the net fast closing around him, but all in vain. He tried, first, to oppose Napoleon's crossing the Danube; next, to retreat through Augsburg; then to cross the Danube to the north; then to retreat by way of Ulm into Bohemia; then, after determining to remain in Ulm, he finally again decided to retreat into Bohemia. But it was now too late. Napoleon was advancing on both banks of the river, and on the 15th Mack was driven back into the fortress, which was now entirely dominated. On the 17th of October he surrendered with 23,000 men. 2 large detachments which attempted to escape were also surrounded and captured. In all 50,000 Austrians were taken prisoners. Only Archduke Ferdinand with a small force succeeded in getting away safely. The Austrians had been beaten almost without firing a shot. It was a repetition on a larger scale of the strategy of Marengo. "The whole Ulm maneuver," says Dodge, "is one of the very finest in history." Napoleon immediately turned back his main body to join Bernadotte and concentrate his forces. This was accomplished on the 25th, when the French were about 225 miles from Vienna, to which they now advanced rapidly. On the 13th November, Murat seized the bridge across the Danube at Vienna by a stratagem, so that Napoleon could cross the river immediately. The next 2 days he gathered together the troops that had crossed the river and pressed on to Brunn. There he came to a halt, as he had only 50,000 men actually in hand, the Guard and the corps of Lannes and Soult. In spite of the great success of his campaign up to this point, the position of Napoleon was really critical. The French army was 400 miles from its base, and was much weakened by detachments. Its long line of communications ran through southern Germany, which was friendly, but to the north Prussia was beginning to arm. Winter was already at hand, and both the Emperor and his soldiers were anxious to be back in France. The Tsar believed that Napoleon had only a very weak force at Brunn, so he decided to attack him there, which was exactly what Napoleon wanted. The Allies advanced so slowly that the Emperor had ample time to concentrate his forces. On the 30th November the French outposts were driven in. Napoleon immediately penetrated the designs of the Allies, and did his best to encourage them. He drew his troops slowly back and took up a position which he had selected between Brunn and Austerlitz, which lent itself well to the turning movement at which the Allies were aiming. There the French army took station on the night of the 1st of December, while Kutuzov disposed his troops on the rising ground opposite. The terrain of Austerlitz is very much broken. There are a number of hills and valleys which will hide large bodies of troops. In the square of say 10 miles from east to west by 7 miles from north to south, the fortress city of Brunn occupies the northwest corner, and past it in a marshy lowland a mile wide flows the Schwarzenau River, bordering the field on the west. From the river to the east the ground rises and falls in a gradual ascent to the plateau of Pratzen, which occupies the center of the theatre, and from thence it gradually descends to the town of Austerlitz. Southwest of Pratzen, on the southern boundary of the square, there are 2 large ponds. The plateau is skirted on the west by a brook called Goldbach, and on the east and south sides flows the Lietuvä River. The road from Brunn to Vienna runs due south along the west bank of the Schwarzenau. The country is dotted with villages which are connected by good dirt roads. There are few woods, and the theatre, though full of hills and dales, forms a good field of maneuver. At the time of the battle the ponds were frozen, and the ice on the marshy ground gave a secure footing. Napoleon, who had been on the ground for several days, had been in the saddle most of the time, and ridden over the entire country to the north of the Lietuvä. Any ordinary general would have occupied the heights of Pratzen, and fought a defensive battle, but he wanted a fight to a decision, and not "only an ordinary battle," as he expressed it. The trained eye of Napoleon had not failed to catch the intention of the Allies, which was by a wide circuit of the French right flank to seize the road running south from Brunn, cut him off from Vienna, and recover the capital. This would also enable them to join hands with Archduke Charles, who was coming up from Italy. As a strategic measure their course was proper, but from the tactical standpoint the long circuit was an error, and just one of those which Napoleon liked to see his enemies commit. Their maneuver would enable him to pierce their center, cut them in two, and decisively defeat them. "To the average commander," says Dodge, "it would have been a gambling transaction. To Napoleon it was betting on a certainty." With this object in view, Napoleon left the Pratzen to be occupied by the enemy, and drew up his army behind the brook with his left flank on the Santon Hill, which he had caused to be strongly entrenched. Lannes was at the left, Soult in the center, and Davout, who had just arrived, at the right. Bernadotte also came up in the afternoon and went into position between and to the rear of Lannes and Soult. Murat and the cavalry were placed behind Lannes. Bessières, with the guard in reserve, was back of Bernadotte in the vicinity of the hill where the Emperor had his bivouac. The French right, under Davout, was intended to contain the Allied left, which was reaching around to the Vienna road until the moment arrived for Napoleon, with his massed left and center, to take advantage of any opening. The Emperor had by his side Berthier, Junot, his first aide de camp, and all his staff. Near by stood the guard. As from his bivouac he calmly watched the movements of the Allies, Napoleon saw his judgment confirmed that they were attempting to turn his right, and that in so doing their right and left wings would get separated by the plateau of Pratzen, which would give him an opportunity to break through the center. The Allies were convinced that the French would fight a defensive battle, and their only fear was that they would try to escape. During the afternoon of the 1st, contrary to his usual habit, the Emperor assembled his marshals and explained to them in detail his plan of battle, and told each one the role which was assigned to him. Napoleon was so confident of victory that he even went so far as to explain to his soldiers what he was about to do. In a proclamation to the army he said, "While they are marching to turn my right, they will present me their flank." During the evening, when the Emperor made the round of the bivouacs, he was greeted with the utmost enthusiasm. It was the eve of the 1st anniversary of his coronation. In an instant torches of straw were put at the top of thousands of poles, and from 70,000 throats there came a simultaneous cry of "Vive l'Empereur!" At 1 o'clock the Emperor retired, and took a short rest until between 4 and 5, when the troops began to move into their respective places. He then took his station on the bivouac hill, with the marshals around him, ready to receive their final orders. A thick fog covered the landscape, but by 7 o'clock the tops of the hills began to appear. Suddenly the sun of Austerlitz burst forth in all its glory, and showed the heights of Pratzen, for the moment denuded of troops. The enemy, as he expected, had weakened his centre, and given Napoleon the opportunity he sought. The Allied left, 30,000 strong, was marching to turn the French right and seize the Vienna road. Turning to Soult, whose troops were massed in 2 lines of battalions in column of attack, the Emperor asked, "How long a time do you require to reach the heights of Pratzen?" Soult replied, "Less than 20 minutes." "In that case, let us wait a quarter of an hour more." In the meantime the strong Allied force was making good progress against the French right, and their heads of columns were getting well across the Goldbach. But Davout, fighting with his usual stubbornness, was keeping the Russians in check, and this flank was never in any real danger. It was nearly 9 o'clock when Napoleon finally gave the order for Soult to attack, and his force was soon in rapid motion towards the plateau of Pratzen. The other marshals, Murat, Lannes, and Bernadotte, galloped down from Bivouac Hill to head their respective corps. Napoleon had been remarkably accurate in his timing. At this moment an Allied column, accompanied by headquarters, the Tsar, and Kutusoff in person, was climbing the opposite side of the plateau. This force was marching in route order, thinking that the French were yet far distant. On reaching the brow of the plateau the Russian commander was astonished beyond measure to see the French about to assault the hill with a force far outnumbering his own. Realizing his danger, Kutusoff made a brave resistance, but was soon driven back down the hill. While the possession of Pratzen was being contested, Lannes, Murat, and Bernadotte were delivering a strong attack on the left and gaining ground steadily. Here there was a sharp fight between the French cavalry under Murat and the Imperial Russian Guards, commanded by Grand Duke Constantine. To put an end to this conflict, Napoleon ordered in Bessières with the cavalry of the Imperial Guard, and these superb squadrons easily rode down the Russian cavalry. Bernadotte and Lannes again advanced, and by 11 o'clock the whole Russian right was in full retreat on Austerlitz. In the meantime, far away to the south, the Allied left was being held in check by the superb work of the French right under Davout. A huge gap of 3 miles lay between the 2 Allied wings, where Soult was driving back the weak Allied centre. As an exhibition of grand tactics, Austerlitz will ever remain a model. Before noon Soult was in full possession of the Pratzen. The Allied army had been cut in 2, and their left, fighting on the Goldbach, had been caught in the triangle between the brook, the ponds, and the Litois, with its line of retreat completely severed. The Emperor had followed the advance of his left wing until he saw that there was no further danger from that quarter. He then galloped over to Soult, followed by the Guard. In passing, he told his men that the battle was won, and the cheers swept like a tidal wave along the entire line. Soult now turned south from the Pratzen and took the Allied line in reverse, while Davout, who had been standing on the defensive, attacked in force. By 2 o'clock the Russians were completely surrounded, and men and guns were captured by wholesale. 2,000 men attempting to cross the ponds were destroyed by the French artillery, which broke the ice. From St. Anthony's Chapel, south of the Pratzen, the Emperor watched the destruction of the Allied left wing. At the fall of night the valley of the Litois separated the 2 armies. The French bivouacked in the position the Allies had held the night before. The 2 emperors were at Austerlitz, preparing to retreat into Hungary. Napoleon had under his colors at Austerlitz about 65,000 men, and his losses were not far from 7,000. The Allies put in line about 85,000, and their loss in killed, wounded, and missing was fully 25,000 men and 160 guns. But these losses are no adequate measure of the victory. The beaten army was completely demoralized. There was no longer any organized force, only a disordered band of marauders. Few victories have been more splendid than Austerlitz, or better deserved. Napoleon never ceased to feel that Austerlitz was his most brilliant battle. Marengo, Ulm, Jena were battles won as the result of able strategic combinations. Rivoli, Austerlitz, Dresden exhibited Napoleon's grand tactics on the battlefield as the others did not. At dusk Napoleon rode over the field, according to his habit, addressing each regiment as he passed, for he knew by heart the history of every one. To the 57th he said, "Remember, years ago, I named you the Terrible." The infantry of the Guard shed tears of rage at not having been put in. By midnight Napoleon took up his quarters at the house of Posselsitz, about 3 miles northwest of Austerlitz, on the road from Brunn to Olmütz. Hither at early dawn on the 3rd came Prince Liechtenstein from the Emperor Francis with the request for a truce and a personal interview. The message from the Austrian Emperor was the first intimation Napoleon had of the full effects of his victory, and he resolved at once to secure all its fruits. He refused the truce, but made an appointment to meet Francis on the following day. At the same time he gave Murat orders to pursue the enemy. To Talleyrand, who was at Vienna trying to arrange terms of peace, he sent a courier saying, "I can write you only 2 words. An army of 100,000 men, commanded by the 2 emperors, is entirely destroyed. All protocols become unnecessary. The negotiations become null." On the afternoon of the 4th, the Emperor of Austria visited Napoleon at his headquarters near the mill of Sadoschitz, where an agreement was made to stop hostilities. The Russians were to retire to Poland, and terms of peace were to be arranged at once at Pressburg. By the treaty signed the 26th of December, 1805, Austria paid heavily. To Italy she ceded Venetia and part of Istria and Dalmatia, and to Bavaria the Tyrol. The King of Naples ceased to reign. The electors of Bavaria and Württemberg were recognized as kings, and so, by the irony of fate, Napoleon bestowed a crown on the daughter of George III. The Peace of Pressburg shattered the third coalition organized by William Pitt. When the news of Austerlitz reached London, Pitt was already on his deathbed. He asked to have the map of Europe unrolled before him. After gazing long and steadily upon it, he said, "Henceforth we may close that map for half a century." On the 23rd of January, 1806, he passed away at the age of 47, exclaiming with his dying breath, "Alas, my country!" The coalition, already dismembered, had lost its soul. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Napoleon I, An Intimate Biography, by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 13. 1806. Jena and Auerstadt. From the tactical point of view, Austerlitz was Napoleon's greatest battle. He was still to gain many other victories, but none so brilliant or so decisive. Up to this time fortune had always smiled upon him. The hour had not yet come when he was to make too great demands upon her favors. 14 months later, amidst the blood and snow of the cemetery on the frozen plain of Eylau, he was to have something like a gloomy vision of the future, a prophetic perspective of the Russian disaster, the first warning of an outraged Providence. He was then to remark, "This scene is enough to inspire in princes the love of peace and the hatred of war." But no such thoughts came to his mind at Austerlitz. War then appeared to him only on its brilliant side. On the 3rd and 4th of December Napoleon sent Josephine letters giving a full description of the extent of his victory. Peace with Austria had been agreed upon, and the Russians were going home. "The battle of Austerlitz is the finest of all that I have fought. 45 flags, more than 150 pieces of cannon, the standards of the Russian Guard, more than 20,000 killed, a horrible sight." From Austerlitz Napoleon went on the 5th to Vienna. The middle of November he had written Josephine at Strasbourg, instructing her to proceed to Munich, where he now went to join her. In the Bavarian capital he was surrounded by all the princes of the South German states. The Margrave of Baden was then 70 years of age. he had lost his son, and his heir was his grandson Charles, then 20 years of age. The mother of this young prince was very much opposed to the French in her sympathies, and one of his sisters had married the Czar, who was still at war with Napoleon. Another sister had married the Elector of Bavaria, and he himself was the fiancé of the young Princess Augusta, the Elector's daughter by a previous marriage. These family arrangements, however, did not meet the approval of Napoleon, who had other plans in view. The Empress arrived at Munich the 5th of December, and a few days later the rumor was circulated that her son Eugène was to marry the Princess Augusta. Maximilian, Elector of Bavaria, was then 50 years old. He had lost his first wife, by whom he had one daughter, Augusta, born in 1788. He had then married Caroline, the sister of Prince Charles of Baden, to whom Augusta was betrothed. The Elector was entirely French in his sympathies. Belonging to the cadet branch of the family, he had only become Elector by the extinction of the reigning branch. He had no fortune as a youth, and under Louis XVI he had served in the French army and commanded the regiment of Alsace. The happiest days of his life had been passed in France. The Treaty of Presburg gave to Baden, Bavaria, and Würtemberg very considerable increases of territory, and the two electors the title of king. Napoleon had decided that these aggrandizements should be paid for by 3 marriages: that of his stepson, Prince Eugène, with Augusta, the daughter of the King of Bavaria; that of Prince Charles of Baden, with Josephine's cousin by marriage, Stéphanie de Beauharnais; and that of his brother Jérôme, with the Princess Catherine, daughter of the King of Würtemberg. On New Year's Eve, Napoleon entered Munich under a triumphal arch erected in his honor. 4 days later he wrote Eugène to start at once for Munich, and to travel incognito as rapidly as possible. Napoleon was desirous of returning at once to Paris, where his presence was necessary, but he remained at Munich to overcome the objections of the Queen to the marriage. In all justice to Napoleon, it must be said that he endeavored to gain his ends only by pleasant means. He exercised all of his powers of seduction, and was so attentive to the Queen that he even aroused the jealousy of Josephine. Eugène arrived at Munich on the 10th of January. The Viceroy of Italy was then 24 years of age. Without being handsome, he had a perfect figure. Like his father, he danced well, and excelled in all kinds of physical exercises. He was frank and simple in his manners, and affable with everybody. He had a very gay disposition, and was always happy. Napoleon was very fond of him, and treated him like a son. Eugène showed much tact in his relations with his future wife, and courted her as assiduously as if their marriage was not already arranged. The fears of the young princess soon gave place to joy, and what was to have been a mariage de raison became a real mariage d'amour. The wedding took place on the 14th January, 1806, in the Royal Chapel, and was celebrated with great pomp. Napoleon formally adopted Eugène, and in the marriage contract gave him the name of Napoleon Eugène de France. In the future he always addressed him in his letters as "mon fils." The Princess Augusta proved to be a model wife and mother, and the marriage was a very happy one. After the downfall of the Empire, she resisted all the efforts of her family to have her abandon her husband, and remained faithful to the end. A week after the wedding, Eugène and his wife left for Milan, while the Emperor and Empress started for Paris, arriving at the Tuileries the night of the 26th of January. On the 1st of January, 1806, the Republican calendar came to an end after 13 years, 3 months, and 10 days. So the last vestige of the Republic was effaced, except the inscription "République Française, Napoléon Empereur" on the coins. On the 8th of April, 1806, in the chapel of the Tuileries, was celebrated with great pomp the marriage of Stéphanie de Beauharnais with Prince Charles of Baden. If anything could prove the power which the victor of Austerlitz then exercised over the continent, it was certainly this marriage of the daughter of a French senator with a prince belonging to one of the oldest and most illustrious families in Europe, who by his 3 sisters was the brother-in-law of the Czar of Russia, of the King of Sweden, and of the King of Bavaria. What, then, was the origin of the young girl whom the prince had married? The Marquis de Beauharnais, the father of Josephine's first husband, had a brother Claude, who had a son of the same name, who was the father of Stéphanie, born at Paris the 28th of August, 1789. After the death of her mother she was confided to the care of an aunt, a religieuse, who brought her up. her maternal uncle had the happy thought of taking her to Paris and presenting her to the wife of the First Consul. Josephine, who was her aunt à la mode de Bretagne, took an interest in the girl and sent her to the school of Madame Campan. When she came to the Tuileries after finishing her education, Napoleon took a great fancy to her, and a month before her marriage he formally adopted her as his daughter, thus giving her precedence at court over his own sisters. This second marriage arranged by Napoleon also proved a very happy one. Stéphanie won the affections of her new family and of her subjects, and her death in 1860 during the Second Empire was much regretted, both in Baden and at Paris. Her eldest daughter, Louise, became the mother of the Queen of Saxony. The second, Josephine, was the mother of the first King of Romania, and of that Prince of Hohenzollern, who, as candidate for the Spanish throne in 1870, was the indirect cause of the Franco-German War. The youngest daughter, Marie, married the Duke of Hamilton, a great Scotch lord. The day after the signature of the Treaty of Pressburg, Napoleon announced in a military order addressed to the army that the Bourbon dynasty in Naples had ceased to reign. Even the Austrian historian Fournier says that the pretext for this step had, it must be acknowledged, been furnished by the Neapolitan court itself. During the campaign of Austerlitz, Queen Caroline had deliberately broken her promise given to France in August to remain neutral, and had opened the port of Naples to British and Russian troops. After the battle the Tsar recalled his troops, and the English government followed his example. Napoleon made no reply to the abject letter of the Queen imploring his clemency, and sent his troops to take possession of Naples, whence the royal family had taken flight. On the 30th of March, 1806, Napoleon announced his intention of making his brother Joseph King of Naples, without forfeiture of his rights to the imperial succession. At the same time, in another decree, the Emperor announced the formation of 20 titular duchies in the newly acquired Italian territory, 1/15 of the revenue from these lands amounting to from 60 to 100,000 francs a year in each case, to serve as an endowment. The new duchies were conferred upon the marshals and other dignitaries of the Empire. Following is a partial list of the dukes as later appointed: Dalmatia, Soult, Istria, Bessières, Friuli, Duroc, Belluno, Victor, Treviso, Mortier, Bassano, Marais, Vicenza, Caulaincourt, Rovigo, Savary, Otranto, Fouché, Taranto, Macdonald, and Reggio, Udino. Among the other titles conferred by the Emperor at this time or later were Murat, Grand-Duc de Berg et de Clèves, Talleyrand, Prince de Bénévent, Berthier, Prince de Neufchâtel, and Bernadotte, Prince de Pontecorvo. Napoleon next turned his attention to Holland. This country had been conquered by the Republican armies, and had been brought entirely under French influences. The Batavian Republic had been established with a sort of consular government having a grand pensionary at its head. Soon after the establishment of the Empire, there was a rumor at The Hague that Napoleon intended to set up a monarchy again in the Low Countries. Early in 1806, a deputation of Dutch notables, with Admiral Verhuell at their head, was sent to Paris to avert the threatened danger. In a letter to Talleyrand, 14th of March, 1806, the Emperor stated his intention of re-establishing the monarchy with his brother Louis as king. The opposition of the Dutch delegation was swept away, and on the 5th of June, 1806, at the Tuileries, Napoleon announced the establishment of the new monarchy under King Louis. The primary cause of the breach between France and Prussia in 1806 was the question of Hanover. This electorate since 1714 had been under the sovereignty of Great Britain. In that year the Elector George Louis became George I, King of Great Britain and Ireland, through inheritance from his mother, who was the granddaughter of James I of England. The first two Georges preferred Hanover to England as a place of residence, and George III was the first Hanoverian king who was English in his sympathies. In 1803, when war was renewed between England and France, Napoleon sent an army under Mortier to occupy Hanover. Prussia had long been anxious to possess the electorate in order to round out her lands, which were much separated by intervening territory, and Napoleon used Hanover as a bait to keep Prussia neutral during the campaign of 1805. The Allies at the same time were endeavoring to obtain the support of Prussia, and the Tsar Alexander visited Berlin for this purpose when he was on his way to join his army in Moravia. Queen Louisa at this time conceived the idea of uniting the two sovereigns by a solemn oath, and at midnight on the 4th of November, 1805, Alexander and Frederick William went to the garrison church at Potsdam, where over the tomb of Frederick the Great they bound themselves to support the Allied cause. Prussia, however, was not then ready for war, and demanded until the middle of December to complete her preparations. Before that date arrived, the Battle of Austerlitz was fought, and Austria sued for peace. Under the changed conditions, Napoleon was no longer willing to allow Prussia to maintain even a neutral position, and demanded an alliance with France. This compact was signed at Vienna the 15th of December, 1805. At the same time, England was also endeavoring to obtain the support of Prussia, and Frederick William was placed in an embarrassing position. He had to choose between the half of Belgium and the Rhineland as offered by England, and Hanover as a gift from Napoleon. On the 3rd of January, in 1806, an important state council was held at Berlin, at which it was decided to demand of Napoleon some important modifications to the Schönbrunn Treaty. Prussia was endeavoring in short to steer halfway between France and England, and gain Hanover. The Prussian government was so sure of Napoleon's acceptance of the proposed changes, that it was decided to put the army at once on a peace footing. The Emperor, however, took the ground that as Prussia had not formally ratified the treaty as drawn, it was null and void. Having thoroughly frightened the Prussian envoy, Napoleon came at once to the point he wished to gain, and demanded that the North Sea ports of Germany should be closed to English commerce. This agreed to, Hanover was handed over to Prussia. It was indeed a Greek gift. The acceptance of Hanover on those terms meant the disapproval of Russia and the hostility of England. In the spring of 1806, overtures of peace were exchanged between Paris, London, and St. Petersburg, and there seemed hope that after 14 years of almost continual war, Europe might find some repose. Even the English historians reluctantly admit that Napoleon seems to have wanted peace for the consolidation of his power in Europe and the extension of his colonies and commerce. Austria was still dazed from the effects of the blow she had received at Austerlitz, and even the Czar was no longer in a warlike mood. The new English ministry was strongly inclined towards peace. Holland, South Germany, and Italy were under the control of Napoleon; the other powers were either helpless or inert. Fox, who had always been favorable to a good understanding with France, was assured by Talleyrand of the pacific desires of the French Emperor. France desired not a truce, but a permanent peace. When informed that George III above all things would require the restoration of Hanover, Talleyrand, after consulting the Emperor, declared that should not stand in the way. While these negotiations were going on, the 12th of July, 1806, was signed the Act of the Confederation of the Rhine, that ended the old Germanic Empire. After 1,000 years of existence was sounded the death knell of an empire which Voltaire, with equal wit and truth, had described as neither holy, nor Roman, nor an empire. The Emperor, Francis II, made no protest, and assumed the title of Francis I of Austria. Thus, says Rose, feebly flickered out the light which had shed splendor on medieval Christendom. Kindled in the Basilica of St. Peter's on Christmas Day of the year 800, in an almost mystical union of spiritual and earthly power, by the blessing of Pope Leo on Karl the Great, it was now trodden under foot by the chief of a more than Frankish state, who aspired to unquestioned sway over a dominion as great as that of the medieval hero. For Napoleon, as protector of the Rhenish Confederation, now controlled most of the German lands that acknowledged Charlemagne, while his hold on Italy was immeasurably stronger. The old German laws were soon replaced by the Code Napoleon, and a close offensive and defensive alliance was formed between Napoleon and the 16 princes of the new confederation, who agreed to furnish 63,000 troops at the demand of the new protector. The principal states included in the confederation were Bavaria, Württemberg, Baden, Hesse-Darmstadt, and Nassau. At the same time a number of free cities, as well as of imperial counts and knights, were wiped out. Augsburg and Nuremberg were given to the King of Bavaria, and Frankfurt was bestowed on Dalberg, the Prince Primate of the Confederation. It will thus be seen that the first steps toward German unity, which Bismarck was to carry to a conclusion 2 generations later, were taken by the new Charlemagne. The correspondence of Napoleon at this time proves that he was more preoccupied with the affairs of Italy than with those of Germany. For one letter that he wrote about Hanover he sent 20 to Joseph or Eugene, impressing upon them the necessity of keeping a firm hand, and above all of conquering Sicily. But if Sicily was a stumbling block in the negotiations with England, Hanover was the cause of the war with Prussia. Queen Louisa constantly urged her weak and vacillating husband to resist the continued French aggrandizements in Germany, and to ally himself with Russia. Louisa at that time was 30 years of age. The daughter of one of the minor German princes, her youth had been spent in poverty and obscurity, until her charms captured the heart of the Crown Prince of Prussia. A comparison has often been drawn between Louisa and Marie Antoinette. Both were mated with cold and uninteresting consorts. Frederick William, like Louis, could only inspire the respect due to an insignificant but well-meaning man, while all the fervor of loyalty was aroused by his queen. Louisa, however, was more staid and homely than the vivacious daughter of Maria Theresa, and did not interfere much in state affairs until after the crash came. Then she became the inspiration which kindled the fires of German patriotism. At the instigation of the Queen, on the 8th of August, Frederick William sent a letter to the Czar imploring his assistance. Alexander wrote a cheering response promising his help. Thinking to take Napoleon off his guard, Prussia at once began her preparations for war. Napoleon, however, was not deceived, and he adopted towards Frederick William the tone of a friend who is grieved by an unexpected quarrel. He stated that he intended to propose some equivalent for Hanover if England insisted on its restitution as a sine qua non of peace. "But," he added, "if your young officers and your women at Berlin want war, I am preparing to satisfy them. Yet my ambition turns wholly to Italy. She is a mistress whose favors I will share with no one. On North Germany I have no claims." The whole tenor of Napoleon's correspondence shows that before the first week in September he did not expect a new coalition. As Rose admits, "It is perfectly true that he did not make war on Prussia in 1806, any more than on England in 1803. He only made peace impossible." This final statement is simply begging the question. One might as well say that Serbia, in 1914, made peace impossible, when she failed to yield to the unreasonable demands of Austria. The condition on which Prussia urgently insisted was the entire evacuation of Germany by French troops, which Napoleon refused until Prussia demobilized her army. In the meantime, Russia was awaiting the arrival of a Prussian officer at St. Petersburg to concert a plan of campaign. When he came he had no plan, and the Czar refused to march his troops into Prussia. Austria also refused to move until the Allies had gained a victory. So, at the outbreak of the war, Prussia could only count on the feeble support of Saxony and Weimar. The Prussian war party had now gained complete control, and an ultimatum was sent Napoleon on the 6th of September, demanding that he should immediately evacuate Germany, and should send an answer before the 8th of October. No more short-sighted act can well be conceived than this throwing down the gauntlet to Napoleon, who had 180,000 veterans already in Germany, while Prussia's ally the Czar could not get his troops on the field of operations for months to come. Napoleon at this time had a population of nearly 60 millions from which to draw troops, and during the Jena campaign he had 80,000 men in training in France, in addition to the grand army of 200,000 men in Germany. As Napoleon himself stood like a giant among all the captains of his age, so also the grand army was in a class by itself. The world had never before known so superb a fighting organization. Prussia, including its ally Saxony, had a population of some 12 millions from which to draw its army. The country was not rich, and the government was hopelessly out of date. Nothing had been changed since the days of Frederick, but the inspiring soul of the great king was no longer there. At the beginning of hostilities, the Prussian army, including the Saxon contingent, did not much exceed 150,000 men, ready for duty. The army was also poorly armed and equipped. Like the French army at the outbreak of the Franco-German War, it was living on the traditions of the past, and believed itself to be the first army in the world, but with no solid basis for its confidence. The commanders were not deficient in ability, but were lacking in experience. As Dodge pithily sums up the situation, "The French army believed itself to be superior, and was actually so. The Prussian army believed itself to be superior, and was not." After the peace of Pressburg, the Grand Army had not returned home, but on one pretext or another had been kept in South Germany. In August, 1806, the army lay mostly in Bavaria, and was under the command of Berthier, whose headquarters were at Munich. As a further proof that Napoleon at the beginning of September was not expecting war, there may be cited this letter of the 4th to Berthier, authorizing him to give leaves of absence to a number of officers, and to take one himself. A few days later the situation became more menacing. On the 10th the Emperor wrote Berthier from Paris that his horses were starting the next day, and that the Guard was soon to follow. This body of 13,000 picked men, under the command of Bessières, was transported from Paris to Mayence by post in 700 four-horse wagons, and covered the distance of 260 miles in 8 days. From Mayence northeast through Erfurt and Weimar to Berlin ran the most important road in Germany. Midway between Weimar and the capital, it crossed at right angles the Elbe, which was defended by several large fortresses. This road formed the direct route from Paris to Berlin, and was to figure conspicuously in the campaign now about to open. The Prussian army, after passing the Elbe, advanced slowly in a great semicircle stretching out on either side of the Mayence road. On the 5th of October the headquarters at Erfurt in the army was extended on a front of 90 miles from Cassel to Rudolstadt, south of Jena, watching the Thuringian forest from which the French were expected to debouch. In the meantime Napoleon was preparing to concentrate his corps at Bamberg and Bayreuth, and swing around the left bank of the Prussian army, cutting it off from its base on the Elbe, just as he had turned Max Wright the previous year, and cut him off from the Inn. On the 5th, the front of the French army, covering not more than 35 miles, was between Coburg and Hof. Pressing on by long marches, a week later the French left was in contact with the extreme left of the Prussians at Saalfeld, a little south of Jena, while the French center and right was getting into a line roughly indicated by Jena and Naumburg. The Grand Army was moving in 3 columns: Soult and Ney on the right, Bernadotte and Davout with the Guard in the center, and Lannes and Augereau at the left. The first column was 50,000 strong, the second 70, and the third 40. When the Prussian commander, the Duke of Brunswick, learned that the French had turned his left flank, and were rapidly advancing on his line of communications, he issued orders for a general movement eastward, in the hope of being able to retreat towards the Elbe by way of Jena and Naumburg. But he was a few hours too late, and was obliged to fight with the enemy on his line of communications. On the 13th the Emperor received a dispatch from Lannes stating that he had found the Prussians in force at Jena, and was hourly expecting an attack. Napoleon immediately started for that place. On his arrival he found that the enemy had withdrawn from the town, and that Lannes had taken possession of it, and had also occupied the steep heights of the Landgrafenberg, lying beyond it. At 4 o'clock Napoleon rode up on this plateau, which dominates the entire country to the west. Dismounting, he walked to the edge of the plateau, and studied the enemy's position. He thought that he had the main Prussian army before him, although he could only see 40 or 50,000 troops. He ordered Lannes to place his entire corps on the heights; and the Guard and Soult, as well as Ney and Augereau, were instructed to march on Jena with all possible speed. Meanwhile Davout and Bernadotte had reached Naumburg, and Murat with the cavalry was in that vicinity. The field on which was fought the double battle of Jena and Auerstadt lies within a theater about 14 miles north and south by 18 miles east and west. At the southwest corner lies the beautiful city of Weimar. 10 miles to the east, between the steep and rugged plateau of the Landgrafenberg and the Saale, is situated the old university town of Jena. The river Saale runs in a northeasterly direction from Jena to Naumburg, 5 miles to the west of which is located the battlefield of Auerstadt. Excellent roads lead from Weimar to Jena, and from both places to Naumburg. The country is much cut up by hill and dale, but there are few woods, and the ground is suitable for all arms. To debouch from Jena towards Weimar, however, is not easy, owing to the hills and ravines, and the possession of the dominating plateau is very essential. On the south of the heights sinks away into the valley the Muhltal, through which runs the Weimar road. The Prussian commander Hohenlohe, thinking the Mühltal was the only feasible line of approach, posted most of his forces there, leaving the plateau free. Under cover of the darkness, Napoleon not only crowded all of Lannes' corps on the heights, but also had dragged up whole batteries of artillery. The task was tremendous, and would not have been accomplished without the inspiration of the presence of the Emperor and his practical skill. While his officers were asleep, he personally directed the work. By such untiring energy did he assure victory. Jena was won by the rapid concentration of his troops and the seizing of a commanding position almost under the eyes of an unsuspecting enemy. During the night the corps of Soult and Ney came up and went into line on the right, while Augereau on his arrival was posted in the valley on the left. A dense fog early in the morning screened the positions of the troops, but by 10 o'clock the fog lifted, and revealed to the astonished eyes of the Prussians the whole French army in line of battle. The attack was begun by Lannes in the center, and was followed by the advance of Soult and Augereau on either wing. When the attack had fully developed, the Emperor launched the Guard and Murat's cavalry on the lines of the wavering Prussians. The impact was irresistible, and Hohenlohe's force was swept away. At the crisis of the battle, after the arrival of reinforcements under Ruckel, the Prussians had only 47,000 men on the field, while Napoleon then had 83,000 troops at his disposal. At the same time, at Auerstadt, about 10 miles to the north, Davout, with his single corps of 27,000 men, was facing the main Prussian army composed of 55,000 of their choicest troops. The King and Brunswick were marching on Naumburg in order to gain the main road to Berlin and make sure their line of retreat to the Elbe, when their advance cavalry under Blucher saw a solid line of French infantry loom through the morning mist. It was part of the corps of Davout, strongly posted in and around the village of Assenhausen, midway between Naumburg and Auerstadt. Blucher at once charged, but was repulsed with heavy loss. Again and again Brunswick sent his troops to the attack, but the steady fire of the French infantry laid him low with most of his officers. The Prussians, according to tradition, advanced in solid masses, while the French fought in skirmish lines, and fired at will from behind hedges and walls, trees and rocks, and out of ditches and sunken roads. This fire was murderous, and the gallant Prussian officers were picked off one by one. Failing to make any headway, the Prussians began to fall back in disorder. Davout now pressed the attack, and nothing could resist the French ardor. The King gave the order to retreat on Weimar, where he hoped to rejoin his right wing and renew the battle on the morrow. But instead of an army, it was a terrified mob flying before Murat's cavalry that he met halfway between Auerstadt and Weimar. The French victory was complete, and no praise is too high for Davout's intelligence and courage. Bernadotte was very seriously criticized by the Emperor for his conduct on the day of the two battles. At 10 o'clock on the evening of the 13th, Napoleon, in the belief that the entire Prussian army was before him, had sent an order to Davout to advance to Apolda, to the north of Jena, and take the enemy on the left flank or in the rear. He added, "If Marshal Bernadotte is with you, you can march together, but the Emperor hopes that he will be in the position indicated to him at Dornberg." This order was received by Davout about 3 o'clock in the morning. Convinced from his reconnaissance that he had a very large Prussian force in front of him, Davout strongly urged Bernadotte to remain, even going so far as to offer him the command of the two corps. But he persisted in obeying the letter rather than the spirit of the Emperor's order, and started for Dornberg. Finding much difficulty in crossing the Saale, he did not reach Apolda until nightfall, and so took no part in either battle. He had no doubt literally obeyed orders, but as Dodge justly remarks, a corps commander is held to more than this. The pursuit of the defeated army by Murat was the most extraordinary in history. In 3 weeks he all but literally galloped from Jena to Lubeck on the Baltic Sea. With a large force of cavalry, together with the corps of Lannes, Soult, and Bernadotte, he swept up all the remnants of the Prussian army, and captured all of the fortresses as he passed. On the 7th of November he stormed Lubeck and forced Blucher, the last to hold out, to surrender with 20,000 men. This short campaign is without parallel, even in Napoleon's marvelous career. In 7 weeks he practically extended the French frontier from the Rhine to the Vistula. 100,000 prisoners, 4,000 guns, and other trophies without number were the fruits of one able strategic maneuver. Napoleon reached Potsdam on Saturday, the 25th of October, 1806, 11 days after the Battle of Jena, and took up his quarters in the Palace of Sans Souci, the Versailles of Frederick the Great. On Sunday, he visited the garrison church, where in a vault under the severely plain Lutheran pulpit is the marble sarcophagus which contains the ashes of the king. He ordered sent to the Hôtel des Invalides at Paris the sword and hat and sash of the great warrior which lay upon his tomb. Departing now for the first time from his usual practice, the Emperor arranged to enter Berlin in triumph on Monday. Let us try to picture this scene worthy of the painter's brush. At the further end of Unter den Linden, away from the royal palace, that famous avenue broadens out into the Pariser Platz. Thence one can gaze through the stately Brandenburger Tor, and view the Tiergarten with its green alleys and its glints of snowy marble. The wide avenue is lined with thousands of spectators. While the assembled crowd awaits with intense expectancy, from the direction of Charlottenburg there comes a faint murmur like the far-away sound of surf upon the shore. It grows and swells, and then it deepens into a sort of muffled thunder pierced by the roll of distant drums. Soon can be seen the glint of sun on steel. Now rings out the clear call of the bugles, and down one of the broad allees come the Mamelukes on their superb horses, and draw rein beside the Brandenburger Tor. Then follows a great flood of splendid cavalry, squadron upon squadron of the cuirassiers of the Imperial Guard, wearing the steel helmets with brass crests and flowing horsehair. On they ride, not with the stolid surly mien of the Prussians, but swinging lightly in their saddles, their faces aglow with that ardor which belongs to the most martial nation in the world. Far as the eye can reach follow regiments of the sturdy infantry of the Guard, with their high bearskin caps filling the whole vast area of the Tiergarten. Riding 100 paces ahead is the Emperor, on a small white Arabian horse. He wears a plain gray redingote, and the well-known hat with the black cord, without any ornament save the little cockade. His unbuttoned overcoat enables one to see the uniform of the Chasseurs de la Garde, with its green coat upon which glisten the star and the plaque of the Légion d'honneur. The waistcoat and the breeches are white, and he wears soft riding boots. The saddle-cloth is edged with rich bullion fringe, and the bit and bridle buckles as well as the stirrups are gold-plated. Just behind the Emperor come 3 of his marshals, with their waving plumes and their uniforms covered with gold. In the center is the martial figure of Berthier, the trusted chief of staff. At his right is Davout, the hero of Auerstadt, with his round and placid face. At the left is the tall and handsome Augereau, who has won new laurels at Jena. Then at the head of the aides-de-camp, and followed by the brilliant staff, comes Duroc, the marshal of the palace, whose face is well known in Berlin, where twice he has been sent on a special mission by his master. As the Emperor nears the Tor, the glorious tricolor is unfurled, surmounted by the Napoleonic eagles; and as the music swells into a tempest of martial melody rolling up the Linden, and flooding it with a glorious sea of sound, 10,000 sabres flash in air, and 10,000 strident voices cry, "Vive l'Empereur!" All eyes are focused, not on the marshals and the brilliant staff, but on the figure of the chief in his plain uniform. He is no longer the slim and sallow youth of the campaign of Italy. Amidst toils that would have worn most men to a shadow, he has grown to the roundness of robust health, the face no longer thin with the unsatisfied longings of youth, but square and full with toil requited and ambition well nigh sated; a visage redeemed from the coarseness of the epicures only by the knitted brows that bespoke ceaseless thought, and by the keen, melancholy, unfathomable eyes. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Napoleon I, An Intimate Biography, by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 14. 1807. The Campaign in Poland. A month after his arrival at Potsdam on the 21st of November, 1806, Napoleon issued the famous Berlin Decree which proclaimed war on British commerce. Great Britain was declared to be in a state of blockade. All commerce with her was forbidden, her goods were to be seized, and her subjects imprisoned wherever found by French or allied troops. This idea of strangling English commerce was not original with Napoleon. It was a pet scheme of the Jacobins, a part of the political stock in trade of the Revolution. The Berlin Decree has always been bitterly attacked by English historians, but it is now so much a matter of ancient history that it is hardly worth while to give any space to the controversy. The only question to be considered here is the underlying motive which influenced Napoleon, and this is a very difficult matter to determine. But there is no doubt as to the fatal effect upon his career of the enterprises to which this act led. The occupation of Spain and the Russian campaign, both of which adventures were prompted less by ambition than by the feeling that they were necessary to complete the triumph of his continental system. As Rose well says, this question of the underlying motive must at times cause every open-minded student of Napoleon's career to pause in utter doubt. While at Berlin, Napoleon took other steps to cement his power. He deposed the Elector of Hesse-Cassel, and sent his troops to occupy the electorate, which was subsequently incorporated in Jérôme's kingdom of Westphalia. Towards Saxony he acted with great clemency. The Elector, in December, entered the Confederation of the Rhine with the title of king, and became an ally of the Emperor. On the day after the battle of Jena, Frederick William sent an aide de camp to Napoleon to treat for peace, but the Emperor refused to consider the matter until he reached Berlin. Here he received the Prussian envoy, who had full powers to sign preliminaries of peace. But the conditions were so severe that the king refused to ratify the agreement when presented to him. Napoleon at first demanded all territory to the south of the Elbe up to the Magdeburg, and a war indemnity of 100 million francs. Later he increased his demands, and would only grant a suspension of hostilities, and even that under most oppressive conditions. The French to occupy the whole country up to the Bug River, 8 fortresses, including Danzig, to be surrendered, and the Russians to be ordered out of East Prussia. In order to weaken Russia, Napoleon now encouraged the Poles in their hopes for independence. To a Polish deputation which appeared at Berlin in November, he stated that France had never acknowledged the partition of their country, and that he would feel a deep interest in seeing the national sovereignty re-established. A week later he went in person to Posen to further stimulate the insurrection against the Czar. A feature of the situation very embarrassing to his plans was that Austria had participated with Prussia and Russia in the partition of Poland, and he could not at that time afford to add that power to the list of his foes. He accordingly suggested to the Austrian government an exchange of her Polish provinces for Silesia, which had been stolen from Maria Theresa by Frederick the Great. But Austria did not care to become involved in trouble with either of the belligerents, and declined the proposition. It is doubtful if Napoleon ever seriously thought of restoring the kingdom of Poland, no matter how strong his sympathies may have been with that oppressed people. It meant to take vast territories away from Austria, Prussia, and Russia, and incur the lasting enmity of those great powers, as against which the gratitude of Poland would count but little. The theatre of the campaign of Poland, which now began, lies between the rivers Vistula and Niemen. The country for the most part is flat, marshy, and thickly wooded. In the field of the military operations of 1807 there were a number of lakes and many marshes. The Vistula, even at Warsaw, is a large stream several hundred yards wide. Below the city the river flows between low, marshy banks. About 20 miles below Warsaw, the Bug joins the Vistula. Both rivers are military obstacles of importance, fordable only in seasons of drought. In this area there were only dirt roads, firm enough for artillery during the heat of summer or the frosts of winter, but almost impassable when soaked with rain or dissolved by thaws. During the mild weather of December 1806 the infantry sank in the slush up to their knees, the guns to their axles. In the southern part of the theatre of war, occupied by the Poles, the country was sparsely populated, and there were no large towns. Farther north, in the German-speaking territory, were found many villages, and there was a general air of prosperity. The climate was very trying, almost arctic in its severity in winter, and very hot in summer. In connection with military operations during the campaign, the terrain was of less importance than the climatic conditions. Within the theatre of operations at the opening of the campaign, there were still two important fortresses in the possession of Prussia: Danzig on the left bank of the Vistula near its mouth, a place of great strength, and Königsberg at the mouth of the Pregel, the capital of Old Prussia, a poorly fortified city, but an immense depot of stores of all sorts. After the pursuits succeeding Jena, Frederick William was compelled to retire behind the Vistula with the few troops he had left. His only remaining field army comprised less than 20,000 men, but he had some additional troops in garrison at Danzig and in other fortresses. The king himself took refuge at Königsberg, where he awaited a large Russian army which was marching to his aid. After the peace of Presburg the Czar had still remained at war with France, and he was now the ally of Prussia. Napoleon at this time made peace overtures, but the Czar declined to consider them. For the moment, Napoleon knew nothing about the movements of the Russian army or its strength. At the end of the first week in November, however, news came that Bennigsen was advancing with 56,000 men, and would reach Thorn in the Vistula midway between Warsaw and Danzig by the middle of November. Napoleon at once gave orders for the concentration near Posen by the 18th of November, under the command of Murat, of the corps of Davout, Augereau, Lannes and Jérôme, the guard and part of the cavalry, about 80,000 men in all. Davout, on reaching Posen, however, found no signs of the Russians, and continued his march on Warsaw. Under Napoleon's directions the French army continued to advance, Ney and Bernadotte forming the left wing, Soult and Augereau the centre, and Davout and Lannes the right. The early winter of 1806 was unusually warm. It did not freeze, and the roads were in bad condition. Napoleon also found much trouble in supplying his army. He was not now in the valley of the Po or the Danube, and his men could not live off the country. Napoleon in person reached Warsaw on the 19th of December, and found that Bennigsen was at Pultusk, about 30 miles to the north. He immediately headed his corps in that direction, and himself reached the front on the morning of the 23rd of December. He now adopted a plan of operations which is very puzzling to the student of his earlier campaigns. Instead of concentrating his forces in the way that had always won him success, he worked on exterior lines, and failed to strike the enemy a solid blow or beat him in detail. He was successful, however, in interposing the corps of Ney and Bernadotte between the Allies, and compelled the Prussians to retreat away from the Russian right towards Königsberg, but his reliance on Soult and Ney to come up in time to be of use proved vain. The bottomless roads were too great an obstacle. The battle of Pultusk, fought on the 26th of December, proved indecisive. The French, who were inferior in numbers, could make little progress against the stubborn resistance of the Russians. The short day, which would end at 4 o'clock, was made even shorter by the premature darkness due to the stormy, cloudy weather. During the night the Russians decided to retreat. Lannes, who had fought all day against double his numbers, was in no state to pursue. Both sides laid claims to this well-contested battle. What ground Lannes gained, he lost again. Bennigsen, though he had repulsed the attack of a very inferior force, had not been able or had not dared to pursue it. But the French remained masters of the field, and could therefore claim the victory with better grace. With this battle the campaign practically ended, and both armies went into winter quarters. The question has often been asked, what importance did Napoleon attach to love affairs during his career? We read in one of the memoirs of the time, "The Emperor was very fond of women, but never allowed them to obtain any influence over his mind. He looked upon love as a diversion, and in this respect he could not have been more material, for the object of his affections of yesterday was as nothing to him on the morrow." Practically all of the information available on this subject has been brought together by Frédéric Masson in his work Napoléon et les femmes, and he mentions only about half a dozen liaisons, all of which, with one exception, were of a very brief duration. There was Madame Fauré in Egypt, and Grassini at Milan before Marengo; and there were also Mademoiselle Georges and Mademoiselle Desnuelles at Paris. In fact, Napoleon never at any time or in any place allowed women to interfere with affairs of war or state, and in this respect he set an excellent example to his marshals and ministers. He himself drew attention to Murat's conduct, and pointed out how he had committed many faults during his campaigns, owing to the fact that he liked to have his headquarters every evening in a château where there was a pretty woman. This abstinence on the part of Napoleon is all the more remarkable when we remember his age at the height of his career, and the constant temptation to which he was subjected. All the women of Europe were on their knees before the greatest man of his age. The only serious love affair of Napoleon was that with Madame Valeska, which began during the campaign in Poland, and only ended with his departure for St. Helena. This was no ordinary amour. She was his Polish wife, his wife in all but name. The first day of January, 1807, when Napoleon was returning from Pultusk to Warsaw, he stopped a moment at the gate of the little city of Brony to change horses. Duroc descended from the carriage and pushed his way to the post house through an enthusiastic crowd which had gathered to see the liberator of Poland. Here a voice said to him in French, "Monsieur, can you not arrange for me to speak to the Emperor a moment?" The lady who had addressed him seemed almost a child. She was blonde, with large, innocent blue eyes. Her beautiful face, fresh as a rose, was flushed with excitement. Her figure was small but perfectly proportioned, and very graceful. She was very simply dressed, and wore a black hat with a heavy veil. Duroc conducted her to the door of the carriage, and said to Napoleon, "Here is a lady who has braved all the dangers of the crowd for you." The Emperor took off his hat and began to speak to her, but she did not allow him to finish, and, carried away by her enthusiasm, she wished him 1,000 welcomes to her native land, and expressed her pleasure and her gratitude for what he had done to uplift it. Taking a bouquet which he had in the carriage, Napoleon presented it to her, saying, "Gardez-le comme garant de mes bonnes intentions. Nous nous reverrons à Varsovie, je l'espère, et je réclamerai un merci de votre belle bouche." This young lady was Marie Valeska. Of an old but impoverished Polish family, at the age of 16 she had married the head of one of the most illustrious families of Poland, a man 70 years of age who had a grandchild 9 years older than herself. Since then 2 years had passed. All Poland was now agitated over the visit of the Emperor to Warsaw, which might decide the fate of the nation. Waleski, who was as intensely patriotic as his young wife, went there and opened his mansion. The Emperor was staying at Leblaha, the palace of Prince Poniatowski. After many inquiries, Duroc finally succeeded in ascertaining the name of the belle inconnue of the post house of Brony, and the prince called one afternoon in person to invite her to a ball to be given at the palace. She refused, and he insisted, but she would not yield. Finally she was persuaded to go at the request of her husband, joined to that of some of the most influential magnates of the country, who said, "Who knows but that Heaven will make use of you to re-establish our native land?" Immediately after the ball, Napoleon began to write her daily in terms of warm but respectful admiration, and to shower her with presents of all kinds; but she would neither answer his letters nor accept his gifts. Her coldness only increased the ardor of the Emperor, who had never yet known defeat in love or war. Finally, yielding to the importunities of all around her, her family, the chief magistrates of Poland, even her husband, all of whom told her that the fate of her country was in her hands, Marie, whispering, "I will ne'er consent," consented. In the words of Masson, she was not to be for Napoleon une maîtresse de passage, but a sort of épouse à côté, who would not participate, it is true, either in the dignities of the crown or the splendors of the throne, but who would occupy a special rank, who would be the envoy of her people nearer to the Emperor, sa femme polonaise. During the time that he passed at Warsaw before the battle of Eylau, Napoleon saw her daily. When he transported his headquarters in the spring to Finkenstein, she joined him there. When he returned to France after the Treaty of Tilsit, she at first refused to follow him because he had disappointed her hopes for Poland, but she finally yielded to his entreaties. During the campaign of 1809 she went to Vienna, where she lived in a house prepared for her near the palace of Schönbrunn. After the peace of Vienna she returned to her home in Poland, where was born on the 4th of May, 1810, her son by the Emperor, Alexander Waleski. At the end of the same year she returned to Paris, where she finally took up her residence at 48 Rue de la Victoire, only a few doors from Napoleon's first home in the city. The Emperor gave his son the title of Comte, and settled upon him an income of 50,000 francs. The boy was a great favorite of Josephine's, who frequently sent for him and his mother to visit her at Malmaison. In August, 1814, she paid a visit to the Emperor on the island of Elba, and as soon as she heard of his return to France she went to Paris, and was with him at the Elysee and at Malmaison up to the moment of his final departure. But after Napoleon was sent to St. Helena she felt herself free. Her husband having died 2 years before, in 1816 at Liège, where she was living after the second return of the Bourbons, she married a cousin of the Emperor's, General Comte d'Ornano, one of the most brilliant officers of the Grand Army. Marie did not long enjoy her new happiness. She died at her hotel in the Rue de la Victoire the 15th of December the following year, at the early age of 28. When Napoleon heard at St. Helena of her marriage he was much affected. She was the one great love of his life, and he always felt for her the deepest attachment. With her death, for him was severed the last tie of earthly affection. Josephine, the wife of his youth, was gone, and the ignoble Marie Louise was living in open concubinage with Comte de Nepergue. The brilliant career of their son Alexander Walewski under the Second Empire is well known. His life, as a soldier, writer, diplomat, and statesman, forms part of the history of the 19th century. After the battle of Pultusk, orders were issued for the army to go into cantonments, and on the 7th of January the detailed plans for winter quarters were given out. Bernadotte was to guard the lower Vistula and cut the Russians off from Danzig. Ney was to protect the approaches to Thorn, with his headquarters at that place. The other corps under Soult, Augereau, Davout, and Lannes were to protect other strategic points. The Guard and general headquarters were at Warsaw, where the Emperor returned on the 1st day of January. In case the enemy should advance during the winter, orders were issued indicating the points at which the 7 corps were to rendezvous. Great magazines were erected and abundant supplies procured. The curtain thus fell, says Dodge, on the first memorable campaign, which should have taught Napoleon more about Russia and its people, about the Czar and his soldiers, than it really did. After the battle of Pultusk, the Russians retired about halfway to Grodno on the Niemen, where the 2 corps were united under the command of Bennigsen. Napoleon at once made vigorous efforts to put his army on a sound footing for the reopening of hostilities, and soon had 150,000 men at his disposal. The winter was unusually mild for Poland, and Napoleon hoped the campaign would not open before spring. In this he was doomed to disappointment. Bennigsen had formed the plan of attacking Ney and Bernadotte, who were on the lower Vistula, driving them across the river, and seizing Danzig. He would thus secure better winter quarters in East Prussia, and be in a favorable position at the opening of the next campaign. He had been reinforced, and now had about 60,000 men. After meeting with some success in his forward movement, the Russian commander suddenly abandoned his scheme, and decided to fall back and again put his troops into cantonments. Notwithstanding his reluctance to undertake a winter campaign, this move of the Russians determined Napoleon to begin an offensive operation of his own. Having divined Bennigsen's intention, he proposed to move around his rear and drive him into the angle between the Vistula and the sea. Napoleon marched against the enemy with the cavalry under Murat and the 4 corps of Davout, Augereau, Ney, and Soult, about 80,000 men. Bernadotte was to hold the Vistula. Napoleon's plans were well laid, and there was prospect of another Jena. There now happened one of those unfortunate accidents which sometimes occur in war and upset the ablest calculations. A dispatch from the Emperor to Bernadotte, giving him in detail the whole plan of operations, and prescribing his own movements, failed to reach the Marshal and fell into the hands of the enemy. The Russian commander was thus on the 1st of February put in full possession of the French plans, while Bernadotte remained for several days in complete ignorance of the general operations. The Marshal consequently did not move, and Bennigsen made haste to get out of the trap prepared for him. He rapidly drew his troops together at Allenstein, where Napoleon attacked him on the 2nd of February. He immediately fell back, and after a retreat of 3 days reached Eylau, where the roads to Königsberg and Friedland divide. There he saw that he must make a stand if he was to save his army from complete disorganization. On the 7th the French centre column drove the Russian rear guard into the town, and the French army advanced and took up its position opposite the town. There were in and about the village the corps of Murat, Soult, and Augereau, and the Guard, while Ney and Davout were half a day's march away. The Emperor bivouacked on the hill behind Eylau, uncertain whether the Russians would stand on the morrow or continue their retreat. The main Russian army of about 80,000 men was drawn up on the plain along the low plateau 1,000 yards east and north of Eylau. There were many low hills, and many brooks and ponds, which were frozen over and covered with snow. The forces were not far from equal, but Davout and Ney had not yet arrived, and the Emperor had only 60,000 men at his disposal. Though not superior in force, as he always preferred to be, Napoleon resolved to attack, and felt sure of success. The Russians had been retreating for a week, and most troops under such conditions would be pretty well demoralized. But Napoleon had never yet seen the Russian soldier at his best, that is, in reverse. The French army also had been marching for a week with little or no shelter, and was much fatigued. The battle began with a heavy cannonade by the Russians, who were much superior in this arm. Then they attempted to recapture the town of Eylau, which had been taken by Soult at the point of the bayonet the evening before, and there was serious fighting in the streets and gardens of the little town. Davout was ordered by the Emperor to attack the Russian left, and Augereau was sent forward to support him, but lost his way in a blizzard, and his corps was almost annihilated. Nevertheless, Davout was finally successful in overpowering the Russian left wing, which he drove back until it formed a right angle with the morning position. During the night the Russians decided to retreat, and Bennigsen, hotly pursued by Murat and Ney, reached Königsberg 2 days after the battle. The losses on both sides were enormous, and for once Napoleon failed to follow up his success and gather the full fruit of his victory. Even his endurance had found a limit. This winter campaign had been forced on him by the Russian offensive, and he was glad to be able to put his troops again in winter quarters. Napoleon selected Osterode for his headquarters, and here for weeks he shared all the privations of his men. At first he had to be satisfied with a barn for his dwelling place until something more suitable could be found. It was not until he moved to the castle of Finkenstein in April that his quarters became more comfortable. His cheerfulness under these hardships was an example to his officers and men. After Eylau, Napoleon opened negotiations for peace with Frederick William, and offered to restore all of his territory north of the Elbe if he would conclude a separate treaty of peace with France. But the king refused, and in April signed a new treaty with Russia. The Emperor next turned to Austria, and offered great concessions to that government in return for its alliance. But the Emperor Francis decided to remain neutral, and refused as before to side with either of the belligerents. The French troops passed the rest of the winter quietly in their quarters on the Passarge. Supplies were obtained from the base at Thorn. Keen attention was paid to the maintenance of discipline and the employment of the men so as to avoid idleness. After the fall of Danzig the question of supplies was made much easier. Lefebvre with his corps had invested the place about the middle of March, and it finally surrendered the 25th of May. His corps was then broken up to reinforce Mortier, and a reserve corps was formed under the command of Lannes, in place of Augereau's corps, which suffered so severely at Eylau that it had to be disbanded. The Russians under Bennigsen had been in cantonments since March along the river Aal. Later he moved forward to Heilsberg. After the fall of Danzig, Napoleon, who had been heavily reinforced, had in hand 5 corps, with the Guard and Lannes Reserve Corps, a total of about 170,000 men. Another corps of about 30,000 men was near Pultusk under Masséna, who had been called up from Italy. Other detachments brought the army up to a total of 285,000 men. The main Russian army under Bennigsen comprised about 90,000 men, with 20,000 Prussians in addition under Lestock, and there were also about 50,000 Russians in reserve in the rear. The Emperor was only waiting for the fall of Danzig before resuming active operations. On the 5th of June he issued orders for the whole army to be ready to advance at the end of 5 days. The Russians, however, anticipated his attack. For some time the Czar had been pressing Bennigsen to advance, but he felt that he was not sufficiently prepared. At length the complaints became so loud that he resolved to assume the offensive. The first week in June he began an advance in 3 columns from Heilsberg. His plan was to take advantage of Ney's exposed position and throw the bulk of his army upon him. News of this advance movement reached Napoleon at Finkenstein on the 5th at midday, and the same evening he issued new orders for the concentration of his main body under Murat, Lannes, Mortier, and Davout between Osterode and Saalfeld, to which line Ney and Soult were to fall back if hard pressed. The same day Bennigsen attacked Ney, who fell back slowly. The Emperor, finding that Ney was holding his own, now ordered the other corps to converge at a point further forward on the line of advance. Seeing such large forces massing in support of Ney, the Russians abandoned the offensive and retreated to Halsburg. Here Napoleon attacked them in their entrenched position on the 10th with his right wing Murat, Soult, and Lannes. But their position was too strong, and he broke off the engagement to await the arrival of the other corps. Bennigsen immediately abandoned his position and retreated to Friedland, where he arrived 2 days later. On the 14th of June, Bennigsen resolved to fall on the advance corps of Lannes and check the French movement towards Königsbrück. He therefore threw his main body across to the left bank of the Alle, and this led on the anniversary of Marengo to the decisive battle of Friedland between 80,000 French and 60,000 Russians. The road from Eylau slopes gradually downwards towards the Alle, on the left bank of which stands the little town of Friedland. 2 miles before it is reached a slight elevation in the rear of Posthonen affords a clear view over the entire battlefield, and down to the village lying directly in front of the spectator. Just before reaching Friedland, the Alle makes a horseshoe turn towards the west, on the north side of which the town is located. There was one important feature of the landscape which was at once recognized by Napoleon on his arrival. A small brook, known as the Mill Stream, rising a little to the west, takes a course direct to Friedland, where it expands into a semicircular pond covering the north side of the town, which is thus built at the end of a peninsula. This stream divides the plain into 2 sections. Flowing between steep banks, although narrow, it is a serious obstacle to the free movement of troops. On the day of the battle, the whole surface of the open, gently undulating plain was covered with crops of winter wheat and rye. This detail will be remarked in the celebrated painting of the battle by Meissonier, which now hangs in the Metropolitan Museum at New York. When the battle began at 9 o'clock in the morning, Lannes had only 17,000 men on the field to face nearly 3 times as many Russians. An hour later, Mortier's corps arrived, and the numbers were more nearly even. The Emperor reached the field about noon, and from the elevation near Posthonen surveyed the ground. On this bright summer morning the scene was very different from that which he had witnessed under the wintry sky of Eylau 4 months before. He at once grasped the salient features of the battlefield, and saw the weakness of the Russian position, with their corps separated by the Mill Stream and a deep unfordable river in the rear, crossed by only one permanent bridge. Napoleon had sufficient force in hand to hold off the enemy, and he decided not to press the fight until Ney, Victor, and the Guard arrived. Until 5 o'clock the action on both sides was maintained chiefly by the artillery. Then, the Guard and Victor having come up, Napoleon ordered the attack to begin. By 8 o'clock Ney was in possession of Friedland, and the battle was won. The Russians suffered very severe losses in their retreat over the only bridge that was left open to them. There was no pursuit of the demoralized Russians, which was contrary to Napoleon's usual practice. The explanation probably is that he was influenced by political considerations. A pursuit such as that of the Prussians after Jena would have inflicted very heavy losses on the enemy, but would also have caused very bitter feelings. Napoleon did not want to make a permanent enemy of the Tsar. He already had in mind the Russian alliance, which was soon to be concluded. On the 19th of June Napoleon reached Tilsit, nearly 60 miles from Friedland. His army had marched 140 miles in 13 days, fighting 2 battles on the way. At Tilsit, Napoleon proposed a personal meeting between the Tsar and himself to arrange the terms of peace. An enormous raft was constructed by the French engineers and moored in midstream. On the 25th of June, at 1 o'clock, Napoleon, accompanied by Murat, Berthier, Bessières, Duroc, and Caulaincourt, left one bank of the river at the same moment that Alexander, with the Grand Duke Constantine, Bennigsen, and 3 aides de camp, left the other. The two emperors met on the raft, embraced, and then entered on a discussion which lasted 2 hours. By the Treaty of Tilsit, signed on the 7th of July, Prussia was reduced to the territory lying between the Elbe and the Oder. From her share of the ancient kingdom of Poland was formed the Grand Duchy of Warsaw. The new kingdom of Westphalia was formed out of Prussian lands west of the Elbe, and bestowed upon Jerome. The 14th of May, at Finkenstein, Napoleon was informed by a special courier of the death at The Hague, 9 days before, of Napoleon Charles, the eldest son of Louis and Hortense. The little Prince Royal of Holland was attacked by the croup on the evening of the 4th, and died at 10 o'clock the following night. His grandmother Josephine had cherished the hope that he would one day inherit the imperial throne. The child was remarkable for his intelligence and beauty, and was much beloved by the Emperor, whom he strongly resembled. The grief of Josephine was intense. She did not dare to leave the territory of the Empire without the permission of the Emperor, but she went at once to the Chateau of Laeken, near Brussels, whence she wrote Hortense to come and join her. Louis and Hortense, with their only remaining son, Napoleon Louis, then 2½ years old, arrived at Laeken the next evening. A few days later, the Empress returned to Paris with Hortense and her child. After a short stay at Malmaison, Hortense left for Cauterets in the Pyrenees to take the waters for her health. Here she was rejoined by her husband, and for the last time they resumed their life in common. 9 months later, at the town house of Queen Hortense, 8 Rue Cheruti, now the Rue Lafitte, Paris, was born their third and youngest son, Louis Napoleon, afterwards the Emperor Napoleon III. On the 28th of July, 1807, the Emperor, who had arrived the previous evening at St. Cloud, received the grand dignitaries of the state, who came to offer their felicitations. The victor of Austerlitz, of Vienna, and of Friedland, the conqueror of the 3 greatest nations of the continent, was then at the height of his power. The dominions, directly or indirectly under his control, extended from the Vistula to the Strait of Gibraltar, from the North Sea to the mountains of Bohemia, from the Alps to the Adriatic. Not even Charlemagne had ever ruled so great an empire. The fête of Napoleon, 15th of August, was celebrated that year with unusual splendor. In the evening the Emperor appeared on the balcony of the Tuileries holding the hand of Josephine, and was acclaimed by an immense crowd which filled the illuminated gardens. A week later was celebrated the marriage of Jérôme with the young Princess Catherine of Würtemberg. Napoleon had had much difficulty in securing the annulment of his brother's marriage with Miss Patterson. The Pope had replied to the request of the Emperor by a formal refusal. But the French authorities were more amenable, and in October, 1806, he obtained a decree which pronounced the marriage null and void. The King of Würtemberg, who owed his crown to Napoleon, was a regular Colossus. The Queen, who was the stepmother of Catherine, was the daughter of King George III, and she was naturally opposed to the marriage. She did not venture, however, to raise any objections. Jérôme, who was the youngest of the Bonapartes, and also the most worthless, had just received from his brother the crown of Westphalia. Born at Ajaccio the 15th of November, 1784, he was nearly 2 years younger than his bride. The princess was a woman of much charm, who inspired the sympathy and respect of everybody. She was tall and beautiful, affable in her manners, and of superior intelligence. Notwithstanding Jérôme's notorious infidelities, in 1814 she refused to divorce him, and clung to her unfortunate husband, the dethroned king. She won both the love and admiration of Napoleon, who, at St. Helena, spoke of her in the highest terms. The marriage was first celebrated by procuration at Stuttgart. The princess arrived at the Chateau of Raincy, where she saw her fiancé for the first time, the 20th of August, and at the Tuileries the next day. The civil marriage was celebrated on the 22nd in the Galerie de Diane, in the presence of the Emperor and the Empress, and of all the great personages of the Empire. The religious ceremony was performed the following evening in the chapel of the Tuileries by the Archbishop of Ratisbon, the Prince Primate of the Confederation of the Rhine. The court arrived at the chateau of Fontainebleau the 21st of September, and remained there 8 weeks. During the First Empire, the fêtes at Fontainebleau and Compiègne were much more formal than under the Second Empire. Napoleon III was a charming host, and his guests all enjoyed themselves. But the great Emperor was more feared than loved, and his guests came as a matter of duty rather than of pleasure. He almost always dined alone, and it was a special honor, rarely extended even to princes, to be invited to his table. The hunts of the Second Empire were quite simple, while those of the First were magnificent. There was very little etiquette under Napoleon III, but during the First Empire it was rigorous. The Emperor gave the order that all were to enjoy themselves, and he could not understand why every one had an air of ennui. End of Chapter 14.